Hey, just one. Good morning, all of you. I request one kit bag has been replaced, in which Mr. Hirender Singh Rana, CVO DMRC's iCard is also there and specs is also there. So I request if anyone has got that bag, kindly give it to Mr. Amit Jha. If anybody is having the bag with Mr. Hirender Singh Rana iCard and specs, kindly give it to Mr. Amit Jha. I request everyone to kindly check in their bags if they have the iCard of Mr. Hirender Singh Rana and specs also. Kindly check it. तोड़ना है हर पिंजरा मेरी उड़ान अभी बाकी है मंजिलें जमी पर नहीं आसमान अभी बाकी है आदर अभिनंदन आभार नमस्कार hello and a very good morning ladies and gentlemen. I am Manjari Srivastav, assistant coordinator iMetro. It is indeed my honor and privilege to welcome all the dignitaries, guests, expert speakers and delegates to this conference on the very significant topic of unleashing the power of data, advancing metro traffic demand forecasting organized by iMetro that has brought together so many special people under one roof. We have gathered here to explore and discuss modern data driven tools to improve the accuracy of passenger demand forecasting for public transport so that the best mode of transport and route alignment can be chosen. May I now take the opportunity to invite the dignitaries on the dais, please. I would like to invite Shri Vinay Kumar Singh, Managing Director, National Capital Region Transport Corporation, and the General Secretary of iMetro. Shri Vinay Kumar Singh started his professional career as an Indian Railway officer 1988 batch. He is presently leading transformation in regional mobility as the first managing director of NCRTC, which is mandated for designing, developing, implementing, financing, operating, and maintaining regional rapid transit system projects in the National Capital Region of India. Before joining NCRTC, he was the CEO of the High Speed Rail Corporation. Now, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Vikas Kumar, Managing Director, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited, and Vice President and CEO, iMetro. Dr. Vikas Kumar, a 1988 batch of Indian Railway Traffic Service officer, is Managing Director of DMRC and having more than 33 years of experience in all phases of rail-based urban transportation projects, including more than 18 years of experience with DMRC, the largest MRTS system in India, having 288 more stations with 392 kilometers of network. Now, please help me extend heartiest welcome to our chief guest, Sri Manoj Joshi, IAS, Honorable Secretary of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, and President iMetro. Sri Manoj Joshi belongs to 1989 batch of Indian Administrative Service from Kerala cadre. He has held various assignments in union and state government covering food processing, finance, personal, health and family welfare, ports, transport, and Industrial Development Corporation, etc. Under his leadership, urban transport sector is reaching new heights. We welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. I would now request Dr. Amit Kumar Jain, Director Operations and Services, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, to kindly greet the dignitaries on the dais with spotted plans. Thank you very much, sir. May I now request the dignitaries on dais to begin this auspicious event with India's tradition of lighting the lamp. Sir, may please proceed for lighting the lamp. या कुन्देतु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डवण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणां पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थिताम्. Thank you, sir. Moving further, I take this opportunity to invite Shri Vinay Kumar Singh, MTDM and NCRTC, and General Secretary I Metro to kindly deliver the opening remarks and kickstart today's significant event.
A very good morning to all of you. I extend a very warm welcome to Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and President I Metro, who is gracing the occasion as chief guest today. I also welcome Dr. Vikas Kumar, Managing Director, Delhi Metro, and CEO I Metro. I welcome dignitaries from metro companies, managing directors, and directors of other government entities, dignitaries from MOA and other central government entities. Friends, all of us know that Honorable Prime Minister has a vision of New India, and he keeps emphasizing on creating sustainable infrastructure with speed. This vision of his is very clearly seen in the outlay which has been made in the current financial year, which is of the order of 10 lakh crores in the current financial year. It is a huge number, 125 billion US dollars. This is unprecedented. Hence, there is a requirement that we execute the infrastructure project at very high speed, but we have to ensure that these projects are productive, sustainable, and efficient in giving the outcome for which they are being constructed or implemented. Our chairman, I Metro, Sri Manoj Joshi sir, has been persistently pushing us to have a wider discussion on this very, very vital issue of traffic forecasting. We have seen in some of our projects where the traffic has exceeded the projections, and many more projects where we could not achieve the projected traffic. So we understand this is a very vital subject, and today all of us we have gathered here under this umbrella of iMetro to discuss this issue. We are aware that iMetro is a organization, is a platform for all the Indian metro organizations, RRTS organizations, and we keep on interacting, we keep on organizing such events where we interact with each other and share our experiences, which benefit all of us. Today, the prime focus is on exploring methodologies to arrive at more accurate ridership forecast for metro rail systems, which in turn will prove instrumental in making these organizations efficient and sustainable, financially sustainable. And we also understand that there is a lot of advancement in the data analysis, in artificial intelligence, in machine learning. We can use these tools along with predictive modeling and simulations in coming to accurate forecasting, or I should say more accurate forecasting of traffic demand of various corridors, and then accordingly we prepare our plans, we prepare our DPRs, feasibility studies, so that the whatever we create tomorrow is for the people for whom this is being implemented. Now, having this resource of data, we have to understand how we can use this data, so many times real-time data, behavioral patterns, user preferences, to create a traffic model which is data driven. And that is why today there are eminent experts, researchers, the stakeholders, policymakers have gathered here to come out with ideas, with methodologies which will help us in predicting more accurate traffic demands and predicting more, rather I should say, making the more efficient systems, urban transport systems, And I wish a great success to the discussions and outcomes in today's event. I again welcome all of you and thank all of you for finding out time for this very, very relevant discussion. Sir, we are thankful that your push has helped us in organizing this event under the umbrella of iMetro. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for starting the event on a high note. Now I would invite Dr. Vikas Kumar, MD DMRC and CEO I Metro to kindly deliver the welcome address, please. Sir, please.
A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to welcome our chief guest, Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, and President of iMetro Society. Shri Vinay Kumar Singh, MD NCRTC and General Secretary iMetro, MDs from other Indian metros, CMD Rights, Mr. Mittal, directors, distinguished national and international speakers, officials from Delhi government, colleagues, you are all welcome to this one-day conference on unleashing the power of data, advancing metro traffic demand forecasting, organized by iMetro. The conference is aimed to bring together diverse audience like policymakers, transport authorities, urban planners, researchers, data scientists, metro operators, and industry professionals. I would also like to congratulate and appreciate iMetro and DMRC for coming together to organize this very important conference where there shall be mutual learnings, discussions, and experience sharing. iMetro is an association of various metro organizations of India which provide a common platform for all metro rail companies, regional rapid transit system, monorail, etc., where the members share their learnings and experiences with each other, promoting cooperation amongst them. Presently, iMetro is having 14 member organizations and an operational network of 783 kilometers with 592 metro stations and 30 metro lines. On an average, 8.2 million passenger journeys are being performed each day on iMetro member companies. The topic of unleashing the power of data, advancing metro traffic demand forecasting is a very pertinent and critical topic of concern for metro rail networks. That is why our President and Secretary MOHUA, in fact, right from the beginning, he has been after this that in order to have a better planning, we should have better insights and perspectives regarding the demands. So in the today's scenario, data, which is an information, is very important for this. Now, the demand for metro networks is continuously increasing in India, and they have become one of the preferred modes of transportation in major cities. So, owing to this, other cities are also lining up for metro projects. So, the process of planning execution is a very complex one and requires several critical steps. It starts with conceptualization of the project, where transportation authorities and urban planners identify potential corridors, routes, and metro lines. The projected ridership plays a pivotal role in determining the financial and economic feasibility of the project. It influences the decision to sanction and fund the metro rail project. The prime focus of this conference is on exploring and finding different ways to forecast the passenger demand for public transport so that the best mode of transport and route alignment can be chosen for better service to commuters. Today, we gather here to explore the tremendous potential of data in revolutionizing the way we understand, plan, and optimize the demand for our metro systems. In our rapidly urbanizing world, metro systems have become indispensable, serving as arteries for our cities, enabling seamless movement of millions of commuters daily. As demands on metro systems continue to intensify, it is imperative that we leverage the power of data to enhance our understanding of these intricate urban networks and improve the quality of life in an urban conglomeration. In this conference, the eminent speakers from across the globe will be sharing their rich experience and knowledge on the topics, mainly advancements in data collection and analysis for passenger demand forecasting, emerging technological trends in passenger demand forecasting, machine learning, AI in traffic demand forecasting, and harnessing big data analytics for passenger demand forecasting using telecom data. I am sure these technical sessions will provide us with valuable insight and definitely churn out some fruitful key takeaways for our participants. I would encourage you all to engage actively, ask questions, share your own experiences. It is through these collaborative efforts and exchange of ideas that we can truly unleash the power of data and create smarter and more efficient metro systems. The goal is to turn data into information, information into insight, and then plan accordingly. So, together, we embark on the journey of unleashing the potential of data in shaping the future of passenger demand forecasting for metro systems. Let us make the most from this conference to learn, share, and innovate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the tone to start today's program. The loudest round of applause, please, as we invite our chief guest, Sri Manoj Joshi, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, to kindly deliver keynote address. Sir, please.
Dr. Vikas Singh, Mr. Vinay Singh, CMD Rights, and present here, all the participants. My first exposure to uh, metro planning took place when I was in Kerala. I was working as finance secretary and I was on the board of Cochin Metro. Uh, Cochin Metro, all the DPRs which were prepared, I don't know who prepared, probably Rights. A lot of DPRs are prepared by Rights. Had projected ridership of about 300,000 passengers per day with, I don't know what was the PHPDT. And when the metro had started, I think its ridership was about 60,000 people. So about one-fifth of whatever was projected in the DPR. And now I think it's reached 100,000 probably. Someone was telling me it's reached 100,000 or close to that is the ridership. Okay, I think so. Two things it demonstrates, and this I've seen over a period of time in different metros. across the country. So it demonstrates two things. One is the practice which we have been following of demand forecasting uh, has been more by traffic survey and asking users, passengers, which route they take, and deriving some old formula with that and projecting demand. Second, probably because the way the client, here the principal client becomes Government of India, the client asks for a certain, there is a certain project cost and there is a some internal rate of return which has to come. So you target say 5 to 7% IRR and then work backwards, and whatever is the passenger demand, you reach 300,000 passenger demand, and so by different methods you reach 300,000 passenger demand per day, and you write the DPR on that. Because if you uh, so one gets two things from this. One is the lack of rigor uh, in the entire process, which is accepting these type of methodologies, and also a fault on the part of client, that is Government of India, on insisting of a internal rate of return of 5 to 7%, while knowing fully well that most of the metros are not going to make money. The IRR would be negative. Uh, they can't make money. Uh, as long as they get a good ridership, probably the purpose is served. So we get worried about metros when they don't get ridership. When they're losing money, we are not so worried because the state government has given a commitment to fulfill the losses, which invariably happens in public transport. But if the ridership is not there and you have made investments, it's a cause of worry. The second issue which comes is as time period passes, ridership increases. So when you begin, ridership is low, particularly in the first few months, it's very low, uh, except for a first month where there is a curiosity value, and after that, it declines. And then gradually, people develop different modes of transport, how to reach metro, and then the ridership steadily increases. In last 10 years, cities' populations have grown multifold. So because of that, also ridership goes up. So probably when we are making a metro for say 20, 30, 40, 50 years time period, uh, after 10 years, 15 years, ridership would reach certain levels. We don't take that into account. So one is the time horizon issue. Uh, Other related issue in this is the selection of route. Uh, we don't have a very well established methodology for route selection. It's dominated in our country by two factors. One is a political demand as to understanding of local political or administrative leadership to believe that this is the probable route. And second is the engineer's desire to on constructability. Wherever you, if since the underground metro costs much more, you want to go above ground. And on above ground, wherever you get road, you build metros on those routes. So constructability, ease of constructability, along with gut feeling of people decides the routes predominantly in, I think, across the country in India, what is probably across the globe also, this is what happens. Uh, so these, a factor of these two is what has happened in last many years in India. With so much of data coming in, I think we need to improve our methodologies uh, onto that. So it requires, one is a whatever is best practices happening around the world to learn from that. Second is uh, developing an SOP uh, on part of say iMetro as well as on our ministry as to how demand forecasting and route selection should take place. Probably most of the consulting firms in India uh, don't really know how to do that. We need to develop appropriate methodologies and SOPs on how to do that and mandate that to all the consulting firms who are doing it for us to adopt those methodologies. Now, it's not an easy task. Uh, it takes years to develop models for a city. Uh, so probably we need teams who work on those cities on selection of routes and demand forecasting, not just for metro, but for other modes of transport also, and work on the transportation model for the city. Uh, Moving forward, probably our ministry can fund uh, different centers and different institutions to work on those developing those models. They want to collaborate with partners around the world. We could support that. So we can come out with a proposal, with inviting proposals from different universities or IITs or NITs to work on transportation model developing for a particular city, uh, and collaborate with whatever best practices are there in different institutions around the world, and say major cities like Delhi, Mumbai, or Bangalore or Chennai, where we are developing large metro networks. This is to begin with. I think we must do that. We'll provide all support from financial support from our ministry to such institutions to develop it, as well as I think my request to uh, iMetro would be to develop an SOP to bring out improvements in the present methodology, whatever we are doing, which is obviously inadequate, to learn from that and to mandate to the consulting firms on what they should be doing. We also get quite tempted to take to blacklist or to penalize the consulting firms who are giving these DPRs. Uh, Probably they are charging far too low. Uh, Probably we are not rejecting their DPRs. So a simultaneous some action on that probably is required so that they also exercise more due diligence on both on the route selection as well as on what is the projected ridership, and not to bother so much about internal rate of return, reaching a 5 to 7% internal rate of return. I don't think that is a critical factor. Well, we can convince the Department of Expenditure and Niti Aayog not to insist on that, so that a more realistic assessment of ridership could be made. And the way Indian cities are growing, I'm sure over a period of, say, 15, 20 years, traffic would grow and it would gradually become more and more difficult to construct metro corridors. So, may not be a bad idea to construct it now, even if the demand is low. But probably the route selection is an important aspect. A third related aspect is cities development around the major transport corridors. That is another area none of our academic institutions have really worked. Uh, Most of the leading institutions offer MTech and PhD, and a lot of people do PhDs and research on different transportation models. But this is one aspect of on the transit-oriented development, what we call. It's not just increasing FSI or FAR in the areas around metro. Probably the way projecting the city would grow and what actions city needs to grow so that there is a better utilization of uh, MRTS in those is another area where institutions need to work. We could fund various academic institutions to work in that direction on transportation planning of the cities. Uh, it's again a difficult area. Uh, we need to learn a lot from what is happening around the world and over a period of time. It's not something you can develop in 2 years, 3 years' time. It requires an understanding of the city, developing models, and now with so much of telecom data available, probably things are easier, and we need to learn how to utilize so much of data. So thank iMetro for organizing this conference and inviting a lot of participants from outside India to share their experience. And we look forward to provide further funding from our ministry to do a good academic work as well as developing models, both for route selection, traffic forecasting, as well as transit-oriented development in the cities around MRTS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable, insightful, and kind words. We will definitely take up the points mentioned by you and try to come up with solutions. I would now request Shri Ajit Sharma, Director Finance, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, to kindly felicitate our dignitaries on the dais with token of remembrance, please. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Amit Kumar Jain to kindly propose vote of thanks. Sir, the stage is yours.
Very warm good morning. Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary Mohua and President iMetro. Dr. Vikas Kumar, uh, MD DMRC. Shri Vinay Kumar Singh, MD NCRTC. Shri Rahul Mittal, CMD Rights. Shri Jitendra Tyagi, MD Uttarakhand Metro. MDs and directors of other metros who have connected through VC, eminent speakers and dear participants. Let me start with a little background of this conference. When I joined Delhi Metro in April 2023, MDDMRC told me that Secretary is deeply concerned about wide difference in the DPR projections of the ridership and the actual ridership that we achieve in the field during the operations phase, and which impacts the financial sustainability of the metro. Secretary sir has already explained, and very candidly he has stated that how DPRs are made, how sometimes riderships are inflated, and how route selection is made. So he has been concerned about these issues, which is impacting financial sustainability. So he wanted us to work on data-driven tools to improve ridership forecasting and the route selection process. As suggested, we got in touch with Carnegie Mellon University and we have shared some data with Dr. Ashok, Dr. Seen in Carnegie Mellon University for our Line 5 ridership, and we are working on this. In the meantime, again on 19 July 2023, there was a meeting of iMetro in which Secretary Sir again he reiterated the need of such discussions, and he advised us to plan an international conference, invite international and national experts, bring them together for a brainstorming session, how we can improve the ridership forecasting. And today we are here. Thank you, sir. Today we have experts from Carnegie Mellon University, Purdue University, US, KTH University, Stockholm, Sweden, University of Calgary, Canada, Transport for London, UK, Smart Public Transport Lab, Delft University, Netherlands, Norman Solutions and Technologies, UK, IT Madras, CEPT Ahmedabad, Department of Telecommunication, India, Rajagiri Institute of Engineering and Technology, Kochi. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Shri Manoj Joshi, Secretary Mohua, and President iMetro for recognizing the imperative need for this kind of conference on a most pertinent topic, that is unleashing power of data, advancing metro traffic demand forecasting. Thank you, sir, for your open offer for the financial support to the academic institutions and iMetro do further research in this field. I would like to express my appreciation to all the distinguished speakers who have traveled from across the world to share their experiences, to share their research projects. I would also like to extend my thanks to other speakers who could not make it to be here, but they are connected through VC to deliver their presentations online. I also like to thanks our esteemed transport experts from UITP, SPA, IIT Delhi, Triple IIT Delhi, who have graciously accepted our invitation to moderate the session and enrich the sessions with their own experiences. A special thanks to Dr. Vikas Kumar, MD DMRC, CEI Metro, and Shri Vinay Kumar Singh, MD NCRTC, for their unwavering support and invaluable guidance for organizing this conference. I must acknowledge and thank all the participants representing metro rail systems across the country, railways, academic institutions, TERI, WRI, World Bank, JICA, and others who have taken time out of their busy schedule to participate in this conference. Last but not the least, I would appreciate the efforts made by iMetro team led by Shri Rajneesh Rana for organizing this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we thank all the dignitaries on the dais for enlightening the participants with their thoughts, rich experience, and knowledge. Now, I would request everyone to kindly stand up for the national anthem, please. Thank you, everyone. And now we will be starting with our technical session that is on a very important topic, advancement in data collection and analysis for passenger demand forecasting. May I now request the speakers of the session to kindly join the dais, please. I would like to invite the moderator of the session, Ms. Rupa Nandi, UITP India Head, Mr. Alex Phillips, Rail Development Manager, TFL, Dr. Saeed Saidi, Assistant Professor, University of Calgary, Canada, who will be joining us online, Mr. Zalian Ma, Assistant Professor, KTH University, Stockholm. Now, I would like to introduce the very renowned personality who is the moderator of this session. Welcome, sir. You can be please seated. Ms. Rupa Nandi, who is the head of UITP India and is responsible for expansion, development, and management of membership, research, events, and training portfolio of UITP in India. She is an MBA in Strategy and Finance from Indian School of Business and an urban planner from School of Planning and Architecture. She has 15 plus years of experience in urban transportation and infrastructure sector. In past, she has worked with new mobility cab players where she was leading a category driven and ridden by women. She has been involved in strategy and business development for large transportation projects and in various key transportation projects implementation. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Manjari. At the outset, I would like to thank iMetro for this opportunity of moderating this esteemed panel. Can we also have Dr. Saidi on screen so that it feels more like a panel? Yeah. So UITP, as most of you know, is International Association of Public Transport. It has 1,900 members from 100 different countries. And 92 metros of the world are our members. And I'm very proud to say India is very well represented in UITP. We have 8 metro members. Most of you are present here as UITP members. Again, I welcome you again to this conference, Unleashing Power of Data, Advancing Metro Traffic Demand Forecasting Conference. This particular session, Advancement in Data Collection and Analysis for Passenger Demand Forecasting, aims to explore the latest technologies and methodologies for gathering and analyzing data to improve the accuracy of metro ridership projections through 3 interesting presentations. Uh, Before I hand it over to the speakers, some ground rules for the audience. We will first go through all the 3 presentations and then move to the questions. So I request you all to note down your questions and ask them at the end for the Q&A. For the speakers, I request you if you can complete your remarks within 25 minutes so that we are left with 10 to 15 minutes for interaction with the audience. Our first speaker today is Alex Phillips. Alex is Transport for London's Rail Development Manager, responsible for transport planning on the London Overground Docklands Light Railway Elizabeth Line and tram network. Alex has delivered various service enhancement across London's rail mode over the past 4 years, all of which have utilized TfL suite for forecasting models to predict patronage, supporting London's recovery from the pandemic. Prior to this role in rail, he has worked on London's bus network, included passenger and revenue forecasting. Most recently, he has led the program to evaluate the demand impact of London's newest railway line. Many of you must have witnessed it online or in the television about its opening. It's the Elizabeth line, comparing the actual demand and forecast set developed through the various business case submissions. He has extensive experience in bus and rail service planning, policy analysis and evaluation, passenger demand forecasting, operational performance measurement, and business and strategic planning. I would now request him to present about forecasting demand on London's newest railway, the Elizabeth line. Over to you, Alex.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having me today. Will the slides be brought up on screen? Yes, lovely. Thank you. I'm here to talk to you today about forecasting demand on London's newest railway, the Elizabeth line. My name is Alex Phillips. I'm from Transport for London. What I'm going to cover today is 4 main items: an introduction and context, the role of TfL, the methodology we use in London for forecasting demand on our transport network, our experience with the accuracy of this forecasting approach, and the key lessons that we've learnt explicitly from this Elizabeth line experience. Transport for London, thank you. Transport for London is the integrated transport authority in our capital. We are responsible for operating and maintaining the metro system, some light rail networks, the bus system, and the major road network. Our city is around 9 million people. We have 50 lakh journeys a day on our metro system across around 15 lines, and another 60 lakh a day on our bus network. There's 2 very important elements around the structure of TfL that are relevant for this context on passenger demand forecasting. The first is the integrated nature of our authority. This gives us reliable demand data across the entire public transport network. And the accountability that we have for service planning means that we can make adjustments to the entire network to support the implementation of infrastructure. Secondly, Transport for London sits underneath a regional government authority, the Greater London Authority. The GLA is responsible for spatial planning. It sets the spatial development strategy for the entire city, has an awful lot of data on where we expect the city to grow in the future, and we are able to translate that into future demand projections to then flow through our models. Before I get started on content, I really wanted to get an understanding of the relative size and population of London and Delhi. And I was a little bit surprised to find that spatially very similar size, London and Delhi. From a population perspective, very different. Delhi has around 3 times the population in broadly the same geographical area. So a much higher population density, which is obviously very positive for the potential for mass rapid transit systems. The other interesting conclusion was just the modernness of the city, how much is growing. London is quite well established. We've not seen a huge amount of growth in the last 30 or 40 years. It's a very different picture in Delhi, as I'm sure it is in other Indian cities. Again, that's a big potential there for developing mass rapid transit systems. So the Elizabeth line itself, this is London's newest railway, opened in May of last year. This railway extends well beyond the bounds of London. Reading in the west here is 40 kilometres outside the city. It travels past the major international airport, Heathrow, into the suburban areas in the east and the west, including a number of quite deprived zones. It serves the major shopping precinct, the West End. It serves the City of London, the major financial district in Canary Wharf. Okay, so how do we forecast demand in London? There's an awful lot of people and teams across our organisation who are responsible for this, but I think it can best be simplified into 2 main strands. Firstly, we have a network-wide approach where we look at elasticity drivers of major macroeconomic changes that affect passenger demand. We apply this approach at a city level across the network, and this is used for business planning and revenue forecasting. We update this on a quarterly basis. The strategic approach is much more granular. It's based on a generalized journey time, which I'll talk about in a second. And it takes the macroeconomic factors and supplements with microeconomic inputs to build a location or a scheme-specific picture of an intervention. We predominantly use this for informing the business case of schemes, the revenue projections, but also the wider benefits, and we help to use this modelling to determine investments. I just want to say a little bit about the network approach. Some of the factors that we incorporate in this: external factors, economy, population forecasts, tourism. Quite often we place ranges around this, particularly important in the last 3 or 4 years of the emergence of the recovery from the pandemic. We look at the service planning inputs, what new lines we're going to introduce, what new timetables, new fleet. Our fleet is aging, replacing much of it, that can generate demand. The fares policy, very important for influencing passenger behaviour. Transport for London doesn't set the fares, that's the responsibility of our mayor. We have to understand what his decisions are and how they can implicate on transport planning. And of course, service delivery. How reliable is the network on which we're running? That does have a major influence on passenger demand, although on a year-to-year basis, it's relatively marginal. Just to give an indication of scale of these factors, I've presented here the revenue for 22-23 and our projections for 23-24. This is a 19% growth in revenue across the whole company year on year. About a third of that growth is continued recovery from the pandemic. We are at about 90% of pre-pandemic levels of demand. I think we're a little bit behind Indian cities, or Delhi at least, in that perspective. So about a third of this 19% is continued recovery. Another large chunk is due to our fares policy. Large high inflation at the moment, fares have gone up quite considerably, that drives revenue. But on the left-hand side here, you see the Elizabeth line. This has around a fifth of the increase in revenue year on year due to this new railway. It's incredibly important we get this forecast right if we're going to meet our revenue projections. So how do we come up with this? We have an extensive modelling suite in Transport for London for scheme-specific modelling. We have schemes for traffic modelling, cycling, land use. But what we use for public transport investments is an assignment tool, which we call RailPlan. Now, this assignment tool is a public transport model that predicts the types of public transport that passengers will use, the routes through that network that they're likely to choose, and the associated crowding impacts. It does need to take a feed from a higher level elasticity model that looks at the general quantum of demand, but rail plan is where the magic happens. So a little bit about how rail plan actually works. First of all, it segments the city into zones. There are 4,106 of these zones, and they extend beyond the boundary of London, to the wider travel to London area. Secondly, then, it constructs an origin demand destination matrix, so 4,100 by 4,100, and we have the OD demand from every single zonal pair. We've got a picture of that demand today, and through our employment and population projections, we can get a picture of the demand at future points that is unconstrained. The next step then is to apply the network on top of this demand picture. We do this through a generalized cost approach, which takes the formula of in-vehicle time, the time spent on board a vehicle, plus 2 times the walk time, plus 2 times the wait time, plus a boarding penalty. We multiply walk and wait by 2 because passengers don't like walking and waiting, so we elevate that. And we apply a boarding penalty because passengers don't like to change modes, so we apply a penalty for that. This generalized cost formula gets applied to every single OD pair within the network constraints, and it assigns passengers to routes through the network. We understand that passengers want to optimize their journey time, and thus we can infer their choices through the network based on this formula. Just a little bit more detail. This is the center of the area of London. This is about 8 kilometers across. Every zone has a centroid. This centroid enables the calculation of journey time between every other OD pair at a very granular level. Each zone has a maximum of 1 rail station within it. It can have multiple bus stops and multiple routes, but only 1 rail station. Now, there's 2 important points about this model that we believe gives us a good certainty or good confidence in its accuracy. The first is this disaggregated nature of the model. It is disaggregated zonally. We have a very granular measurements, which enables us to apply that generalized cost approach to OD pairs at a granular level. Some of these zones are 2-3 streets across. The second is the demand data that we use to feed into this model. We have ticketing data, origin destination pairs. We supplement that ticketing data with loadway, with passenger surveys, and increasingly with mobile phone data to get a really good picture of the current demand levels on which we model change. So some output. This diagram here shows the change in bus demand following the modelled impact of the Elizabeth line. Red is increase, green is decrease, and the width of the bar shows the quantum of the change. And what we see here is 3 areas in the southeast around 3 Elizabeth line cities, 3 Elizabeth line stations, where there's a major growth in bus demand expected as a result of this intervention. This is really important for us to understand. All 3 of these examples had relatively limited bus capacity going into those stations. The unconstrained forecast showed a huge growth in expected demand. We took this data and we supplemented bus capacity, in some examples doubling the frequency, trebling the frequency on routes going into these stations. That extended the reach of the railway and prevented us from constraining the potential of the railway around the stations. Another example output is where do passengers come from? On the right-hand side of this chart, we see the total demand. I'll come back to that in a later slide. On the left-hand side, we see where that demand has come from, modelled output. Where do we expect these passengers to come from? Now, importantly, on a mature network such as London, we're expecting 4/5 of demand to actually come from services that we already operate. That's important because we don't therefore get additional revenue from those demands. We do have to understand the implications from capacity and opportunities there, potentially some savings, but we don't have any additional revenue from that 4/5. The remaining is additional revenue to TfL. 13% was expected to come from non-TfL public transport modes. That's predominantly long distance heavy rail, and a further 7% from non-public transport, so driving, cycling, or were not travelling. So around 1 in 5 of the journeys on the Elizabeth line were expected to be new revenue for Transport for London. We can also, with this model, look at line level demand. This is the Central Line, another east-west existing service in the city. And what we can do is we can look at year-on-year changes in demand expected. The sort of pink line at the top shows the 2016 level. Everything beyond that then is post-implementation of the Elizabeth line. So we can understand where there's going to be a reduction in demand, as you can see towards the right, that gap. You're going to see demand abstracting away from the Central Line onto the Elizabeth line. But we can also see this point up here, where demand is expected to increase in the Central Line as the line brings passengers and feeds into it. Again, a really important conclusion from capacity planning. There was not sufficient capacity on the Central Line at that point to serve the Elizabeth line, so we had to supplement that capacity. And lastly, we can look at station levels of demand. This is a projection of demand entering Canary Wharf and the surrounding stations, and we can understand how we're expecting this to increase over time, but also the breakdown of individual gate lines where we expect passengers to flow and ensure that we have adequate capacity within the stations for those customers. So, what has been our experience with the accuracy of this forecasting? The first thing to say is we're expecting that the Elizabeth line would form 15% of our total revenue. Absolutely huge amounts for us. This is a couple of years delayed now from the pandemic, but we're going to build to that point by probably 2024. We use this tool because we had good confidence. In 2011, we opened another line. It was the last major infrastructure that we opened. And we can see from this graph, the red being the observation, the green being the modelled, that both the shape of our forecasts and the overall quantum were quite accurate in this example. So this gave us good confidence that this model would be accurate for these purposes. Now, this is probably my main chart. 2018-19, we forecast the expected level of demand on the Elizabeth line. At that point in time, we started to get focused questions on the revenue expectations. Our argument that we had to give ranges was not grounding very well. So we approached the University of Southampton to undertake some simulation, a Monte Carlo simulation, to give us a confidence interval range around these forecasts. They did that, and they had quite a wide range, just a 95% confidence range around our original forecasts. What's driving that uncertainty? In the early years, fares assumptions. In the latter years, the population and employment. We can't be certain on the population employment growth. It's going to have a key impact on these demand levels. Then the pandemic hit. We had to completely rework our forecasts. We had a red and a yellow line, which gives us the lower and the upper forecasts. The green dot there in 22-23 is what we actually have seen on the railway. So we're very happy with this. It's ahead of our sort of best case post-COVID forecast, and is actually within the pre-COVID ranges of expectation. Now, why that's a fantastic outcome for us, there's a flip side to that coin. We've been set a very aggressive target for 23-24 of around 220 million passenger journeys in this financial year. And you'll note that that is not too far off our pre-pandemic projections. We're a little bit behind that at the moment. We can evaluate the occupancy broadly as is expected. If your demand projections are relatively accurate, our occupancy tends to be, and it has proven to be that way. And we can also look at the abstraction analysis. This is a complicated piece of analysis that can have a whole presentation devoted to itself. But I think the two key takeaways here really are that with the amount of data that we've got, we can conclude to some degree that we've seen what we expected. However, there's this 30% of uncertain demand, mainly driven by pandemic recovery. The important figure there is the yellow one, the 13% of demand in the middle chart, that's the actuals. The 13% of demand that has shifted from the national rail services is broadly what we expected and modeled it to be. That is the new revenue element. So what we thought would be new revenue, broadly we have seen. And that's mainly as a result of the assignment modeling. So what have we learned from this experience? So I've got 2 slides here. First of all, having a good assignment tool is absolutely vital, especially in London where we have a mature network and that 93% of the demand, 13 plus the 80, was expected to come from existing public transport. Not all of it was TfL, but existing public transport. Secondly, publicity, absolutely key. We had a very aggressive marketing campaign and it was targeted to the individual audiences. This railway served a variety of audience, business travellers, commuters, shoppers. We were very targeted with our campaign to support the opening of the line. Thirdly, we never assumed that the modelling would give us a perfect answer. Ranges and sensitivities are helpful to illustrate this uncertainty to often demanding clients. This links to my 4th point there, though, that questions evolved. To begin with, we were asked about the agglomeration benefits. How is this railway going to benefit the city? This helped make the case for the railway. As we got closer to the opening of the railway, those questions much more focused on the revenue projections, and those are expected to be accurate, obviously. Number 5, we must be adaptive in our modelling approach. We had lots of changes to the project scope through the delivery of this railway. We had a phased opening that was decided upon. We had 2 extensions. We had a timetable recast. We had to continually remodel and remodel. In fact, those demand projections were done 27 times from the outset of the scheme through to delivery. Tools need to be simple and quick to use under those circumstances. Number 6, there are limitations to modelling, especially with these macroeconomic changes. We had 3 major ones. We had a fares freeze, a 4 years fares freeze applied by our mayor, obviously the pandemic and the UK leaving the European Union. The modelling suites just aren't capable of understanding the impacts of these. And occasionally it's important to take a step back, take a simpler elasticity-wide approach to the whole network before coming back to the detailed modelling. Measuring actuals is not straightforward either, especially in dense public transport networks. And thus, the assignment methodology is used here. And number 8, the pressures don't end on the opening of the new line. Our business case, the Elizabeth line, is over a 60-year period. But people are only focused on the 1-year time frame. Right now, we have very challenging targets for 23-24. Everyone is focused on the next year, this year, the revenue targets. And we're having to work very hard to continue the momentum that we've seen over the last year, to continue driving patronage on the line, to generate interest, to ensure the reliable operation, and to carry on with the marketing approach to generate demand. I added a 9th this morning while rereading these slides, actually chimed with our introduction this morning. I think it's incredibly important for organisations to remember the ethos of these schemes. This was built to benefit the city from an economic and a social perspective. I think in TfL we may have lost that a little bit. There's such a focus on the revenue. It drives our revenue. We've got a bit of a financial crisis in TfL right now, and it's right to focus on the revenue. But we mustn't forget why we built this in the first place. And those benefits take time. We expect them to take around 5 to 10 years before the true benefits of the rail infrastructure scheme are fully known. Because of that, the findings in this pack are somewhat provisional. We have 2 major studies that are going to follow on with this work. These are consulted out. We have a full transport impacts report, which is going to look at the entirety of the impacts expected. And we've given that 2 years of data with the report due in 2025. The wider economic impacts, they will take longer to understand. We've expected around 5 years to understand those impacts, and that report is due in 2028. Those will give us a full picture, and we'd be happy to share those with you when they're complete. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Thank you, Alex. That was a very, very insightful presentation. I'm sure you're going to get flocked in the breaks questions on how it was done and how can we adopt the same. Our next speaker is online. Can we have him on the screen, please? So our next speaker today is Dr. Syed Saidi, who has joined us online and is going to speak on advancement in data analysis and its use in deciding alignment, example, circular or a radial line. Dr. Saidi is an assistant professor in transportation engineering in the Department of Civil Engineering at University of Calgary. Prior to joining the university, he has a postdoctoral associate at the Institute of Data Systems and Society, IDSS, at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and a member of MIT Transit Lab. He earned his PhD and MSc in civil engineering with transportation engineering and planning specialization from University of Calgary. His main research activities are on transportation network modeling, public transport planning and operation, and big data analytics using mobility sensing data. He has extensive research experience on planning and modeling of urban rail transit networks, particularly ring transit lines. His research has resulted in creating actionable intelligence for cities and transport authorities, such as Calgary Transit and Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority. He's a member of Rail Transit Systems Committee at the Transportation Research Board of National Academies. Over to you, Dr. Saidi.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I just want to make sure that my audio and slides are okay.
Yeah, everyone at the back can hear him clearly? Yeah, it's all good.
So thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to have an online presentation in this great conference. I'm very sorry I could not attend the conference in person. It would have been great to meet you all and interact with you all in person. So hopefully maybe next time. So as we have been talking about this conference, it's mainly on demand forecasting, and I see the program has fantastic set of presentations on this topic. However, I think the reason that I got approached by the conference organizers were due to my expertise related to planning and modeling of circular transit lines. So I'll talk about how we consider demand estimation and how we use these informations for insights toward planning or extending of a new rail transit line, such as circular lines or radial lines. So with that in mind, I'm going to first talk about the importance and the role of circular lines in what I call mature transit networks. Then I'll talk about the framework for evaluating and planning of rail transit networks. And of course, I'll talk about the ridership estimation for feasibility of any new line, including a circular transit line. And I'll talk about some of the previous studies that I've done on this, including Calgary and Shanghai, and some explorations for the case of Delhi Metro. So here are some examples of mature transit networks. Based on a study I did a couple of years ago, I found out of top 20 cities in terms of transit ridership, 10 of them has a ring line, and out of top 5, all 5 has a ring line. Here are examples of some of these. So what we have here on the left is Seoul. In the middle, we have Moscow. In the right, we have Beijing. As you see, Beijing actually has 2 ring lines, an inner ring line and an outer ring line. There are many other ring lines that are under planning or construction. Moscow is considering a second and a third ring line. Paris is considering a second regional ring line, Shanghai as well, and many other cities. There is interesting story behind the ring line in Moscow. It's an urban legend that Joseph Stalin himself suggested building the new line in Moscow during his meetings with metro planners of Moscow when he placed his coffee cup on the original development map. plan map and lifted it and left the room without saying a word. And the circular brown stain of coffee left on the map around that center of the city were interpreted by the Moscow transit planners that he's indicating that we need to build a circular one. And if you actually look at the color of the ring line in Moscow, it's in fact brown. So maybe suggesting that this might be a true story. So apparently it's not just the transit planners that are involved with some of these projects. So Professor Wukan Witchik, who's one of the gurus in the area of public transportation, had an earlier paper in 2014 where he talked about properties of circular lines. The first four bullets are from his report and paper, providing more direct trips. That's one of the property of the ring line, distributing the congestion away from the CBD. So this way, more transfer are possible around the city and not just concentrating in downtown. Providing more connectivity in the network and serving in the busier areas outside of the city center. So connecting basically mini business districts, high density areas, TODs that are outside of the city center. So in my study, I added some additional properties to this list. One, I found there is a difference between the nature and the function of an inner and an outer ring. It's for the cities that actually has two ringlets. So the inner ring is mainly for providing a better transfers, but outer ring is just providing more direct trips. Additional coverage, again, on the periphery is another property. Usually ring lines have higher number of transfers compared to the typical lines. And as well, ring line would provide more robustness and redundancy to the network. So as we have been talking about this since morning, for any network extension, adding a new line, extending the network, we need to consider two factors. Of course, the cost, so the capital cost and the operating cost, and as well the demand forecasting. So if I want to decompose the demand forecasting into two parts, one is the existing users, and one is the induced demand, as was mentioned by Mr. Phillips in the previous presentation, generate, right? So I focus first on really on this point. So first, looking at the existing users and see that by extending the network, how much the existing users will gain additional benefits, and how the ridership on each transit route will be changed given this network extension. Of course, we can use some demand modeling tools, the tools that in the previous presentation was as well suggested, to estimate those induced demand or generated demand, and again use that in this framework. But the focus of this presentation will be more on this side. So first step that we're talking about, we'll talk about this whole framework in few key steps, simplifying them. We need to do some network idealization to make the modeling easy. However, we can translate the insights we get from the idealized network to the real network. So I just included one example here, just sort of the road pattern, the city pattern from a real city, and how we can sort of idealize it in a sort of ring radial patterns. Of course, such ring radial patterns on a real network is not always as clear as we see in this figure, but for many cities and with some approximations, we can make such idealizations. And of course, there are lots of previous literature on this that they have done such. So the other important step, and again, that was discussed by Mr. Phillips in the previous presentation, having the input data, origin, destination data. So again, For the existing users, we have lots of tools for that. The automated fare collection system. So both in the previous presentation, I'm sure in the next presentation, my friend and former colleague, Dr. Jingong Ma, will touch on that. So using the AFC automated fare collection data for origin destination, and as well the future users. Again, as I was mentioning about this, we can use some transportation modeling tools to consider the future users. Then we need some unit cost factors for line cost and operating costs, and as well the monetary values for different components of transit passenger trips, the rating, riding, access, transfers. Again, was as well raised in previous presentation. So the next step is we want to do the demand estimation on each line. And in order to do that, we need to do basically to determine the route choices of customers. For a simple example I have provided here, so let's say we have an origin here, we have a destination here. By the way, these are all the transportation zones. In Calgary, we have 2,000 transportation zones. So we may have different route choices, right? So with this network, we may have sort of access to this rail line, take the rail line, transfer here, take another rail line, and maybe access to the station. The other possibility may be this sort of. So how can we come up with the route choices of the passengers? We can use this generalized passenger cost as a sort of a mathematical function. Again, a similar function of that was presented in the previous talk. So we decompose different components of passenger trips. So their ride time, their waiting time, their access distance or egress distance, and their transfer. And then we can estimate those parameters, that how much, using this value of time concept, how much each of those components of transit trips basically worth, basically monetizing those costs. So again, for this route choice problem, I provided one simplified example. Again, so we have, let's say, a ring line here. We have two radial lines, and we are looking at all the demands that are originated in this area, and the destination is here at the center. So again, it's a simple visualization, sort of simulation of where are the route choices. So passengers here, all the passengers located here would access directly to the destination here. Passengers here in this yellow area and here would take the radial line and go to their destination here. And passengers located here would take the ring line and may as well take the radial line and get to the destination. So what happens if in this theoretical example, we decrease the spacing between these two consecutive rails? We see that less and less passengers or areas will have the ring line as their lowest cost option. So we have less number of passengers taking the ring line in case that we have most of the trips to the CBD. So this is sort of one conclusion we can get out of this, that if most of the trips are mainly toward the CBD and coming back, then a circular line would not be too beneficial compared to a radial. But in reality, the destination could be anywhere, right? So what if the destination is here in this black dot? So these are all the passengers that would take the radial line and not taking the ring line. These are the passengers in orange that will take the ring line in order to get to this destination. Of course, changing the destination, the route choices would be different. So this is just one very simple example, but just to show that how the problem, this route choice problem, is important here. So with the process I explained, we can come up with the ridership estimation for a network with and without the proposed extension. So we can translate all of those into some benefit estimation. So say for every OD pair that we have, all these sort of zones that you see here, we can find the root with the minimum cost, right? And multiply that value, the generalized cost between each OD pair, and multiply that by the demand, the origin destination demand between each OD pair. And summing up all of those, we can have the total generalized cost for existing network and total generalized passenger cost for extended, right? And the difference between these two, this Z1 and Z2, can be defined as the total passenger benefit. So now it's just all about the comparison between the capital and operating costs versus the total passenger benefits that you are gaining. So as you see, there is nothing about the fare revenue here, as it was discussed by the keynote speech. It's all about looking at the ridership and find the optimum trade-off between the user and the operator. So this flowchart explains the more details. I briefly talked about few of the steps, especially related to the demand estimation, but you can refer to these papers for more details. So we implemented this model for city of Calgary for different scenarios, for different demand projections, existing demand, future demand projections, and different scenarios for these existing networks and expansion of the existing networks. What we find in this study was that for the current OD demand, a ring transit line in Calgary is not justified. But in future, considering some of the OD projections, a rail line may be justified, and optimum location of that is basically showed here within the range. We as well did this for case of Shanghai. As I mentioned, Shanghai already has one ring line, but we use this model to look at the sort of feasibility of locating a second ring in Shanghai. Again, we consider different scenarios. I won't go into the details, but using that, we came up with this range, again, annotated here in green, as the proposed second ring line in Shanghai. And in fact, recently, as Shanghai is developing the ring line, what they're actually doing is pretty close to what we came up with back in 2016. And another interesting insight that I want to talk about, again, this is the case of Shanghai, is looking at the stations that gain the highest benefits by introducing this hypothetical ring. So if we add this second ring line, the stations shown in black dots are the stations that gain the highest benefit. As you see, most of these stations are outside of the outer ring line. So it's basically indicating that the ring line, especially the outer ring line, is providing more direct trips to all these OD pairs that are outside of the ring. As well, the other analysis we did was to look at this proposed corridor. I mean, that for the second ring line, and see sort of the coverage in terms of population and employment. We didn't have that access to that data, but the data that we did have access to was the cell phone user concentration. And so the darker the color is, the higher concentration of the cell phone users. And there are different ways to basically consider this sort of the demand projections and the population coverage if you do not have, let's say, a very good survey or real data about the current population and employments, and one option is users. The other study that we did, we looked at the network design of 6 mature transit systems and tried to do some apple to apple comparisons. So we idealized those networks, the 6 cities with mature transit network, and we normalized their network size in a way that all of them, as if all of them had the same total network length. And then we loaded the same OD demand, so total demand and as well the distribution of the demand on all of these 6 networks to really see if we can say anything about, say, a Moscow inspired network versus, let's say, London inspired network, and which one maybe outperform the other. So here are the shapes of all the idealized networks for all the 6 cities. And for at least these 2 cases, we find that Moscow and Tokyo inspired networks outperform the others. Doing this, I'm not trying to say that always Moscow performs better compared to other cities, but what I'm trying to say is that like using
Dr.
such
Saidi,
tools.
sorry to interrupt. You have just 5 more minutes, please.
Sure. Using those network, using such models, we can evaluate this sort of comparisons. The other comparisons we looked at different network extensions for the case of Calgary. Again, same total network size. So assuming that the operating the capital cost for all would be the same, which scenario would outperform the other in terms of total generalized? So I got this map from Delhi Metro website, which is actually very nice, very close to the type of idealized network that I was showing earlier. And with help of my student who's from India, Surya Khan, we did a little bit of exploration using the trip planner tool that is available on Delhi Metro website. So as you see here, there are 2 partial ring lines that I can call, one here and the other one. So an inner ring line and outer ring line, both partial. So let's use this plan your journey tool on Delhi Metro. I just did this for 2 station pairs. So if we have the same origin, so here, Majus Park, in case 1, the destination is here. In case 2, the destination is here. So case 1 is located in a way that the circular line can be used. Case 2, since we have a partial ring line here, the ring line cannot be used. Even though both of these stations have the same road distance, so both around 14.4 kilometers, we can see that the travel time within the transit system for the case 1, which has the ring line at 31 versus 50 days. So all these numbers are coming from the Plan Your Journey tool, just showing that how much travel time savings could be for case 1 versus 2, where case 1, the circular line can use. Another comparison, now this is for the outer ring line. So again, the same origin here, but a different destination. So this is case 1, this is case 2. So case 1, the distance between the origin and destination is actually 29.5 kilometers, so almost double the road distance in case of for case 2. But comparing the travel times, we can see that still case 1 has a much lower travel time metro using the Plan Your Journey. So that's my final slide. Demand forecasting, as correctly identified by the organizers of this conference, is very critical step here. And in this presentation, I described how we can use the demand estimation and how we can translate that to equivalent dollar values in terms of benefits so that we can use that for optimizing the networks, such as considering the location or alignment of a circular line or any other network extension. Of course, the idealized network assumption can be relaxed, and we are actually working on this. One of my PhD students is currently working on this. And as well, the induced demand or the generated demand by introducing a new line can be estimated using some transportation modeling tools, again, as was discussed in the previous presentation. And we can use that. So in this study, we use this as an exogenous factor, but we can combine the proposed framework with the existing demand modeling tools to also consider the induce. So with that, thank you very much for your attention. Happy to take your questions, and you don't have the opportunity to meet in person, but happy to stay in touch over email and over link. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saidi. I know that it's pretty late in Calgary right now, but if you can stay till the end of the session for the Q&A, we would be grateful. And that was a very interesting case for the case of Delhi Metro, that a hypothetical case that you showed us. Now we'll move to our third presentation, which is from Mr. Zhengliang Ma. And we are back to the dais again. Dr. Ma is an assistant professor and a docent in transportation science and a faculty member of Digital Futures and Integrated Transport Research Lab, KTH. He was a lecturer at Monash University and a postdoc at MIT Transit Lab, where he co-managed the MIT MTR Hong Kong Research Partnership. His research focuses on applied artificial intelligence, public transport, intelligent transport systems, and multimodal mobility systems. Until now, he has published over 100 academic research papers, led and participated in research and industry projects from Sweden, the UK, the United States, Hong Kong, and Australia. His research work on data-driven network performance estimation and travel demand management was transferred from MTR Hong Kong to support the metro operations and tactical planning. I would now request Dr. Ma to present on deconstructing data and AI for passenger demand forecasting in metro rail systems. He has a very long and complicated presentation, so I request you all to focus a bit on it. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay. Thanks very much for the introduction. It's still a bit early in Sweden. It's 7 a.m. now. I will try my best to make this energetic presentation here. For this presentation, when I prepared that, I understand there's a diversified audience here from planners, operators, and also tech companies. So I try to talk about this from a high-level perspective, is how to deconstruct the role of data and AI for demand forecasting. It's basically what AI and data can do, what they cannot do, and also in future, how could they formulate the right question to use data and AI. A little bit about my research in this area. I focus on this transit data analytics, and also as Vikas has mentioned, this data analytics is basically to try to extract the information from data and then transform to something that is useful, the knowledge and wisdom that we can use for practice. And in public transport, for the data set, nowadays we have a different type of data. For example, the smart card data, the mobile phone app data, and also the mobile phone signaling data. And the two main questions that I focus is that the capacity management and the punctuality issues in public transport. Both for the metros and also for the buses. It's basically how to manage the physical capacity and also the utilization of the capacity in the operation perspective, but also how to improve this on-time performance of our services. If you look at the evolution of transit data analytics, basically we have the historical, real-time, and predictive analytics. They will drive different applications, right? Either from the performance monitoring, policy making, to the real-time control, real-time communication to our passengers, how they travel, and also proactively whether we can do some controls. And for sure, like the analytics basically driven by the availability of the data. Right? Most of our agencies now, I think, is sitting in phase 3 and also like gradually move to phase 4 because we have this automated collection system, this automated vehicle location data and also AFC data. So you can see that this dashed line, even like we have this AFC data and also mobile data, basically those data are not in real time. We get all those data after the operation during the day, and then we archive all the data to use for the analysis, right? But in Hong Kong, actually, they also have the initiative to try to make this AFC data collection to be in real time in 5 minutes. And if that is available, then it can drive this predictive and real-time analytics. So as I mentioned, like I co-managed this MIT and MTR research partnership when I was a postdoc. So basically, like I focus on this crowding management. It is already an established transit network. So what they focus on is mainly about the operation efficiencies to better utilize the existing physical capacity by look at the operation and the tactical planning to improve that. And here, like this 3 type of problem is basically first we try to understand by using the monitoring what's the crowding situation in the system, how our passengers actually travel because of the crowding, whether they change their behaviors. And then like gradually we want to develop some real-time models to inform the operations and also inform our passengers when they could travel and which route or station they can use. And in the long term, basically we need to improve and increase the physical capacity of our metro system. But here, there's a technical planning policy they use is the incentive, the fare discount to try to influence people to travel in the off-peak is basically redistribute the demand in space and time. And also they have this network extension. You probably know that they have this extension to connect this Ma'anshan line and West Rail line. Basically, we also help them to try to evaluate what would be the change of the flows. This is the outline for today's presentation. So basically, first is overview of data AI in travel demand modeling. And then I would like to use 4 studies to showcase what data and AI can do. It's basically mainly focus on the product that we have from Hong Kong in MTR. And the last one will be some reflections and based on my 10 years experience in this area. For the travel demand modeling, we know the rule is that like we want to try to understand our passengers, and then we get that like to help us to make informed decisions, either for the infrastructure investment, policy making, or like the land use planning. And then if you look at this problem, like if we have the forecast from the temporal perspective, we have the short-term and long-term forecasting, but depends on the prediction horizon. If it's hours or like minutes, then there's a short-term forecasting. Basically, we will assume this is a stable system, and we formulate this real-time prediction problem, and it can drive this operation and real-time applications, like the vehicle dispatching, dynamic pricing, and signal control. If our prediction horizon is long term, like months, years, or several years, this is long term forecasting. Basically, the system will change, right? There's lots of factors that is uncertain. So basically, we need to have like rely on these behavior patterns to make our forecast. There's applications attached to that. And then if we categorize the problem based on like the unit of analysis, right? What we want to predict, right? If our predict unit is basically the demand, right? The demand for zones at a certain time periods, then this is called like aggregated forecasting, right? And usually like we can use this regression technology like to predict this demand for zones, the stations, and OD flows. And if the unit of analysis is individual, right, what we try to predict is not the zonal demand or station demand. It's like for each person, what's your travel activities and what is your chain of travels during the day. And then this problem belongs to individual mobility prediction. And since like the prediction variable is something like the location and time, and this belongs to this discrete choice prediction problem. For the four case studies that I mentioned, like if we put them into these two dimensions, basically we have the short-term prediction, like either aggregated, like the demand prediction. We also have this individual mobility prediction. If we look at the long-term, we also have this choice modeling. Basically, it's the behaviors that we try to understand from the data that we have. Right? Instead of using survey, how could we use smart card data to do that? And the last part is like from the modeling perspective, right? We know we have this four-step demand modeling, but how we also have this activity-based modeling, but how our mobile phone data and the smart card data can help us to do that, right? That is like the fourth case study. Given the time, I prepared the slides. It's very complete with the background and methodology, everything. But probably I will focus on the problem description, also the key findings. I will skip the methodology part. So the first one is the short-term prediction, right? Basically, it is mainly target this predictive control and information provision to the passengers' applications. And if we do this OD demand prediction, it's basically for the next 30 minutes, how many people go from one station to another station. So one problem is that like we have some data that we cannot really observe, right? Suppose our prediction time is showing like here. It's not like showing there. And then like for some trips, because depends on like when they end, the data may not be observable, right? Some trip may have finished, and then we can use those information. But if the trip is not finished, then we cannot use them. And mathematically, is that like if we want to predict the OD demand at t+1, and then depending on the distance of the OD pairs, the availability of the observed information depends, right? We call these problems that like we have the observation that is partially observed, we have the observation that is fully observed. And that is like something that is very important to maybe think about how to formulate this problem for practical use. If you look at the literature, basically they all assume all the information that is before like t+1 is fully observed. Well, that is not true. We developed the deep learning models to try to predict it. And then we tested like using the data in Hong Kong. So here, like we choose like 12 typical OD pairs. Basically, we try to cover different demand levels, different distance levels, different directions, and transfer trips. Try to test our model. So basically, our model performs the best compared to the state of the art. But something that I would like to share is like what we want to predict, because we also do further analysis, right? Some like knowledge that we extract from this studies that like when we formulate this problem, right? We want to predict the OD demand, but you are not necessarily like to predict the demand directly. You can predict the OD demand deviations. And regardless the complex of the methodology that you use, if you simply change your prediction target from OD demand to OD demand deviation, and then you plus the average, then you can get the OD demand. So basically, this will improve the accuracy 1 to 2%, regardless of what model you use. Either it is regression models, deep learning models, or others. And then there's also like practical considerations, which is very important when we formulate this problem, like especially for the data quality issues and also the data communication and the delays. So the second one is the individual mobility prediction, right? As I mentioned, the unit of analysis here is for each person. We want to predict for each person, what's your next trip or what is your next location, right? For the next trip, it has like both when your next trip is and also where this trip happens, right? This problem is basically called like individual mobility prediction. Again, like we have developed this natural language processing based methodology to try to predict for each individual. Given now you are here, then I can predict in the afternoon if you use the metro system, which station you are going to use, and also what time you are going to use that. Again, like we use the MTR Hong Kong system to try to test this. And we also compare with the baseline models in the literature. Basically, compared to the statistical models, our methods can improve like 5 to 10%. And also, like there's a deep learning-based model, which is called a DeepMove. This is the best model in the literature. And compared to that one, we can also like even increase the performance by another 2%. So again, like some key findings is that like we developed this deep natural language processing model, right? You may think natural language processing model can only be used for text mining, but actually we can also use for some quantitative predictions like the OD demand or individual mobility predictions. And we can predict like for individual trajectories, the next trips at arbitrary time. And what applications this can drive is basically this personalized public transport services, right? If there's crowding in the system, if there's disruption in the system, suppose we know like what's their next trip, what are the most possible impacted passengers, and then we can proactively provide some suggestions. They may either like change their depart time, or they may either change some of the routes to travel to their destination, right? But the time when we provide this information is very important, right? We cannot like wait for the passengers; they already like waiting on the stop, and then we tell them, oh, you should like stay in your office for another 30 minutes, right? That is not feasible. So basically, our work can drive when to provide those information to the passengers that they need this information. And another thing to mention is that is for the individual mobility prediction. Basically, you can treat this as unified framework for the short-term prediction, right? Because for the short-term demand prediction, we have the station-based demand prediction. We have the OD demand matrix prediction, right? But here, like we can do this individual mobility prediction. And if you aggregate this individual mobility prediction, you can easily get station demand and also OD demand predictions. And then we move to the long-term forecasting part, right? The first one is for the long-term forecasting. The behavior model is the key to drive the certain like planning models. Traditionally, it's like we use the service. So here, like how could we use the data that we, available to us to do this choice modeling? To look at the setting up of this problem, basically we have this AFs data, area data, and also network. I think here in Delhi we also have this information. And the question is that, like from the planning perspective, we want to know like what's the route choice behavior, right? Depart time choice behavior, station access behavior. So basically, we have this discrete choice model. We have a certain parameters, right? These choice parameters. The taste of the travel time, waiting time, and transfer times. And then how could we, whether we can estimate those parameters using the smart card data that we have instead of using the survey data. So basically, we can do that, right? If you think about this, like we can easily formulate a simulation based on visualization approach, right? We want to estimate the parameters, right? We have the simulation. You just guess the parameters, run the simulation. What you will get is the exit OD demand. Those are also observed in the smart card data, right? And then you get the difference of your guess, and you come back to change the guessed parameters, right? And you iteratively you can get this estimation. And there are many like off-the-shelf simulation-based optimization algorithm you can try. But this is the Bayesian optimization algorithm that we tried. But if you look at the behavior of this optimization, it doesn't optimize this, right? It's more like a brute force, the guess things. Right? And then you can always get this best point if you enumerate all the different like parameter combinations. Right? So the question that we ask is like whether we can propose an analytical way to do this simulation-based optimization. So basically, we can do that, right? This is some formulation. So for the result, if you look at the top figure, right, this is if you do the optimization, this is probably what we need. Is that like for the convergence curve, we would like to this decrease of this objective function with respect to the iterations, right? This is like real optimization, right? It's not like just randomly guess each iteration. And also compared to the state-of-the-art simulation-based optimization method, you can see that like our method, this blue one, basically converge very quickly, and also it can converge to a much better solutions, right, compared to the existing like algorithms. And if you look at this table, those shaded area, we'll do some synthetic testing. We have the true parameter set for those choice parameters. We also like the estimation from our model. You can see like how close our estimation with the true set ones. And also like a list like the estimated from other methods, right? There's lots of discrepancies. And then like we can apply this model basically after you have the AFC data in the night, right? And then you can run this model. You can get the choice parameters for today, right? So basically what we expect is that like we apply this model for different day of the week, right? If you look at the parameter estimation from Monday to Friday, for certain parameters, they are very consistent. But if you look at the third one, this walking time parameters, on the Friday, it seems like the people will penalize working time much less than Monday to Thursday, right? So that means like on Friday, probably we have more flex time. We don't really mind if we work more. So this is actually the merit of this model. Basically, for each day, if you have the AFs data ready, and then you can run this model to get the behavior for that day. Right? And then if you think beyond this, right, if you have a policy, right, if you want to do the before and after analysis, you want to know the change of the behavior because of the policy, or because of the infrastructure investment. And then we can use these methods to easily do this evidence-based policy analysis. If you have like more policy scenarios, basically you can generate more data set about the behavior changes. And probably you can also develop this strategic policy demand modeling functions to help us like to better predict for the future policy makings. So the last one is basically not only like for the metro demand itself, right? Because 5 minutes. Yeah. Because if we want to do the metro planning, we need to look at the beyond the metro system, the whole ecosystem in the cities. We know we have this four-step demand modeling, right? We also have this activity-based model, which is deemed as much better than the traditional four-step trip-based models. And basically, like it model the activity behavior because our demand is derived because we want to perform some activities, right? Theoretically, it can also like explicitly model the dependencies of activities during the day, and also the constraint of the choices, spaces, and times. Right? It's deemed also as a unified framework for the future demand forecasting. And if you look at the framework, different like agent-based modeling framework, they are very similar. Basically, they have 3 steps. Right? For the traditional 4-step, we have a trip generation, trip attraction, right? Trip distribution, and then mode choice and the multimodal assignment. For the ABM, they combine the first 2 steps. Right? They have this tour generation module. So what we try to see here is that like whether we can use the cell phone positioning data to try to replace the tour generation, right? Because for the mood choice and also the assignment, those are very well established methodology in our either like in practice or in our studies. So basically, we train the AI agent using the cell phone data. For the trained AI agent, it's basically can generate for each individual what is the chain of travel activities during the day, right? What activity you are going to perform for work, right, for shopping, when it happens, where it happens, and also how long it takes for that activity, right? This is how these trained models will generate. And basically, like it can drive this, as mentioned, the first fundamental step for the activity-based modeling, right? After that, we have this choice model and multi-assignment model, which is already like existing in our planning practices. Some reflections, there's not much time, but basically like very brief reflections. This is not really related to the topic that I mentioned. So we know that data is enabler, right? But much is unknown because 10% of the data that we use is actually structured data. Then 90% of the data, they're unstructured from the text, right? From the mobile phones, right? We don't even use that, even we know there's lots of potential for this planning purpose. And data is also messy, right? We even don't know how to combine different sources of data to extract some new knowledge, right? not something that we already know, but something that we don't know by combining different sources of data. That is also a challenge. Another challenging issue is that like the humans, right? Basically, if you like slash the model enough time, we can get anything that we need, right? But it doesn't really mean it is useful for our planning. And also, like we can progress even without big data, right? If you look at like this ChatGPT, right, the size of the parameters for GPT-3 compared to GPT-4, this is like from like a million to trillion parameters. But also like ChatGPT can also be used for this quantitative demand forecast. There's some papers about it. And if you think about the ChatGPT-5 and think about like how much computing resources that we need, this is not something that we can afford in the university or like as the planning agencies, right? But again, as mentioned, we can use their trained models to build on their trained models to retrain it in transport, and then we can do our planning practices. So the last slide is that like how could we use AI, right? If you like map our current study to different levels of use AI in this. Basically, from this Nature paper, they have mentioned the use of AI in 4 levels. The first level is that like use AI as tool, right? Like a prediction. We do the real-time prediction or like long-term prediction. It's basically you have the model, you just apply it to transport, right? You can also use this as a microscope to discover new knowledge, right? For example, like we can understand the behaviors is something that is not obvious, right? We need to discover deeper to understand from the data. But from the level 3 and level 4, it's more like a generative intelligence. It's like discover new knowledge. But it's not something that's there. It's some new ideas that we can use. As a human, we never think about it. I think given the time, we will stop in this slide. Another thing to strengthen is that like for the AI, basically they are mapping functions. They are very good at mapping inputs to output. But for our planning purpose, what is the challenge is not the mapping function itself. It is the predictor model inputs, right? There's tons of like uncertainties of the factors that may influence our planning practices, right? And basically, what I suggest is that like we need to shift our planning practice from forecast to foresight, right? And yeah, I think if I stop here, probably we can discuss more after this. But this is thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ma. Now we can move to the questions. So if anyone has a question, please, yeah, we have Mr. Samir Sharma from NCRTC. If someone can go to, yeah, let's see.
Thank you for very good presentation. I have many questions, but maybe few I can ask. First is to Mr. Alex from TFL. I just wanted to know more on the rail plan software. Is it a indigenously developed software by TFL, or are you using some proprietary software like Visum, Cube, or ME3? And do you have, you mentioned about the elasticity of fare and value of time studies. Do you conduct these studies manually, or you do some kind of data insights through your models? How you develop actually, because the entire model required a lot of elasticity values for this. Is it a 4-stage model? That also we want to understand. And also, what was the criteria you are using for introducing a new line? For example, you have to extend a line. So is there a traffic criteria where you use that if this is the ridership labels you get, then you really go for new metro line or a new line? One last question to Dr. Ma. Uh, is there any arrangement you have for data sharing, digital data sharing? Because we have a lot of constraint here for using the CDR data from telecom companies, and there are a lot of regulations, and we would like to know that how you came across and use this data, and how difficult to clean this data and use this data for modeling purpose. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we go with Mr. Phillips first and then with Dr. Ma.
Thank you very much for your questions. Very, very comprehensive. If I've understood them correctly, question one around the software itself, the RailPlan tool is a tool that TfL actually owns and has developed in collaboration with external parties. External parties also have this tool, a number of consultants that we share the intellectual property with. That is very beneficial for us because we need to have the flexibility to use and develop this tool in-house, but we also want the consultants that we are working with, we want to empower them to make the best decisions and support us to make the best decisions possible. Both parties then have a vested interest for the development of that tool, and that's what we have seen happen. In terms of the elasticity, our understanding of elasticity has developed over years of econometric research. We have actually been able to supplement the surveyed analysis of those elasticities. It's been developed over time. Recently, with big data approach internally to TfL, we have taken, we're up to 7 schemes now where we've looked at the demand implication of those 7 schemes, variety of different transport interventions, both increases, enhancements, and detriments. And we have back calculated with actual data the elasticity of those changes. And it is very consistent with what goes into the models. We generally use about a 0.6 elasticity with respect to journey time changes, and that's exactly what we have seen. An interesting phenomenon from that, more recently, the changes since the pandemic, that elasticity has risen, and we think passengers are a little bit more responsive now than they previously were to changes in journey time, which is logical when you think the choices they have are now broader. You might decide, you might get to your underground station, see there's disruption, decide, well, I can work from home today, so I'm not going to travel. People are more responsive, they're more elastic than they previously were. And I think if I understand your last question correctly, we don't really have elasticity of demand for new lines. It's very rare that we open a line in a completely new area with no public transport. In fact, I can't remember a situation when we've done that. But when that does happen, we have to look at land use patterns and understand the population that's going to be living in these areas. Really important to have the right forecasts for that and the right disaggregation of data, so you know that the kind of behaviours that those individuals might be taking. Are they young professionals? Is it low-income housing? Where and what transport behaviours and decisions might they be making on the back of that data?
So, criteria, I mean, so many riders per kilometer or something like that?
Sorry, do you
using a new line? Do you have any criteria, threshold criteria? Any threshold criteria you have, for example, per kilometer, if you have 10,000 riders in the forecast, then you will take this line, and another line which is having 1,000 only, you are not taking that line between the the competition of the funding.
Yeah, so I understand. So a good example is in East London, where we have what's called the Docklands. There's basically nothing there at the moment. It's a former industrial area, brownfield site. We know that there are going to be thousands of new homes built on that location. We specify with the private housing developers that they must submit a transport assessment for those schemes. Now, those private developers will have to enter a commercial agreement with the consultants who have access to the rail plan data. They will do the modeling themselves outside of TfL, the impact of that specific development. And we will have that for every scheme over 100 units, 100 houses. Every single scheme must do this. It chimes back to what Mr. Manoj Joshi was saying at the very beginning. There's a cultural aspect. It does add time and cost into that process, but these developers have to submit to Transport for London their transport assessment. We then take the sum of all of those assessments across all of those developments, and we then use that to understand the potential demand and use that to justify the case for intervention.
Now over to Dr. Ma for the questions. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the question is mainly related to this data sharing. I can mention some of our experience with our product partners. So basically in pub transport now, like in the operation data, we have the open source data right, from the GTFS, Google Transit Feed specification. So that is like very good data source. We don't need like some approval process. For the demand data, the smart card data, I think usually like what we can get is some aggregated data. But for our project with the MTRE Hong Kong, we actually get this trip transaction data. And another thing is that we have the anonymized ID, but basically we can track this. This anonymized ID is unique. So that like give us lots of flexibility to do the behavior modeling continuously. And in Stockholm, actually, we cannot get this unique ID trip transactions. So what we usually do is that like we will test our algorithms using some synthetic data. Basically, we can have some behavior simulation type of model. We can generate something that is very similar to what we can observe from the smart card data. And then we will like test our method. After we test that, we will work with our project partners to try to run on their database, right? It's not like we are going to run them. It's our students and also the engineer there. They will do that. And for the cell phone data, that is like even difficulty. And mostly like we only get like the trained parameters. It's like we also like develop methods and then let the tele companies to try to estimate some parameters, and then we will use that for the following like planning applications. Yeah, but that is a challenge issue as I think everywhere. I think it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, we have another show of hand from this side. Ma'am, may I request you to introduce yourself and then ask your question?
Manisha Singh, Delhi Metro. I have a common question for Mr. Alex and Professor Ma. My question is regarding accuracy of data prediction. Now, as you had mentioned in your presentations, that vast formats of data are received, and these formats can be both structured and unstructured. Now, structured one understands because you have traditional database storage and one can do some kind of accurate prediction. But how do you actually address the gap where you have these data which is unstructured received, and how do you handle such situation? That's one for both of you. And the second one is for Professor Ma, which is I was trying to understand the pros and cons of both short term and long term predictions. Short term understood, but long term, I feel that what are the disadvantages of long term prediction? I would want to weigh that pro. Thank you.
So the question on unstructured data, I think it's applicable on all three speakers. So I'll request Dr. Saidi to take it first, who's been online.
Uh, may I answer after the other speakers?
Sure. So we'll go with Mr. Phillips.
I'm not sure there's a huge amount of insight I can share to your first question, other than we have rigorous data cleaning processes, and we apply those in particular to the demand data that we have. Those have been evolving over many years. For example, the origin destination data, which we assign to the transport network, that makes mistakes. That puts passengers on trains that exceeds their capacity. So we know that passengers aren't completely rational. We have to make that assumption that passengers make a rational choice to optimize their journey times. But we see that passengers don't make rational choices sometimes. I've one example where an individual took 100 buses in a day. We challenged the data. We didn't think that was right, but it was. Someone actually did that for whatever reason. So we have to be able to clean the data, and the more experienced you get with the data set and the more breadth of data sets you can bring into that, I think the better that you can be, but it's a continual process.
Are we going?
Yeah, Dr. Ma.
Yeah. For the unstructured data, basically like the computer can only understand the numerical values, right? So definitely we need to do some processing to translate this unstructured data to some structured format before like we can do the data fusion for the knowledge discovery. So for example, like for the text data, we have done some analysis for the incident reports actually in TFL. So for the incident report, like we know, like this lots of text like written by the field workers when the incident happened. Right. And also there's information like when it happened and this standard format they need to fill. But from the incident management perspective, what we need to know is that like really the insight how to manage this incident. But usually the field workers they know that they write those in the text. Right. That is something right to show that like this is like one of the useful resources to really give us insights about the incident management instead of just with the time and when it happened, where it happened, and the delays. That is basically like something that I can comment. It's basically we need like better like technologies, natural language processing, and also this video analytics, right, for the video data. That is also very useful to get us to understand the crowding on the stations or on the trains. It's basically to transform them using some techniques to numeric values, and then we can combine with the structured data for the data mining.
Dr. Saidi, your turn.
Thank you. I second the responses from the speakers. I just want to sort of highlight what Mr. Phillips mentioned about different individuals and outliers that simply because some of the sort of the data that we see doesn't make sense to us, it doesn't mean that we should just exclude them. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. You had another question.
Yeah, I think the question is like the disadvantage of using data AI for long term, right? So yeah, because when we do the short term, basically it is time series prediction problem, right? That is like what the AI actually has been developed for. So that means we can directly apply those off-the-shelf AI algorithms to our transportation problem. But for the long term, that is like pretty different, right? For the long-term planning, we cannot really rely on the data itself or AI itself to develop a data-driven model to do the planning, because there are so many like different input uncertainties. That means our sampling space from the input side for the planning model is so huge that we cannot really get the amount of the data that can help us to develop a reliable model to do that. Right? So what I can see the rule of AI and the data for the long-term planning is that like whether we can automate some of the process for our traditional planning practice, right? We have this four step. We have the activity-based modeling, right? The case study I mentioned is basically we want to like how to automate to generate the tour in this activity-based modeling, use the cell phone data. Right? That process is something that we can do, and this AI can reliably, we can rely on the AI and data-driven models to do that. But for the mode choice and also for the multi-model assignment, right? This is like more like interaction between demand and supply, right? Usually we will not like train AI model to do that, right? But basically we can replace, we can look at like what are the steps that the AI can really reliable can do something for us, right? That is my vision, like for the long-term planning, how we use this data and AI. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Ma. And after this, if anyone has any question, I suggest that you take it offline in the breaks because we are running just in time. We witnessed the transformative potential of AI and big data today. We also saw the circular transit lines of Calgary and Shanghai. And we also got to see the prediction versus actual in the Elizabeth line. So thank you all for being a patient audience. Here, I would also want to highlight a bit that UITP IT committee has published a report in which is exploring technologies for better managing passenger flows. And now the committee is focusing on the business case of it. The report would be out in 2024 early, and the previous report is available in our library. So the members can access it anytime. And I'll end this session here and over to Manjari.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for beautifully concluding this session. May I now request Ms. Rupa Nandi only to kindly felicitate the speakers with token of remembrance, please. Thank you. I would now request Dr. Amit Kumar Jain, Director Operations and Services DMRC, to kindly facilitate Ms. Rupa Nandi. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And I thank all the speakers for gracing the session with their rich experience and presentations and taking out time from their busy schedules. And thank you, everyone, again on the dais. After the power packed start and very informative technical session, I would request everyone to join for tea, please, in the lobby area this side. And we will be back here by 12:15 to start another quite interesting session, as there are many more things to be learned. So I would just request to be back, try to be back by 12:15, please. May I request everyone to kindly be seated so that we can start for our next session, please? I request everyone to please kindly be seated so that we can start our session. I request everyone again, please kindly be seated for the next session. We are going to start our next session shortly, so I request everyone to kindly be seated. May I kindly request everyone to kindly be seated? After the tea break, I welcome back everyone for the second very interesting technical session on emerging technological trends in passenger demand forecasting. May I now request the speakers of the session to kindly join the dais, please. Dr. Amit Kumar Jain, Director Operations and Services, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, who will be the moderator also for this session. And then Dr. Jaison Paul, Vice President, Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Kochi. Shri Sanjay Kumar, Director Systems, Kochi Metro. Director Niels Van Oot, Associate Professor, Delft University, and Co-Director, Smart Public Transport Lab, Netherlands, who will be joining us online. Shri Asit Kadyan, Deputy Director General, Department of Telecommunications. I would now take the opportunity to introduce a very distinguished personality who is the moderator of the session, Dr. Amit Kumar Jain. He is the Director Operations and Services of Delhi Metro and IRTS Officer of the year 2000. Dr. Jain has over 2 decades of experience in numerous key leadership positions. Prior to taking up this role, he was working as General Manager, Center for Railway Information Systems. Earlier, he had also worked as the Head of Operations for the Delhi Division of Railways and as Director Railway Board. He is a gold medalist from IIT Roorkee. Dr. Jain has authored books titled Excellence in Metro Operations and Management, Best Practices World Over, and many more. Sir, over to you, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Very warm welcome to the second session of the conference, which is Emerging Technologies Trends in Passenger Demand Forecasting. This is natural extension of the earlier session, which was on advancement in data collection and analysis for passenger demand forecasting. Today, we are witnessing rapid technological advancement in all spheres of our life. Today, you will see that your mobile phone is more powerful than the onboard computer of Apollo 11, which was used for first moon mission, man moon mission in 1969. So that is the power we have in our hands today. Transportation sector is, of course, also pacing with the technological advancement. And we are at the crossroads of emerging technologies like AI, ML, IoT, big data, for which in the last session also we had lots of discussion. These technologies are, of course, transforming the way we operate and manage our transportation services. And these technologies can be very well used for improving the demand forecasting for passenger travel demand. Our esteemed speakers here will guide us through these transformative technologies, trends, offering insights into tools, methodologies, and strategies that can be used for passenger demand forecasting. As you would have gone through the proceedings of second session, we have very interesting presentations on data analytics platform for demand forecasting, innovation in public transport demand forecasting, unleashing mobile network capabilities. I know you are waiting for speakers to start. I'll not take more time. At the outset, I would request Dr. Jaison Paul Mulerikkal. Just I'd like to introduce him. He's Vice Principal and Professor of Information Technology at Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Kochi, India. He is a civil engineer by profession, and he acquired Masters in Information Systems from RMIT University, Melbourne, Australia, and subsequently also received PhD in High Performance Scientific Computing from Australian National University. He had worked as a computational scientist at New Zealand E-Science Infrastructure at University of Auckland, New Zealand. He was principal investigator for a research project that developed a data analytical platform called JPDAP, that is Jaison Paul Data Analytics Platform for Kochi Metro, with financial assistance from Department of Science and Technology, India. He'll be talking about this platform, JPDAP platform, an intelligent data analytics platform for demand forecasting and future trends in prediction for metro rail systems. He will also be joined with Dr. Sanjay, who is Director Systems in Kochi Metro. He is 1992 batch S&T officer. He has earlier worked with Kolkata Metro also. He has worked as Chairman Railway Recruitment Board. Over to Dr. Jaison Paul. Thank you.
A warm good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank iMetro organization for having this very wonderful, pertinent conference, and also to Mr. Rajneesh Ganaji who invited me to this conference. Such a wonderful personality. I think they contacted Kochi Metro, and the MD, Loknath Behra, straight away called me and asked me, "Can you just come and maybe share my thoughts in the conference?" I said yes, because I think this is the first time a conference on metro data is happening. And I'm from Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, and we are having a long-standing relationship with the Cochin Metro, because Cochin Metro became operational in 2017. I think KMR started in 2013 or something, but starting operational in 17. But then we had interactions prior to that, and we signed an MOU with Cochin Metro, especially on data sharing and all, because without the data, we cannot do anything, and data is the new fuel, as we all know. And so then eventually we submitted a project to Department of Science and Technology, and we got a project, funded project sanctioned. And so this is a team that worked behind this project for the last maybe 4 to 5 years. And as a result of this project, we have developed a platform, and that platform is called JP And this is a kind of a dashboard for the platform, but there is a lot behind this platform. As you can see, we imagine that the data from metro railway systems will be a big data eventually. So we designed this platform in such a way that we put Hadoop infrastructure as the base of it, and on the top of that we got other modules. We are not going into the details of the architecture of the platform, but the conference is based on, our conference is basically on the forecasting models. So what are the things that we have done on this one? And we think that this is a kind of first kind of effort from India. So a kind of Make in India initiative, and we keep it more open source rather than proprietary. And when we talk about the platform, we start with the data. So what are the data source? There are so many data source that is available in a metro. The JP is designed in such a way that we can incorporate, we can absorb all kinds of data, including the video, images, etc. But still, for this particular project, we are looking into the AFC data or the ticketing data. And we know that there are cards and then paper tickets available, and we get the origin, destination, all of the details through this data. And now we envisage this data or categorize this data into two. Basically, we say that there is a real-time data as well as a historic data. And how do we actually do analysis? So data analysis is one part, the machine learning or the prediction is the second part. And the data analytics, we got the extraction as well as we got the visualization. So visualization is an important factor for the management, those who are behind the screens. They want to see what is happening. And the other one is, can we actually get the trends and forecasting, etc. Okay. Now, forecasting models, there are so many models available. We don't want to rework on so many models. And in the industry, as you can see, we got regressive models as well as then machine learning and AI deep learning models available. So on the left side, we can see the top models that is available in the industry. And as part of our project, we have experimented with at least some of them. And as you can see, we got some auto-regressive models. I will explain that why we have taken those decisions. Then ANN, then LSTM, then spatio-temporal LSTM, station memorizing LSTM, because these are variants of LSTM, and then GREM. Okay, now when we approach this data, basically the ticketing data, first we took a sample and then done some experiments, and we tried to find out which kind of model, an algorithm that we need to use. Then the regressive models. We gone for that, and we found that the regression, as you can imagine, may not be the right candidate, because that is the result that we got when we did the comparison using the different parameters like mean square error and mean absolute error, etc. So that is a standard process that we all do. So that was our first inference. We cannot go in that line. And then what is the next one that we have to do? Okay, so we've gone for the ANN, so that means artificial neural networks, and then we applied. What we've done is we got the historic data for nearly 3 years before the COVID. So after the COVID, the model is invalid, but before COVID, we got at least 3 years of data from Cochin Metro, and we generated models out of this data using our algorithms, and then we applied this model onto a 6-day window and then projected it for the next day, and that is the focus for the next day. So we will get a prediction for the next day, and what happened was, okay, where is the machine sitting? Okay, yeah. Okay, then we found out that LSTM has the more accuracy, and we have done the regular ones like SPR and other regressive models and regression tree, etc. Finally, the more resolution that we get is in LSTM, long short time memory, and so we gone for that, and then the results we have published in the peer-reviewed journals, one of the top ones like IEEE Transactions, and it is peer-reviewed, and the resolution that we get, accuracy that we get is something like more than 90%. So that's what because we got the entire 3 years data. So we, there is a training set, and then we can convert that with the data in the previous the next months. So that's how we validated the result. And for the pre-COVID models, we got an accuracy up to 90%, which is a good thing for general cases. And then we continued our experiments to improve the accuracy of this model. And that's why, as you can see, we found out that we got the assumptions like the spatio-temporal aspects of the data. For example, there are stations nearby, and if we can actually take the stations nearby together, that will give a better result. And then there is something like station memorizing, because we know that from, for example, Alva to Idapalli, there is always a huge traffic. So if we can input this particular feature into our algorithm, we get better results. So we experimented with different models, and all these works we've been actually able to publish, and we are getting, we are improving on our models. That is what I want to tell you. And then came, now we are working with the Cochin Metro, and then they also watched the results, and now we are running this platform, one instance in the college and the other instance is in Cochin Metro in their server. And then they came, after the interaction, they came a kind of request from Cochin Metro. We want to see at least few more days of forecasting, not the next day. Can you actually expand it to maybe 3 days? So that was a challenge for us. So we did a very basic thing like, we predict for the next day and we get the data for the next day. We make another iteration using that data. Likewise, at least for 3 days, we give a kind of prediction at the moment. We need to improve this model, but still, this is how we think, because we are working with the Metro on a day-to-day basis. So that's why we are able to make these kind of improvements. So now we are predicting up to 3 days. So that was one. Now, when we did that, Then there came another request from Cochin Metro, even from the MD. Okay, if you can do for 3 days, but we need it for maybe 1 month, maybe couple of weeks, and even maybe for a couple of years. But then years, we said that that may not be that easy for us at this stage. But can we actually predict it for maybe few more weeks? So then we found out that the ANN, artificial neural network, that model is not applicable. We cannot do that because when we did that, then the problem is the curve actually flattens. After sometimes there is no change. That means the predictions are not good. Then we gone back to regressive models, but then auto-regressive models. This is something like a reverse expanding moving window. So we've done something technique like that, and we looked at each day rather than a week. For example, Monday has got its own pattern, Tuesday has got its own pattern, Wednesday has got its own pattern. So we separated Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, etc., and then we started to project. This is what you see here in this graph. So this is for Monday, and now we are predicting up to 10 Mondays in advance, which means something like 2.5 months. And we can see that the we haven't verified this at this stage. We have to validate this. We haven't done that yet. Still, I think the model looks good. But then there is a problem with that, problem with our model, which everybody knows. In our team as well as Kochi Metro, they know, because the anomalous points, there is always some outliers. We know that in a public transport system, some days unexpectedly, for example, there is a ISL match or maybe a shopping event in a mall, then it goes up. We cannot capture and we cannot predict that. So that is missing in this model. And this is something, we can see that always these data points. So we are working on that one. We are aware of this problem. And this is what we are looking at, working as a second phase of our project at the moment. For that, what we have done is we are working with the Kochi Metro. We need to get this data, how this spike is happening. Only the Metro can tell that. So we have developed a calendar now, and we are sharing it with the Cochin Metro. And painstakingly, they are putting all the data, why there is a spike on a particular day, and they will put a note. This is because of a sporting event. This is because of maybe shopping event, maybe because of weather. So these points they are marking now. So once we get that, we will be in a position, I think, to incorporate these points as well into algorithm, and then we will be able to deal with the outliers. So that is and here there is a graph, as you can see, there is an ISL match. You can see then the spike, how it happens, and how do we do it. Okay. And so that is the analytics part. Now I would like to shed some light on the other part, the data analytics part. This is a prediction part. This is a data analytics part. What we are, the regular stuff that we do with the platform. So from the data that is available, we get the daily reports like passenger entry, exit, monthly reports, hourly, then origin, destination, PHPDD, etc. All these from we can generate straight away from automatically. We have made it automatic process. And this is how it looks, as you can see, from 2019 to 21. The entire the ticketing data pattern for Cochin Metro, and those two gaps that you see is a lockdown period, the COVID. So after the COVID, our models have gone wrong, and I think it will take some more time to generate new models because we need enough data. And this is an hourly, how do we actually envisage hourly traffic in a particular station and in all the stations. And then we got the heat map for the passenger flow. Then I think one slide is missing, that is PHPDD, but that is not there. Or maybe in the next slide. Okay, so this is something very thick direction per hour, a variation of PHPDD. And now the phase 2, that means what are we going to do from now on? Okay. So one is forecasting based on external parameters. As I mentioned earlier, there are so many factors that affect the prediction, and now we would like to incorporate, for example, weather data. I think that is available. We are in Kochi, a lot of rain, and how that is going to affect flood. That is how it is going to affect. Then sporting events, other events. So once we get the enough data, we should be able to incorporate them. And the algorithm part is almost ready. Only thing is we don't have the data. The next part, I think Cochin Metro is very keen on. I think maybe every metro will be very keen on the gender and age identification, because we just give the ticket, and even we do not know, how many men and women, male, female. That is very, very difficult. So now that is also in the second phase. So we are using a camera to capture it and then do the analysis, etc. That is a big project that is happening. I think um, our Sanjay sir will shed some light on that one. And the other one is the multimodal one. Now Kochi has got water metro as well. And this was also in our mind from the very beginning. Kochi metro, water metro, then we got the auto rickshaws, because auto rickshaws is also working with Kochi Metro, the buses also working with Kochi Metro. So can we actually connect? We know that there is a meaning in the data between all these things. There is a connection. And how can we bring that meaning? That means if travelers, they want to move from point A to point B, there are so many options, and how they are going to make those decisions. Can we help them in their decision making? Maybe price wise, maybe time wise, convenience wise, the different mode wise. So all these things that is in the pipeline. So we are actually thinking about these things. Okay, so I think I've just given a short brief on what we are doing with the Kochi Metro. Thank you for your patient listening, and I think thank you so much.
Good afternoon to you all. Thank you, Father Jensen, and organizer, for giving me at least a few minutes time to compliment Father Jackson. Actually, this AI ML is a new project for India. Foreign, we have seen like UK, and then Hong Kong, they have done something. So on that line, we have also started doing with the help of institutions, and we ourselves are also closely associating, so that in case any shortcomings are there, so that maximum our what we predict, it should be accurate. So power of data, basically the conferences for the data harnessing. So everywhere there is a data. So it's through that there are tools, various tools like AI, big data, cloud computing, blockchain, Hadoop, UI, UX, and so many more. Through that, we are analyzing the data and coming to the some positive conclusion. And as far as the data is concerned, daily data, you know that there are around 463 exabyte of data is being generated per day across the world by various means. The exabyte means here 10 to the power 18. I'll quickly rush through. Then how the data is realized? Basically, there are systems. We have to collect the data. Then data has to be prepared, stored, data visualized. Then accordingly, the algorithm has to be designed so that it can be fed into the machine, and then machine in turn will be basically machine will get learned, and then the learning is a continuous process. Unless we get the proper result, we have to keep teaching the machine. Then there are tools, various tools, that is artificial intelligence, then deep learning, machine learning, and the data science. All works together. There are three types of machine learning here: the supervised, unsupervised, and basically reinforced. Supervised is basically for the labeled data, and which is basically we are doing the classification, like some email we have received, or some data which is labeled
it is easily predicting it, and then some unsupervised data, and then that is third one is reinforced data. Subsequent slide will give the further examples. So these are the 7 steps. AI basically does only 3 works: classification, clustering, and predictions. And how it does, there are 7 steps that in my previous slide I told that their data collection, data preparation, choosing the model. There are various models, as the Dr. Jaison told. There are 12, 13 models are there, and then they are using 7 models. So we can choose one of the model which is appropriate and suitable for us, and then we have to train that particular model, what model we have chosen along with the input data, and then we have to evaluate, and then accordingly then we have to do the predictions or classification. Then these are the frameworks available across the world. So we can use either of them. Then this is one very small example, that like machine learning. That input is given, machine is already trained, so because the machine is already trained, so it will tell immediately, yes, this is the picture of a dog. Like the another one here, the input machine has not been learned accordingly. So in this case, machine is not in a position to say that this is a picture of a dog. And then there are these 4 examples. Here actually, this supervised learning, like the mix, 3 mix color of fruits are there, and then with the algorithm, then we can find out these are the different, because machine is trained already. As I told, supervised, there will be the data which is labeled. So labeled data, it will easily find it out. And then unsupervised, here also it is find that okay, this is the category of dog and cats, and accordingly this third one is your semi supervised. Just another 2-3 minutes, I'll come to this my use cases quickly. I think everyone knows this one, so there's no point explaining this, because this is very basic things: ANN, CNN, and RNN. Depending upon the necessity, we are using this any type of this neural networks. No, so this picture just a few minutes ago we saw here with the help of deep learning, because further the machine has been trained, and now the machine is able to identify, yes, this is a picture of a dog. So these are the benefits being where AI can be used in this metro railway, like predictive maintenance, passenger flow management, safety and security, energy efficiency, and customer service, and there are many more. Now, the key achievement activities in AI, basically, we thought, okay, once something comes, let us give everything to the vendors. It's not like that. The individual metro authority, they themselves can do. Basically, the data collection, data preparation is the work of domain engineer. Let's say some SNT engineers or rolling stock engineer or civil engineer, they are the domain engineer. They will collect the data. They know what is their data is there, and then based on the data, so this is what is to be done is the role of domain engineer. How it is to be done is the role of AI engineer, and training of the model is basically joint AI as well as domain both. Then this is the use case. In fact, I wanted to come here. See here, as the father told that we have done one gender and age identification, so that based on that we will decide we may run some special trains for women or something like that, or we may provide some additional security when some children are going. So this is the model through which that we are doing it, and with this with the help of our one of the very renowned institutes, that is CUSAT, Cochin University of Science and Technology. We are doing this with a CCTV feed. So here we are getting around 66% of data, because the camera which is used, that old camera, so the picture is not very clear. So just to increase the predictions, this one we are going to change the camera at least 1 or 2 locations to get it further trained, and we see that probably that efficiency will further improved. And the second use case, as father already told, the demand forecast. So daily average ridership is 85,000. And in fact, as you have all have heard that our secretary sir has told in the beginning that it was in the beginning it was told around 3 lakh riders he will get, but after COVID it was around 65,000, someday 55,000. But slowly it has picked up, and and then someday we are achieving 1 lakh also one day, especially when some events, as he told, there are external factors, some events, or someday many rains are there, then also we get more ridership. And here the accuracy is around 81%, and these are external factors I have already discussed. So these are the data repositories. So we already, not we means all the metros are having the sufficient data. So on that it can be analyzed, and
tools can be used to get various predictions and the classification. And the Kochi Metro has taken the following works as per the data scan, like crew management, rolling stock maintenance, scheduling, civil building, and viaduct and track predictive maintenance, traffic forecast, gender and age analysis, power supply predictive maintenance, signaling equipment and predictive maintenance, and AFC equipment predictive maintenance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So quickly moving to the next presentation, that is on innovation in public transport demand forecasting by Dr. Neil Van Ord. Uh, he's connected online. He's an associate professor public transport and shared mobility at Delft University of Technology and is co-director of Smart Public Transport Lab. Earlier, he has worked as senior consultant and a strategic public transport planner, where he was involved in public transport projects for over 20 years. His main fields of expertise are public transport planning, data driven design, with a special interest in passenger perspective, multimodality, and modeling. Over to Professor Dr. Niels Van Oort. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can see and especially hear me. And also my slides, I see them on the screen, so that's good to be aware of. For me, it's good morning. For you, it's good afternoon. Warm regards from the Netherlands and Europe. I'm an associate professor indeed at Delft University of Technology. And I would like to share my respectful gratitude to the organizers for this great seminar. And also, thank you very much for inviting me to share our insights and innovations in public transport modeling. And the innovations in these presentations will not only be in the domain of science and theory, but I will also show you practically applied innovations, which is actually what I like to do in my job in the Smart Public Transport Lab, to apply, to develop theories and innovations which are helpful for the industry to apply in their work. I used to be a strategic planner myself at an urban planner, urban public transport company. I was a consultant in transport modeling, but since 6 years, I'm a full associate professor at Delft University of Technology, still well connected to the industry, but only focusing on research and teaching nowadays. My PhD research was about service reliability, which will also be a small part of the presentation at the end. If you want to learn more about our work in smart public transport, there's a link here which you can check. I will share the slides, by the way, at the end. I will put them on my weblog, which I will show with you. And I also will share the slides with the organization afterwards to be sent to all the participants. If there's any questions afterwards, feel free to contact me. My contact details are at the end of the presentation. It's a pity that I cannot join you live in Delhi. I was there pre-COVID at the conference of UITP on metro data and system choice. And also recently I visited India in the beautiful city of Mysuru, where we did a training on bicycle and metro planning, which is also one of the research areas I'm into. How do we enforce the door-to-door mobility by looking not only at metro systems, but also at first and last mile solutions, so cycling, also shared mobility, and other opportunities, which was a great event organized in the beautiful city of Mysuru. Maybe next time I will be back in Delhi, but due to teaching, actually, I couldn't make it this time. If we continue with the content of this speech, and I think it's already discussed by all of the previous speakers, there are many challenges in the public transport industry, and I would like to highlight three of them here. We need to focus more and more on cost efficiencies. Also, COVID made this point even stronger due to lack of income and inefficiency during and after COVID. Higher riderships and lower cost. I think that's a continuous focus of the industry. Also increasing the customer experience to create a model shift from unsustainable modes towards public transport. And last but not least, I see worldwide that there's more need to justify new strategic investments. It's expensive to invest in public transport, especially in metro infrastructure. So if you want to apply for funding, you need to justify your choice as well. The good news, however, I think, is that data and models are helping us a lot with achieving these objectives. And I think that's also shown by the previous speakers very well. And on the one hand, what I see in academia and in practice, a more detailed and more theory development. And on the other hand, I also hear more and more the call for simple solutions, which are applicable next day. So there's actually two trends also in my research. We have the sophisticated in a high innovative work with AI and all those things we're also learning in this conference. But on the other hand, we also invest in trying to develop simple models. And I can assure you that developing simple models might sometimes be harder than actually developing complicated models. We have a lot of data sources already shown by previous speakers as well. And for us in our research, data is our oxygen. And I'm very happy that in the last 10, 20 years, we see a huge development in the availability of data sources. I hear one of the previous speakers discussing about mobile phone data, which is very promising. Journey planners are also very interesting to see what the expected behavior of public transport users will be. If you want, we have some work available there. Social media, vehicles, AVL data, and also smart card data also discussed before. And those are also the focus of this talk. I only have 30 minutes, so I cannot discuss everything. And then if we move from data to modeling, I think the main goal of modeling is to predict what will happen if, to design, but also to optimize your planning and your operations. And again, also to justify your investments. I teach my students that in general, it's easy to calculate what the costs of a project are. It's much harder to predict what the benefits of a project will be. And what my experience is in my life as a researcher and also as a practitioner in the world of modeling is that many models out there started or were focused or are focused actually on car traffic, which is fine, but then incorporating public transport in general is a complicated step. When I worked at a consultancy company, my colleagues at the modeling department actually didn't like public transport because it's much more challenging actually to model public transport versus car traffic. Let's not talk about cycling, by the way. That's even more challenging. And I see many nice developments in that domain, and I would like to share two of them with you. First of all, what I see in this pragmatic approach of developing models that could be applied by non-scientists, we see a complaint of many models that are heavy and slow. And that's the first part of my speech, which will be about simple data-driven models. The second one is about every model, or most models, I must say, assume excellent operations, while we know that in practice, not all operations are excellent. We have to deal with deviations, we have to deal with crowding, we have to deal with unreliability. And we also want to predict what would happen if we move from current operations towards excellent operations. What if I change an unreliable bus service into a reliable metro service? Many models are not capable of dealing with that because they already assume excellent operations. And that will be part two of my speech at the end to show you. Of course, there's many more things to discuss about innovations in public transport research, and I'm happy that you have a full day to discuss about it, not only about AI or agent-based, which we're also involved in, but also with regard to multimodality, as I said, first and last mile solutions, and also first last mile modeling is complicated and challenging. Also the impact of crowding, many more things to be looked at in our lab on my website. But for now, I would like to stick to two parts of this speech. And we start with the data-driven modeling. In general, if we look at the current landscape of models, we have on the one hand the traditional transport four-step models, and on the other hand, we have the easier spreadsheet kind of models, which are very pragmatic and easy to implement. But we saw actually that both of them, they have their pros, but they also have their cons. If we look at this four-step model, it's a very time consuming, it's heavy, as I said, often focused on road traffic. It's non-intuitive and hard to explain, which is very important, as I said, to justify your investments, and a lot of other things. And also for the quick scan models, the spreadsheets, they are easy to use, but the level of detail is very low, often inaccurate, and there's too much relying on unclear assumptions. So what we did is we tried to find the best of both worlds. Still, there's a reason to use your multimodal transport models, your four-step model. Still, there's a reason to use your spreadsheets. But I think in the current situation, we also could use a third category, which is in the middle, which is an elasticity model. And what we tried to do is to combine the best of both worlds, so to speak. So what we did, we developed a tool which is focusing on a network, so not line-based, but network-based, which uses the visualization of current existing platforms, but is also focusing on public transport only, is transparent and that's the most important point, has a short calculation time. If you have 40 alternatives to be discussed and to be calculated, and it costs you 2 days to calculate, that's not going to help you. What I really proud of is this approach, which I will explain you in a minute, is that we also apply it, or actually the public transport operators in the Netherlands, you see the logos here of The Hague, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and beyond. They're actually using these tools. And that's, as I said, what I like to do as a researcher, develop theory and tools that are actually usable in practice. The basis for these models is smart card data, already mentioned by the previous speakers. I think you're all familiar with that, which offers a lot of opportunities. In the Netherlands, we have a tap-in, tap-out system, which is very helpful, of course, with regard to finding the patterns. But also, if you only have a tap-in system, you can still use a lot of theories and algorithms to get insights in your OD patterns. What we do in our approach is we connect this smart card data to a transport model. In our case, we use Omnitron software, but it could be any transport model you use, whether it's VZoom, AIMZoom, or anything you prefer. ME2, you all know that. So we connect the data towards an existing transport model, and then we apply what-if scenarios by changing the level of service. And that offers us with this method quick insights in the impact on cost coverage and also expected ridership and occupancy. And I think with this approach, we actually started a new generation of transport models, which are, as I said, trying to combine the best of both worlds in the middle. There's 4 steps to do. First, we need to import the network. So for that, we use GGFS or AVL data. You see an example of the network of the public transport in The Hague. Which is all available nowadays, the data. Then we need to connect the smart card data, so the origins, destinations. And if there's no smart card data, you can also think, for instance, on mobile phone data or other sources. Then the next step is to process and match the data, and we have to clean the data, and we have to make sure that everything is well connected. This is also, if I talk with my students, the hardest step for them, because everybody knows who's working in data, that there's always some missing data, there's some errors there. So it's better to spend some time on this part. As well, also fare evasion, for instance, is an important thing to consider. And then the last step, when the smart card data is included in your transport model, you can also use it, as also mentioned by one of the previous speakers, you can also use it to monitor and to visualize your current flows, which is also helpful to find your bottlenecks, to find your current achievements and operations. But of course, we are here to talk about modeling and predicting the future. So we use a simple what-if approach, namely an elasticity approach. If you're not familiar with an elasticity approach, what we do is we focus on the generalized cost for every OD in your network. How much does it cost to go from A to B? And then all the origin destinations connected. And the cost is not only focusing on the ticket price, it's also the time, it's also the weighted waiting time, it's also the weighted transfer time, etc., which we can relatively easy calculate if we follow the steps I just showed you. And then we follow this scheme. We have an assignment of a base scenario, and we also have a new scenario, which we want to predict what is happening. So we need the cost matrix for the base, and we also need to recalculate the cost matrix for the scenario. For instance, we add some links to the network, we increase the frequencies, we increase the trip times, and all the new generalized costs can be calculated quickly by a transport model. That's relatively easy mathematics and it can be quickly done. And then we find what the relative changes are for every cell in your origin destination matrix. And given that we know what the demand elasticity values are, and given that we know the original origin destination matrix, we can calculate a new matrix which we can assign to the network. That's how we work in this work. And with regard to elasticities, there's a lot of rules of thumb, but of course, there's also a lot of literature showing you these elasticity values. People that have experience to work with elasticities know that there's always some points of attention in applying elasticities. They only apply for relatively simple changes. They only apply for the short term, only level of service changes. And we always, whatever model you use, no one can predict the future on 6 digits. Be aware of the accuracy of your method. In general, what we see in an application of this model, if we are in the starting phase of a project and there are plenty of alternatives, we use this tool to predict the first 40, 100 alternatives. And then if we filter them towards the best ones, we move to a more sophisticated, detailed multimodal model to calculate more detailed results. So this is not replacing anything. It's actually part of a chain of different models, helping us in every stage of the project with the appropriate tool. And then afterwards, we can see in the end what the output of these changes is. What is the impact of changing frequencies on a specific line of extensions, etc. That's it. That's about the first part. The second part is a bit shorter, but not less important, I would say. It's about service reliability. As I said, I think we can all relate to service unreliability of public transport. And one of my observations after finishing my PhD was that most models do not incorporate service reliability at all, while passengers actually consider it a very important topic. And in general, we also know that the current operations are not fully reliable. So given we have new insights in the interaction between passengers and demand, which I developed in my thesis, and also given that we have new data available, I thought to start developing methods and tools into this direction. And why I think it's important to incorporate service reliability. First of all, I think we can improve our level of forecast. By better realistic scenarios and models, we can better predict the future. But I think it's also an additional application of the model. As I said, imagine that your project is actually focusing on improving service reliability. Currently, there are not so many tools that actually could help you. Again, what if you change an unreliable service into a reliable service? What would happen with your ridership? Everybody would expect ridership will go up, but we don't know exactly how. Sometimes we do it on a line base, but with this method, we can also do it on a network base. Back to service reliability, it's the match of operations and planning. I think we all know. And it's important to focus on the passenger perspective. Often in service reliability, we're focusing on the vehicle, punctuality, regularity, all supply side indicators, while actually I think we should focus on the passenger. And of course, there's a relation between the supply side and the demand side. And that's actually what I developed in my thesis to calculate the impacts on the travel time of passengers, the distribution of the travel time, and also the level of crowding due to unreliable services. So we need a focus on is the passengers on time. It's not about the vehicles, it's about the passenger. And if you know the passenger impacts, you can also more easily incorporate that in existing transport models. And that's what we did. We used these indicators as shown here, and we developed this scientific framework. And as I said, what I like to do is to develop new methods and tools, but I also would like to prove them in practice. And I had the opportunity to use the model of Utrecht, which is in the middle of the Netherlands, which have a traditional four-step model. We used AVL data, we used smart card data. We also used my PhD algorithms actually to make this change from supply to passengers. And I will show that in my next slide. It's a three-step approach in this case. We start with the supply side. Let me see on this side. We have AVL data showing the service dynamics, both in the current situation and in the expected situation, using simulation, for instance. We have passenger data showing the passenger impacts. That's what I said. And then we all merge them into travel time impacts. We know the reliability ratio of the value of time and the value of reliability, so we can actually translate the standard deviation values in regular minutes. And that's what most transport models like. They work with minutes, passengers, and that's what we did here. We had the actual minutes, travel time, we had the calculated minutes related to the standard deviations and the additional travel time, and we all put them together in this additional travel time. And we all use travel time units. And we put them in a transport model, which can handle this kind of changes if the generalized cost functions changed, as I, as I showed in my previous example. And the results were really exciting. There's a lot to tell you, but I won't bother you with all the details. We put it in the model, and we actually saw quite some interesting results. The prediction power of the model improved substantially. As you can see here, the overestimation of PT use was reduced. The route choice within the model was improved. The skim matrix were improved matrices. And also, as I said, we were able to see what the impact was of an unreliable bus versus a reliable rail line, which is also what we see in practice, but what we couldn't see before in our transport models because it didn't distinguish these difference in levels of service. So to wrap up, this is what I discussed. Thank you for your attention. It was a lot of information, I can imagine, but you can all read it back. Slides will be available. And I hope I could have inspired you with innovations in public transport, not only from theory, but also applicable in practice, which I think is interesting, in addition to all the more longer term developments which will be discussed in this conference and which we're also involved in. I talked about data-driven modeling with smart card data as a base, and I also talked about incorporating service reliability, unreliability in your transport models. Again, there's much more to do in this world of AI, agent-based modeling, multimodality, etc., but that's for later. For now, I would like to thank you. There's more to read in more detailed theoretical journal papers if you like. They're all available. You can download them yourself. But you can also send me an email and I will help you out with this. If you want to get in touch, you can connect via social media and I will keep you posted about the developments in our lab. For now, I would like to thank you again for inviting me. I hope to be there next time in Delhi in real life. And if there's any questions or comments, please let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Neil. Thank you very much for insightful presentation. We'll have question answers after all the presentations. Now I invite Mr. Asit Kadian. He's from Indian Telecom Service, having extensive more than 3 decades of experience in telecommunication sector. He's currently holding esteemed position of Deputy Director General Artificial Intelligence at Department of Telecom headquarters. He has been guiding telecom service providers in crafting a transformative framework. Earlier, he has contributed significantly to the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. He has published consultation paper addressing industry stakeholders on harnessing big data, artificial intelligence within the telecom sector, and leveraging telecom data for other sectors such as transport, which is the topic of presentation today from him. Currently, his focus lies in driving and adoption of artificial intelligence and machine learning within telecom sector. His topic of presentation is Mobile Insight Fusion, Unleashing the Mobile Network Capabilities for Intelligent Transport Planning. Over to Mr. Asit Kadian. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jan. Good afternoon, and thanks for inviting me on this particular topic. This particular topic is of my interest because when I was in TRAI, we floated a consultation paper on leveraging artificial intelligence in the telecom sector, and this was one of the example which was quoted in 2022. So there were a lot of questions in the previous session, and there is a discussion that how the forecast can be made accurate. And in telecom sector, we also try to make forecasts. One thing is sure that most of the forecasts are reliably wrong. And as it happens that many of us make new year resolutions at the beginning of the year, and we make forecasts, and both are highly fallible. But they have a strategic value and they are very valuable. So we should try to do our best what can be done. And how the telecom can help in this, I will touch upon those points. And there is a lot of commonality between telecom and the metro, that both sectors give the mobility and both connect to the people. So as mobile networks keeps regular watch on their subscribers, and it is required for their functional purposes, because whenever there is a incoming call or incoming communications, networks have to reach out to the customer. So it is very much required. It is nothing special that we have to generate this for any other purpose. So it is available there, and we can generate origination and destination matrix for transportation purpose. That is very sure. And we have used this monitoring kind of things during COVID times, but it was altogether for different purposes. During COVID time, mobile networks were being used to make people immobilize. And during the lockdown, and it was being checked whether the people are following or complying the lockdown regulations or not. But this time we want to check, or we want to know where they want to go or from where they are coming. So it can be generated in an aggregated manner from the telecom network. And we have received in the end of the last year or the beginning of this year from Chennai Metro that whether we can do some exercise, and we have worked upon that, and we could generate a origination destination matrix, the hotspot areas, hot mobility hubs which are there, and with the for different time windows, how from one cluster to other clusters movements are happening. As we know that accuracy of the location, which may be an issue when we want to make a more accurate prediction, and uh, in normal times or in normal ways, cell ID is the typical information which is captured in call detail records or any mobility records, though accuracy may be more accurate than that. So typically, in normal cases, accuracy of the location will depend upon the size of the cell, and the size of cell reduces in the dense networks, and it becomes better. And the positioning methods which are available, technologies are available which can improve it, but those are a costly affair, and it is very difficult to do for 100% of cases. For some specific cases it can be done, but for 100% of cases it is costly. But if there is a great value in this location accuracy, definitely there is a way to invest in it and improve the location. So what happens that whenever there is a communication, networks usually makes an announcement that there is a call for you, and mobiles or mobile users raise the hand that I am here, please connect to me. And the area which is served by the cell describes or depicts the accuracy. So if you have more cells, then accuracy will be better, and this can be done, it can be improved by putting more infrastructure. So how the preciseness can be improved, and whether we can detect the transport mode in this analysis. We are confident. We have not done and we have not tested, but we are quite confident that we can detect the transport mode. And for that purpose, if we have the inputs of path time signatures of the rolling stocks or the trains, and the operational information is available, then that can be utilized while we are analyzing the data, because we can detect the cohort which is moving, and we can assign that cohort to the particular group of the people, and it can be improvised. And even it can be improvised if we put some additional infrastructure on strategic locations from where train goes, that how to discover and how to detect that yes, it belongs to that group. That can be done. And usually with the cell ID, if a train passes through some route, and we take the cell IDs, then cell IDs will be some specific locations. It will not be that granular. So the route which is taken by the metro and the locations which we have discovered from the mobile locations may be quite different. But if we consider the all other signatures, then we can maybe more accurate and can detect that path. And on the basis of the information available with the telecom, we tried to discover the dwelling spots using the net prints or the digital footprints available on the mobile networks. And what is the residence, where is the workplace, where is the market, or usually where people move. And for that purpose, some criteria has to be put in, that how long duration there was no variation in the location, or there was a little variation. But when you configure these values, when you define the criteria, probably in most of the cases, experts will try to guide you. But if you use the AI and ML, then you can discover this through the training of the models, that what may be the appropriate in that case. And it may vary depending on the type of the town. In a tourist place, it may be quite different than in the normal metro cities. So when you want to discover, when you want to create a model for the tourist places, and when you want to create a model for the metros, there may be a difference. And we can improve this model if it passes through the training and validation phase. This is from the Chennai city, and we worked upon the Chennai city. So when we captured all the moves, every small moves we captured, that is the left side of the this image. So many dots, and when we have removed the points which are just within 2 kilometers, we assume that within 2 kilometers people will not be using or opting for the metros. Then this is the reduced image with few dots. And the rightmost part is that when we have clustered all these dots and tried to generate a mobile hubs or the clusters, and there were so many clusters, and on the basis of this, we generated origination and destination metrics. This is varying, this is changing with the time. When during night hours, population which is moving is less, in the daytime it is more. So we could generate, it is based on the counts of the people who are there in the particular area. But for the origination and destination metrics, the counts are not good enough. We have to relate where they are going, where they were present earlier and where they have gone. For that purpose, you need some identity which should be able to correlate between two data points or between two records. So this was done by individual operator, and two major operators have participated in this exercise. But what may happen that both the operators may opt for a different model, and there may be a different profile of the subscribers. So their origination and destination metrics may not exactly match. So the hot spots or their groupings may be different. So the challenging part is that when you want to merge that, and no operator wants to share the information in a raw form, even the aggregated form, they don't want to reveal that where their customers are more, in which area they have more penetration or not. So they are sensitive to that. So we are working that how the federated learning can be used to combine this, and the differential privacy kind of a approach can be taken, that without revealing the input data, we can compute, we can generate a consolidated matrix. And how the model can interact with each other, and they can tune, and we can discover that what is the right way to merge them. But another important point is that for addressing privacy, because we are dealing with the privacy sensitive data, there may be some personally identifiable information. And the immediate thing which comes to the mind is that anonymization can be done. And anonymization seems to be the key to address the privacy, but that's not right. There are people and there are instances when even if you anonymize the data, it can be de-anonymized. And if you anonymize aggressively, every instance, if you want to anonymize, then you kill the information. The intelligence is lost. So if you want to do, if you want to achieve both, you want to maintain the privacy and at the same time you want to extract the intelligence, then there are models which are to be adopted. I will talk about that in the upcoming slides. And, but what is required is that we should not overlook the true potential of the data. It is not in the aggregated data. There are more nuanced understanding which is in the fine grained data, and the relationships which is there in the fine grained data, which is required to be leveraged for good modeling. This is this. There are some few examples which came to my mind, and but those can be applied in even in case of in other cases as well. What is required is that use artificial intelligence and digital twins of the city, and users are also required to participate when we are designing these transport models. So design thinking based approach is required if we want to uh, truly make a good model and we want to increase the value. It is not about the ridership, it is the true value which is in the minds of the end user. So on the left side, there is an example that there is an increasing trend that there are peripheral roads around the city. Yeah, even for daily city, there is a eastern peripheral and western peripheral, and it is a mega ring which is created around the city to avoid the traffic. But personally, I know many people, and I have tried to explore that many of the people for whom this can be a good thing to avoid the daily congestion, they are not opting for these peripheral roads because it is 60% longer in the distance and only 60% is the increase in the speed. So ultimately, no gain. So if I can travel with 100 km per hour speed instead of the 60 km per hour, and I have to go 60% more, then I am not likely to use it. But how many such people are there? If you want to discover, you have to understand the mobility data, and you can figure out that yes, these are the people who could have used it if we would have designed it in a bit different manner, because it is not a good option for them. And even whatever decision is taken, we can measure the outcome, means what we plan, whether that is happening or not, that can also be evaluated using the telecom data. So, so this data enables you to take right inputs at the time of the design, and this also enables that how to measure the outcome once it is designed. And with the AI, what may happen that whatever you have considered that there should be a ring, it may not suggest a ring. It may suggest a web of networks, road networks, and of a varying widths. So totally different things may emerge, or suggestion may be different from the conventional uh, ways of designing a road or metro transport networks. On the right side, there is an example that uh, on every festive season, we see the surge in the traffic, and we see that there is a congestion on the roads and congestion, or metros are crowded. But if you analyze, then all the surges are not of same nature. For example, in Raksha Bandhan, which is a brother sister relationship celebration, if you try to make a graph how people move, that is quite different than the graph which is there on the Diwali or celebration, because family gatherings are happening in one case, in other case people are moving from brother to sister and sister to brother kind of locations. So the graph is different, and if you want to discover the graph and you want to understand that, then aggregated data can't help. it is to be processed with a fine grained data. And we need to venture beyond the bounds of origination destination matrix. And with the generative AI and the advanced AI, as it was mentioned in the previous presentation, the right thing is to ask right question. And if right question is asked, then probably you will get a better solution. And now there is a focus on formulating the problems. The formulation of problem is equally important than the solving the problems. So how to formulate, and there is one project of Massachusetts Institute of Technology, that is Digital Hearth, where they collect the local voice, and they have created a local voice network, and where the conversations, the individual conversations can also be recorded, and using AI and NLP, you can convert all those conversations into a narrative. Which narrative is useful for a designer? They can formulate their problem statements in a far better way, because they have a good understanding what people want, what people think. So what is required is that if we want to leverage the true power of the data, then we should unleash the power of imagination. AI will not give the answer, final answer, but AI will give you, AI will trigger or spark the creative thinking. So you will start imagining that how the things can be solved, or how the problems can be solved in a newer ways. So that is required. So we are interested more to have a AI insights. So so what we propose, or what we think that we should move, it is not just a sharing of origination and data destination matrix between telcos and metro corporations. It is not just that you generate a OD matrix and share the data. What is required is that every operator or every entity will be having its own local model, and data will reside there. Because what is happening, that custodian of data and user of the data are different in this case. So if you want to maintain the privacy, data should not escape the boundaries of the custodian of the data. That is very much required. And how to run that model, and how the local models can interact with each other, and how the local models can be trained and validated. So some kind of a independence will be there, freedom will be there, and some kinds of a guidance will be there, so how to move ahead. And in this participation, other other participants are also required, like a navigation app, or traveling survey app, or a computer vision related information which is gathered from the CCTV service providers, or a cab service providers. How we can come together and help each other, that is required. So because nobody wants to share the commercially sensitive data, and we need to evolve a privacy preserving models, so that we can truly leverage the data. So important is not to share the data, important is that ask the question and get the response. And when we have to adopt privacy enhancing technology, and for your information, United Nations has established a PAT labs, privacy enhancing technology labs, to demonstrate how the input data is not is not shared, but results can be computed, and the inconsistencies can be figured out. But that lab is mainly for the international scenarios, but similar kind of labs can be established for our own purposes. And we need to showcase the capabilities to give provable privacy guarantees. So important is that we should demonstrate that privacy is maintained. And once this is done, this AI can also be used for having a targeted survey. Normally, what happens when we go through the survey, the person who is participating in the survey is burdened to provide a lot of information, and people don't participate in it. If something can be captured intuitively and intelligently, and it is not required to be submitted, and only relevant and pertinent questions are asked from the participant of the survey, then success of the survey will be more, and you will be more sure that you get a good data. And there are number of studies where if you try to do survey in a single stroke, you will get wrong results because people don't share the correct information. When it is done in a iterative manners, a number of times, survey are more accurate. So what is required is that you reduce the burden, but you do the more number of iterations, then you will get a good result from the survey. How that can happen, that in the morning, I was discussing with Mr. Nagendra, who came with me. Uh, he told me that ridership during COVID time has gone down, and now it has picked up again. And now we want to increase the ridership. So my question was that, uh, do you know who are those people who were traveling earlier are not traveling anymore? Can you discover them? Can you reach out to them directly? Mobile knows who was traveling earlier with the metro, and no more he is traveling or using metro. But if you try to discover that and reach out to them, it may be scary. People will people will think that you are tracking me. You know that whether I am using metro or not. Until and unless you demonstrate that that information is not available to me, it is maintained in a privacy preserving manner, and we have to demonstrate, then you can target a particular people, and you can get a good quality output from the surveys. So final slide is that in this age of advanced AI and privacy enhancing technology era, it is merely accessing data and harnessing technology is not the key issue. Real pivot lies in showcasing transformative benefits of data power. We should demonstrate to the person that if this data is used or this data is processed, there are transformative benefits. And we have ensured, we using right technology, that privacy is rock solid. And in achieving this, challenge is collaboration. And collaboration is important, and people should be ready to invest. It is not exchanging of information, it is participating in this economics. So that can be done, and telecom can help in improvising traffic demand forecast or discovering better or newer solutions. Thank you.
Quite thought-provoking session on how telecom data can be used for demand forecasting. Now we can take two, three questions. Yeah, starting from. Please introduce yourself and then start
Yeah,
the question.
I'm Jiang. I'm from KTH.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question for Asit. I think this very comprehensive, deeper discussion about this teledata for travel forecasting. Because currently also we are working with the Swedish Transport Administration to try to validate this value of this mobile phone data for the travel forecasting. I think you mentioned like several issues already. This location accuracy, that is like a really big challenge. But there's also like two things. One is like the sampling biases for the mobile phone users, because like for the planning, we need this OD demand or the trip attraction or generations, right? But if you think about the mobile phone users, not like everyone use this your service, right? And that could cause lots of biased estimated OD metrics. I'm not sure how do you address this one. The other one is like from the communication operation perspective, right? You also like rerouting the communication traffic. If there's a lot of users try to call here, probably you will use different routers. And that also causes bias to the OD metrics, right? And yeah, for those two aspects, I just want to see like if already have some solutions for your team. And yeah.
Can you repeat? Hello. Can you repeat what bias, what kind of bias you mentioned?
When we like estimate the OD demand matrix, right? From the user perspective, not everyone use the same tele services, especially for some specific group, like for the children's or aged people, they may not like use mobile phone. Anyway, right? That is like one bias. The other bias is that, like from the communication operation perspective, you'll be rerouting traffic. Right? Even I call here, the nearest tower is here, but basically you'll be rerouting me to a further tower. That means like my location where I call is actually not what I'm here.
Yeah.
Those are like two different social biases.
Yeah. Definitely, there may be some issues, and what we have not validated our model, and we need to validate it. So when we will get more information from the metro corporations, we can compare and we can uh, refine our models. But what you are saying is correct, that if usage profile is not same, and then definitely what we are using is related to the consumption of the services. So if things are not being consumed, and then records are lesser. But what can be done is that if there is a true value, you can get locations even when it is services are not being consumed. You can capture periodically. You can also capture periodically, but it is a network initiated triggers when you capture the information, and it consumes resources, additional resources to get that information. But that can be done. That requires some investment, that eats out the resources. And about the accuracy, uh, my point is that you can improve the accuracy by putting more infrastructure as well. So if you are interested on the metro sites only, and connectivity is to be improved for the metro, so if both collaborate, then you can put the sites on a strategic locations where you want to discover more, or you can be more aggressive in a particular area for a shorter duration. So instead of capturing information more frequently in a larger area, wherever you are doing a study, you narrow down to that, and you become more aggressive and you capture more information. And if some path signatures are available, then you can identify that the person is in that cell site, or person is temporarily locked to that site, or if you want to know with a certainty, then some location based triggers can be, for advanced positioning methods can be triggered to detect or to be sure, uh, and that may help. But we have to do. We have not done so far. We will try.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Manisha Singh, Chief Architect from Delhi Metro. My question is to you, Father Paul, and a thought for Professor Neil. We at DMRC have been facing challenges of coordinating with various state agencies and private players. You spoke about multimodal integration, and just recently I have been to Amsterdam, and I realized there was a smart card which I was traveling with, but it was only valid for state-owned transport systems, not for the private players. Um, we, since have been facing these challenges, have you faced these challenges in coordinating with various agencies, Father Paul? And if so, how have you addressed those challenges? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I think myself and Sanjay sir will be able to answer that question. Multimodal is always a challenge, which we know. And at the moment, the water metro is working under Kochi Metro. So that is an advantage for Kochi. So both these modes are combined. Rajagiri is about to sign an MOU with water metro for the data sharing, which means those two will come. And again, I think one good thing about KMRL is they are also working with the buses, private buses. I think there are 7 private bus associations working in collaboration with, I think KMRL took the initiative and put them together. So which means their data is also coming one way or other. And also we are working with the State Transport Corporation, KSRTC. We are in touch with the minister and all. And they are also willing to share their data, whatever that is available, because now GPS data is available. And then Auto, Cochin Metro again took the initiative to bring
ER2.
Yeah, that is Ozo app or something like that. But we haven't got the data yet. But we are pretty sure that we will be able to get that. And again, we put a project to Mauha to mark the parking in the city. So if that happens, if the project is through, then we will be able to get the parking spots and the availability of parking. Then we will be monitoring the parking loads. So then we will connect parking loads with the boards. And also we got another project, and that is a project of interest, academic interest. Is a blockchain-based project where we can have multi-modal tickets, which is based on smart contracts. So that means even if it is managed by different agencies, the ticketing can be clubbed together, and accounting can be done together accordingly. So these are the things that is in that we are actually thinking. Maybe the rest I think is
So I request Dr. Neil if he would like to add about on this multimodal challenges. Dr. Neil.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your question from the audience. Indeed, I recognize your point. Maybe for some context, if you operate public transport in our country, whether it's a train, a bus, or a ferry, or anything which is public transport, you need to connect to the smart card. So all public transport is organized via one card, which is great for the passenger and which is also great for data analytics. However, we need to consider privacy, of course, and we also need to consider business interests because in some parts of the country, these companies are also competing with each other. So sharing your data is a point of attention. If you look at multimodality, the national railways in the Netherlands, they also operate a shared bicycle scheme, which is called the PT bike, which you can rent at every station in the Netherlands. You can rent a bike with your smart card. So that's well integrated. And I think it's one of the best innovations in our public transport system. However, private owned shared mobility companies, for instance, we had Mobike at some point and Donkey Republic, I think you know them all, many from Asia also entering the European market. These are not connected to the smart card city. And I think that's a pitfall and a challenge because if we want to go for door-to-door convenience and if we want to go for door-to-door data sharing, we have some challenges there. So I agree with you that I think we have it quite well organized, but it's far from complete because of these private operators in the shared mobility industry. What's complicated are two things. They come and go. This business is obviously not mature. Companies arrive and in a year or 2 years or 3 years, they're gone again. So it's very hard to make policy in a democracy. It takes time to develop policies, as we all know. So governments cannot actually deal with these quick dynamics. And the other thing is that there was no policy in place, so there was no rule and regulations. And I think that's in the end, the solution. If we think this multimodality, this integration, mobility as a service, the promise of that, if we want that, I think the only way is to enforce it via the government, via contracts. If you want to operate shared mobility in our city, these are the rules, and that means you need to connect to the smart card system, and you also need to share your data to some extent, of course. My experience is that that's the only way to continue, but of course, that's a political debate.
Thank you very much.
Good
I think
afternoon.
now we can take more questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Last
I'm
question,
Samir Sharma from NCRTC. The question is to Mr. Asit. Sir, I wanted to know that where you left, in fact, is DOT is working on any guideline or any policy initiative where this data can be opened up by certain way where the basically telecom companies can monetize it or in some way they become interested, still these confidentiality issues can be tackled and it can be opened up to the metro companies and all other mobility planners whosoever are planning the metro network and bus networks. Thank you.
So we are working, and I think we have to work together while framing these policies. In raw form, this data cannot be shared, and anonymization has its own challenges. And aggregation kills the value. So what is required is to come up with some solution which achieves both the objectives. You can plan or you can extract the intelligence, and the same time privacy can be maintained. For that purpose, what we see is that we should identify few technologies which should be adopted, and already privacy data act is in place, and we should demonstrate that privacy is honored and we can extract the uh, intelligence out of it. So we will try to identify some PTs.
Yeah, just last question. I'm Sudhir Saxena from NCRTC. A very small question because we are playing with the personal data of all of us, and I only want to know how does it infringe basically the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which is probably in the offing now. So what is your take on that, to Mr. Asif, please?
Can you repeat what is the challenge?
Basically, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act,
Yeah.
which is coming up, and then how do we try to cover up that, and once the data is being transferred, and you've talked about the anonymization, etc., and all the details, and saving up data also, but then how does it cover up basically? How do you try to
No,
save from the
means
protect from
data should not escape the boundaries of the owner of the data. If we can achieve that, and only insights are shared, not the data. So if I, as a telco, I can generate some insights which are useful for you, but I am not sharing data. And I am processing that within my own premise, where data is already there. Then probably I can conform to the requirements of any privacy law.
Thank you very much for all the participants, speakers. The interest can be seen in the way questions are being asked. Yeah. We can take question during the break, sir. Oh, okay. Anyway, sir, Professor Sarkar. Yes, sir.
Did, and I have just, yeah. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my concern, because nowadays I see that you generate huge amount of data through call data recordings, and this is one of the good areas to make use of the artificial intelligence. And in fact, I know that there are some researchers in Japan, United States, they have done a considerable work in converting the call data recording generated to the mobile ultimately to develop the OD metrics, and which is gives a fantastic results. So they have done a lot of work. I know some researchers in Bangladesh also has done a lot of work. But I was trying to find out that though these attempt has been made, what extent we can take this model as a successful model to go forward and validate our results with the real situation, and we can replace the conventional modeling, because nowadays we do not have time to gather data and what you call validate the data. So that is my one of the questions I thought of what you call asking these things to the from the
Thank you. Dr. Jason, would you like to take this question? Yes.
Thank you for the question. Actually, data, we need not collect the data because data is already there from years together. When the system came into the picture, from that day, data is already getting collected and some or other form. Only thing is that the model which we are designing, that should have a capability to accept that data. And if it is not, then probably we may have to convert those data. And there are data conversion tools also there. With that, you can convert that and you can feed into your modeling system to get the desired results.
Yeah.
The model.
Sir.
You know, there's a lot of the complexities comes. I know because the data being generated through the mobile systems, and it's huge data. That's how to get into the what you call synthesizing the data, processing the data. Ultimately, do you really resort onto the application of soft computing For example, fuzzy logic, artificial neural network or genetic algorithm. If you do so, because I have done a lot of work initially using the limited data, but now we have a horizon to capture huge data. So therefore, what is the probability to see the accuracy of the results when you compare to the real data? That's my question.
Okay, sir. Thank you for that query. More the data, more the merrier. I think that is the principle in ML and AI. So if we get large data sets, I think we are happy with that because the models, the algorithms will work on it. Only thing is we don't have enough precise data. As I mentioned earlier, with regards to anomalies and outliers, we are not in a position still now to capture those data points. If we can able to do that, then I think we'll be able to do. And big data, we got the Hadoop infrastructure, etc. We can hold the data. That is okay. But then pre-processing, etc., we got challenges, but I think we can manage it. So I think data is not a problem, getting data, but then refinement and other things, pre-processing, etc., we got challenges, but we will overcome that. And again, one thing I think I have to add to what Asit sir was telling, we need to have a system where we can ask questions and get the responses. And that is why we got this platform, JPTab. That platform, we got APIs. That is in our mind. It should be open to public and other agencies. Where there are certain APIs, they ask questions about the data that is with the Kochi Metro and other modes of transport. They cannot get hold of the data, but they can ask questions and they get the results back. And I would like, sir and others to take some initiative to bring a framework where we got some kind of standardization for these kind of APIs. That is what we are looking at. Thank you.
Thank you very much for questions. And let me just summarize the sessions and then we'll break for the lunch. Dr. Jason, thank you very much, Mr. Sanjay, for insightful presentation on the JP depth model. You illustrated how historical data and ASC data can be used for demand forecasting using artificial neural network for short-term forecasting and auto-regressive model for long-term forecasting, and how it can be presented in a powerful visualization models dashboards. Thank you, Dr. Neil Van Ort, for giving insight on how multiple sources like Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, GSM, traveler app, social media, signaling, and vehicle location data can be used for demand forecasting. You discussed about the transport model using network data, smart card data, processing this data, and converging this data for the route choice and visualization option. You introduced a very interesting concept on service reliability, how service reliability can be taken into transport modeling and how it can be used to enhance the ridership actually. Thanks, Mr. Asit Kadian, for making us aware what kind of telecom data is being available, how it can be used for transport modeling, and the privacy issue involved, which are very important, of course, and how this data can rest with the owner of the data, that is the local model, and it can be used with confidence and privacy in the. And you also talked about mobility hubs, Chennai case, how hourly variation in the demand, to travel demand can be seen. Thank you very, very much, all the speakers, and we are. I know everybody is waiting for the lunch now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for very effectively summing up the session. And may I now request Dr. Amit Kumar Jain to kindly felicitate the speakers with token of remembrance, please. सर के पास ही वाला Now I would like to call upon Deputy CEO I Metro and Joint General Manager Shri Rajneesh Kumar Rana ji to kindly felicitate Dr. Amit Kumar Jain, please. Thank you very much, sir. And I thank. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you all the eminent speakers on the dais. And with the end of this session, I request everyone to kindly join for the lunch in the lobby area. And we shall be back here sharply by 14:40 hours, please. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
May I now request everyone to please kindly join. May I now request everyone to please kindly join as our very interesting session is waiting. I request everyone to please kindly join back. Our session is going to start very shortly, so I again request everyone to please kindly join. We welcome everyone and let's move towards our third key technical session on machine learning and AI in traffic demand forecasting. I know it may be pretty difficult to concentrate after lunch, but I am just promising that the coming sessions are also very amazing. So, I would like to request our speakers of the session to please join this dais. I would invite Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Dean, School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. Mr. Shagun Mittal, Research Assistant, Purdue University, USA. Dr. Louis Williamson, Director, Norman Solutions and Technologies, UK, who will be joining online. Dr. Shalini Sinha, Senior Associate Professor, CEPT University, Ahmedabad, who will also be joining us online. I would now like to introduce the very eminent personality who is going to be the moderator of this session, Dr. Sanjay Gupta. He is presently serving as Dean Research and Faculty Welfare and Professor of Transport Planning at SPA Delhi. He has nearly 36 years of experience at SPA Delhi, including about 32 years as full-time faculty in the field of urban and regional transport. He is also coordinator of Center for Urban Freight Studies and Center for Shared and Electric Mobility at SPA New Delhi. His areas of interest include urban and regional transport planning, public transport planning, mobility issues, climate change, sustainability issues, and policy aspects. He has been an expert member on the Expert Appraisal Committee Infra 2, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, besides member State Expert Appraisal Committee, Ministry of Environment, Government of Delhi. He was also an expert member on committee of DDA's UTTI PEC, besides being the member of the jury for selection of national awards for Urban Transport, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India since 2011. Over to you, sir.
So thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I think I would like to kind of convey my thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity and be part of this very interesting theme of this conference, uh, unleashing the power of it, data, advancing metro traffic demand forecasting. And in this particular session, before I kind of invite the speakers one by one, I just wanted to kind of flag off the importance of transport data per se. All of us are here professionals in our own right. We all know how important transport data is for any transport systems planning. And obviously, the conventional transport data which we have been gathering, while it is essential and it is mandatory, it often takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of money, it probably sometime is not available readily. So there is obviously a need, with the changing mobility paradigm, which is more getting into behavior oriented solutions. I think it's very important that we need to look up into data sets which are automated, which probably can be collected without much of effort. And very interesting papers which I have just gone through as a moderator, looking into mobile network information and how that can be used for modeling purposes. And this all so-called big data which we have and which probably remains unutilized most of the time, I think that is what is the essence of I would call it a priority for we professionals to take it forward. And in times to come, we should probably become more intelligent in data handling. It goes without saying that user, operator, both of them actually will benefit from such kind of data bases which are available through mobile networks, through smart cards, through WhatsApp, through social networks, wherever they are available. Uh, Particularly with the reference to the metro, since Delhi Metro is the organizer for the conference. We all know there are maybe a couple of complexities which go into a metro operation in terms of daily and seasonal variations, in terms of events and interruptions which can happen because of unforeseen circumstances, or very importantly, to look into study the passenger behavior of such systems. That is where I think AI based techniques, machine learning techniques can really come in very handy, and they have been used. And you will soon see some of these presentations by the speakers here. We can get into pattern recognition of passengers in terms of is there a recurrence of travel behavior, recurrence of travel patterns, what time of the day they are traveling. We can do predictive modeling in terms of using a historical data, and not doing a plain time series analysis modeling, but actually using historical data and clubbing up with other determinants of demand. For example, how does the weather impact your behavior? So we need to and that is where the big data applications to me will come very, very handy. We also can look up into real time adaptation, which is more to do with monitoring of metro systems. And finally, we can get into optimization models. Uh, Dr. Louis Williamson has attempted in one of his slides on that effort. So with this kind of a huge, let's put applications of big data and use of AI techniques, machine learning techniques, I think the future is very bright. But I'll sum up in the end. There are certain issues which we probably need to which we need to probably take care of. With these few words, I will hand it back to. Should I invite the speakers one by one, or aap bulai? Huh? Okay. So it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Shagun Mittal. I'm still not referring him as doctor because he's still pursuing his PhD from Purdue University, and he's going to speak on accurate and granular passenger demand assessment for effective transit planning. All yours.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shagun Mittal. I'm a research assistant at Purdue University, and I'm also presenting on behalf of Dr. Satish Ukusuri, who is a professor of civil engineering at Purdue University. The topic of my presentation today would be accurate and granular passenger demand estimation using big data. So first, let's talk about the big picture. In every machine learning task, we have three components: the inputs, the model, and the outputs. Now, the inputs could be something like traffic estimates or passenger estimates across some time period. The model could be any machine learning model which is relevant to the task. A few of them are listed on the slide and have been talked upon by previous speakers. And the outputs could be the dynamics at future time period of traffic or of passenger estimates. However, regardless of the model, the inputs and outputs have been observed to be intrinsically linked. If we want good outputs, we really need great inputs. One of these quotes by Benjamin Franklin from 1700s is very apt for machine learning for a key component of machine learning. It says, by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. If we are unable to prepare our inputs well, we cannot expect the outputs to be good. In machine learning terms, it's also called garbage in, garbage out. So with this information, we all can agree upon this, that it is crucial to estimate the passenger demand variations very accurately for having a good prediction. Now, the mobility landscape has evolved across years and decades. In 1980s, the data was estimated using theoretical foundations, using gravity-based models. However, it had certain limitations, especially in terms of real-world applications. Thereafter, in 2000s, people moved towards traditional surveys, which were more targeted in terms of the questionnaires and also in terms of the audience. However, due to low response rate and also the cost of conducting these surveys, people from 2010 onwards started moving towards user-generated data, which is the big data. In terms of the mobility assessment, there has been a shift in the paradigm too. In conventional transportation planning, it was more towards providing mobility to people. However, the current and future transportation planning involves more towards providing accessibility to people via mobility. The conventional transportation planning was more focused towards automobile. However, now it has a more of multimodal focus, a systems approach. It also combines different social, economic, and environmental impacts, leading towards sustainable development goals also. However, for such analysis, we require more data. We require more of accurate data. And the big data comes into the picture. Big data can be defined as something which has great variety, it arrives in great volumes, and with great velocity. Three factors which have contributed towards the surge of big data are technological progress, the development of infrastructure, and availability of data for users like us. And with this, it has been used for various different applications, including healthcare, for fraud detection, um, for recommendation systems, also for weather predictions, entertainment and media, and most importantly, for citizen-based policies. Now, why do we need big data in transportation? There has been rapid urbanization seen by cities. There has been fast changing mobility patterns across different areas of the city. And to capture this, we need system-wide intelligence and also accurate assessment of changes over time. This is required for informed decision making for administrators and policymakers. Moreover, as Dr. Gupta mentioned initially, with climate change, there have been many more disruptions, and assessment of transportation systems, collecting data for them, has also become much more essential. Um, with these reasons, big data has been continually used in planning, real-time responses, and also to study social dynamics in cities. There are numerous advantages of using big data. These include the comprehensiveness of the data, the preciseness, both in terms of the regional preciseness and in terms of the temporal preciseness of this data. The data is continually collected, and also it is passively collected, so we do not really need extra resources in order to collect this kind of a data. Additionally, the data captures a much larger degree of users, which is important for having a meaningful analysis in these areas. There exist many different types of novel data sets. However, for this presentation, my focus would be more on cell phone location data. Now, cell phone location data, it collects records of location and time of some proportion of users from the population. Um, with these with these records, we are able to assess the mobility patterns and transportation related behavior at very high granular level. In these figures, we have visualized the data for the region of NCR, and it has been visualized for first of January of 2020, before COVID. So we can see different patterns very granularly, how people are traveling from cities of Jaipur, Aligarh, and Agra to New Delhi. And even when we look more precisely into the city of New Delhi, we can see the patterns, especially from the satellite cities of Ghaziabad, Gurugram, Faridabad, Noida, and so on. So these kind of insights can really be extracted and analyzed for policy-based decisions. Now, we introduce this new mobility diagnostics using such data. So the aim of public transport planners is to have an observability of the city in terms of the movement patterns. And also, this is essentially important for service monitoring and improvements. Now, traditionally, it has been performed using methods based on land use. However, these do lack real world validity and applicability. There have been solutions which require specialized equipment or ticketing system. However, they miss out on very important details. Most of these methods are mode specific. And for these tasks, we really need the information about many different modes of travels, which are really missed out by using these specialized equipment. Additionally, it is time taking and expensive to install them. Overall, with these issues, it leads to inadequate routes and services, lack of customer satisfaction, and also lost opportunities in terms of attracting users. With this new mobility diagnostics, and I would say with this presentation, one key insight which I would like you all to take away is that novel datasets and methods offer effective solutions to overcome this issue by having accurate passenger demand estimation at very detailed spatial resolution. We have performed this mobility diagnostic in multiple cities across the world and different continents, covering different continents. We have performed it in Indianapolis in US, in Mexico City in Mexico, in 4 of cities in Africa, which are Nouakchott, Bamako, Niamey, and Maputo. And in India, we have performed this for Delhi and Chennai. For this presentation, I would like to highlight a few of the instances where we have used this diagnostics in Delhi and Chennai. So I wouldn't dive deep into the methods. However, if there are any questions later, I'm happy to answer in more detail. With the raw data, basically we try to extract the trajectories using unsupervised machine learning methods. And with these trajectories, using some of the features, we try to extract the mode in which this trip was performed. So one of the basic things which we get out of this kind of analytics is the distribution of usage of modes. So for example, in these figures, it shows the percentage of trips that are being performed by different modes like driving, transit, and walking. The dark green colored regions show that, for example, in the first case, it shows that the percentage of trips via driving are high. And the regions which have more of orange and red color shows that the percentage of trips via driving are low. So overall, we observe that in most part of Delhi, still people travel via driving more in comparison to transit and walking. However, in certain parts, especially in New Delhi, East Delhi, and Southern Delhi, we have seen there are high number of transit trips. For walking, only small regions have the majority of walking trips, which are the central and eastern parts of Delhi. Thereafter, we focus more on the transit-related trips, and we try to assess demand in different ways and in different spatial resolutions. We first try to estimate it based on watt-to-watt level. We try to estimate the origin-destination flows. Then we estimate the visits to stations, which would be the footfall at different transit stops and stations. Then we dive deeper into different routes and estimate what would be the OD flow from one stop to other if we are considering one particular route. And lastly, we evaluate the demands on different routes. So with this mobile phone data and based on the methods that we have evolved, we can construct this kind of a transit OD matrix. Here, each point corresponds to the flow which is occurring between one of the origin wards to the destination wards, which is in the columns. Some key insights can be obtained by this. For example, we see there are a high number of transit trips that are being attracted by Central and New Delhi during morning peak hours. Also, New Delhi has high transit flows within itself. We can estimate these transit flow matrices across different time periods, and this information as a whole would be very useful for the transit OD flow prediction in future. Okay, so next we look more into how different regions, different wards are getting connected by transit. And in this slide, we look at how, like within Delhi, what are the top connections of transit? We observe that most of these top connections lie within the regions of New Delhi. There are the highest number of transit trips. We also look at the connections between satellite cities to Delhi, between Delhi to satellite cities, and between satellite cities themselves. Overall, this information is useful in order to evaluate where is the highest transit flow happening and where can we make interventions to improve. In this slide, I would also like to highlight the column of all trips, which is the last column in each of the tables. I'm not sure if you can read the numbers, but the transit trips, they have only a proportion of, these are only a proportion of all trips. And this proportion ranges from 30% to 50%. So even in these regions, which are most connected via transit, there is still a lot of scope to improve. There is still a lot of scope to improve our services so that people can adapt transit more. Next, we also look into the driving flows that are happening from satellite cities to Delhi. And here we kind of summarize the regions in Delhi where most of the people are traveling via driving during morning peak hours. Most of the trips from satellite cities are happening from Ghaziabad, from Noida, from Gurugram, and from Faridabad. And these trips are happening towards many of the regions within New Delhi and eastern parts of Delhi. Again, if there are some services, for example, NCRT, which are to be implemented in these areas, they might want to consider these most connected regions in order to serve the passengers better. Next, we evaluate transit stop access by people, and using mobility data, we look at which transit stops are visited most by people during different hours of the day. We construct these kind of maps where each dot in the map highlights one bus stop or bus station, and the color, if it is represented by dark green, it represents the footfall on that particular bus stop is very high. Whereas if it is represented by yellow or red, it means that the footfall is relatively low on those transit stops. So as we can see in the morning peak hours, there is high footfall which is being observed in the central parts of Delhi and in parts of New Delhi. Moreover, we can also see certain parts of suburban areas where there is high footfall observed. This is because people try to use transit in order to go to their workplaces. We also list 5 most visited bus stops, and this is listed for both morning peak hours and evening peak hours. Again, with this information, one can try to look at these particular transit stops and try to improve the services on these transit stops so that all the passengers are well facilitated by the facilities. Right. So next, we try to assess the OD matrices more granularly, looking at each of the route. We try to construct these stop-to-stop OD matrices, again using cell phone location data, where it is easy to replicate, and also we can assess the changes during different times of the day. So this analysis, I would like to present the one which we performed for Chennai, and I'll particularly present the results from this particular metro line, which is which is pointing towards the airport. So we try to construct this stop-to-stop OD matrix where each cell represents the passenger flow from the origin stop to the destination stop. And we can assess this in both the directions. towards the airport and away from the airport. In these heat maps, the dark orange colored cells, they show that these are the regions where highest transit flow is happening, and the ones which are more in yellow show that the transit flow is relatively low. Again, the stops which are connected with dark orange or which are highly connected are the ones which should be considered in order to improving the services. Moreover, if there is a disruption, these should be the ones which should be targeted first in order to resolve the services so that most passengers are able to still use these metro services. Again, using the mobile phone location data, we evaluate the demands on different metro routes. And on the top, we list the top five routes where most trips are happening. And the route which conducts the highest number of trips was from the airport to Central Metro in Chennai, which conducts about 10,000 trips in a day. Again, we look at the variations by different hours of the day, for example, by morning peak, off peak, and evening peak hours. Again, this is useful to know for which time of the day and which particular route there is overcrowding in that particular metro or in that particular bus if this is performed for buses. When people are trying to deploy more of buses or more of metros, people can look at these particular routes and see if they can help increase the frequency so that more and more people can be facilitated. Right. So in the past few slides, I've explained how we can estimate demands at different spatial resolutions. But here I also show how we can estimate these across different time periods. And again, this time series is very useful in order for us to predict what will happen in future. This, along with a predictive machine learning model, may be utilized for demand forecasting in future. Now, the things that I presented were more about transit demand estimation. However, the analysis that can be performed using such a data is quite vast. One such analysis that we did for Indianapolis in United States was to look at from which regions are people traveling to access this particular bus stop. It is assumed that people travel only about 500 meters to access a bus stop, but our analysis showed that about 70% of people actually were traveling from areas which were further away from 500 meters. Also, we found that there were some people who were traveling about 4 miles, which is around 7 kilometers, to access that bus stop, maybe using some drop-off services or via bikes. Now, this slide summarizes the things that I've talked about, in what ways we can assess and estimate demands. However, we can do things further. For example, with this data, we can look at the routes which are best options for the particular transit system. We can look at the places where people go to after alighting a bus or after alighting metro. We can look at how accessible are opportunities with the transit services that we have. Moreover, we can look at the people who are using these services even during harsh weathers like heat waves or during cyclone, and how does the demand drop during these times. The major takeaways are there has been a data revolution in transportation, and people are using hybrid models that use both optimization-based techniques and machine learning-based techniques. These insights, they help policymakers to tackle transit problems using these deep analytics. However, we do recognize that data has its own limitations, and data does not really replace expertise, but it supports it. There are certain issues with the data which we should consider, and these have been highlighted by previous speakers too. There are issues related to representativeness and biasness to certain demographics. There have been issues related to privacy. For example, certain vendors not trying to, for example, this is really common for the data which involves videos and cameras. There have been questions regarding the ownership, for example, certain vendors not wanting to share their data sets. And moreover, the issues regarding data quality still remains, and researchers need to consider this in their modeling and data analytics efforts in order to give out the best outputs. Thank you. If you have any questions, I think we'll do the questions later.
Thank you so much. A very interesting presentation. Have a seat. We'll take the questions at the end of the session. So now it's my pleasure to invite Louis Williamson, Director, Nomon Solutions and Technologies UK. The topic of his presentation is contribution of big data and machine learning to transport. And if I'm not mistaken, travel demand forecasting as well. You can correct me, Louis. Thank you. That is correct. So, thank you very much for this opportunity to tell you a bit more about what is it we're doing in particular in Spain, Britain and Latin America in terms of exploiting big data and machine learning in order to help making better decisions in transportation. Incidentally, the previous presentation by Mr. Mittal that it was excellent, and there are references to what I'm going to say today. We are using a slightly different approach in some of these cases. A couple of words about Nomon. Nomon is a technology company. It's a private company. We're relatively small. We're about 45 people at the moment. We started live 8 years ago in Spain, and then we have expanded internationally to other countries. We work in the interchange or the interface between big data and machine learning or artificial intelligence in order to help better decision making. The raw data, the most important raw data we use is mobile phone data, similar to the previous presentation, similar but not quite the same. Ticketing data, smart card data when it's used, and other data sources like land use data, census data, and so on. We are particularly good at data fusion, combining different data sources in order to improve the results, the quality of the trip matrices of the results that we obtain in practice. Why it's so useful and so important, the use of big data? I think you probably have heard it enough through the day about its advantages, and certainly the previous presentation was a very good example of that. None of the big data sources is perfect. None of them give us all the answers, all the details that we would like to have in order to produce the models and the support to decision making that we would like to have. The experience of Nomon has been that using machine learning, we can enrich these data sets. We can improve the data sets. And we are going to talk here about two types of improvements. One of them is the model that's already referred to in order to optimize the scheduling of public transport services. That requires an estimation of how many people are going to be using a particular metro line, for example, in the next 90 minutes, and how we can organize the service in order to satisfy that demand better. Or in another less ambitious approach, if you like, estimating the exact number of people that will be using the same metro line tomorrow, particular times, so that we can plan for tomorrow a best service in that case. And the other one is we have used machine learning to forecast some of the new technologies, mobility technologies that are being implemented and developed, like bicycle sharing, particular electric bike sharing, e-scooters, car rental by the minute, and so on. These are new services that at the moment do not have the methods to forecast the future demand. The traditional methodologies that we use for demand forecasting don't work very well for this particular system. I'm not going to say very much about this. I'm going to focus on enriching data sets and scheduling better public transport services. The data sets that we use have already been mentioned before. I would just like to make a small distinction that may be useful in order to understand why some methods are different from each other. We use mobile network data. in general. And this is our preference in the countries where we work. And this is data based on the location of the mobile phone in a cell, in one of the cells created by the antennas in the mobile phone system. We also use ticketing data, smart cards, but the whole of the previous presentation was based on data from the location of mobile phones provided by applications like mapping or Facebook or other applications that use geolocation data, GPS data. This is very accurate location compared with the cell, which is a much bigger area in this other type of application, mobile network data. The advantage of this is a very good granularity on space and time. You know exactly where the phone, or plus minus 20 meters, where the phone was at any particular time. The limitation of this data is the sample, is the bias in the sample, because we don't know who is actually using these particular applications. It's not the whole of the population that has mobile phones that is using these particular applications. And moreover, these applications are interrupted. The majority of them only provide the GPS coordinates when the app is being used. And the app is not being used all the time unless you are using it for guidance. So in general terms, although we use this type of data for route choice sometimes, we tend not to use it for calculating the total number of trips from origin to destination because of this problem, which I think is probably more difficult problem in Europe and Latin America, where people are denying the access to this data to the mobile phone operator for reasons of privacy. They don't want this data to be available. And this is increasing in Europe, the concern about privacy. Therefore, this data is being blocked and it's becoming less useful than it was 5 years ago, for example. Nevertheless, it is a very interesting data source, and in other countries, it may well be the most useful one. These are all digital traces, breadcrumbs that we're leaving behind, and therefore they can be exploited. They are currently, in our knowledge, very well used in the USA. I worked in the USA as well in doing some toll road studies, and we use this type of data quite extensively in those cases. In Spain and the United Kingdom is very natural to use it for the development of strategic transport models and other type of transport models, concession models, and so on. So it's quite common. And I know that in other countries, at least it's being used experimentally and in some particular locations. And I don't know every country in the world either, how intensive the use of these big data is in those countries. So forgive my ignorance in that respect. The way it operates, and I'm sure it's the same case when you're using GPS data from applications, is you first identify where the mobile phone is static, is been in a location for some time, say 20, 30 minutes. And here we have a very simple example, artificial example, in which the location is the mobile phone in a cell. Cells tend to have this sort of shape, a bit wider than that, 120 degrees opening, rather than this picture, but forgive me the quality of the picture. Then we know that in these days, people are probably undertaking some activity there. We are also identified their movement in other cells where they are displacing themselves, the mobile phones, from one location to another. We look at land use and identify in this particular case that, these two locations where people stayed happen to be airports. And that explains why there is no interception of the mobile phone between these two locations. So we can then identify activities. The first one was probably home, depending on the time of day. This is the final destination, and the rest are legs of a trip. So identifying not just the origin and destination, but the legs of the trip and the mode of transport that was used in each of these legs is one of the objectives of enriching a data set of this nature. We have done a lot of work in Spain and other countries. We work extensively for the Ministry for Transportation In Spain, we monitor the pandemic, the movement during the pandemic. We provided origin destination metrics for the whole country day after day during the pandemic so that the ministry could check whether the limitations to movement were being adhered to. People were actually obeying the instructions not to move or allowing them to move at some stages, and where this happened better. We have also done a lot of work for the private sector, for public transport operators, for toll road concessions, and here are some of the international clients we have worked for. And recently as well, we have been working for the World Bank. The World Bank was interested in, again, the impact of the pandemic in reducing public transport patronage in Latin American cities and monitor how this was being recovered after the pandemic was considered to be finished, how public transport was recovered, and what type of policies were more effective in inducing people to return to public transport as quickly as possible. So all of these require enriching the data a little bit. You need to know not just the trip, but the mode of transport that was used, the time of day, and ideally the age of the people, because the pandemic affected older people more than the younger, and so on. So we needed to enrich these data sets. At the moment, we work in the countries that I'm showing here in this particular slide, intensively in Spain and the United Kingdom, but also in Latin America, in Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico City. In each one of them, we have an agreement of obtaining raw data from a mobile phone operator. Is Vodafone in the UK, Orange in Spain, Intel in Chile, which incidentally is the country I come from, and Claro and Telcel in Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina. And we're also negotiating this access to raw data in other countries shown here in light blue, like Italy, Poland, for example. The issue is, as I mentioned, that despite all these advantages of mobile phone data, the fact that we can have data day after day, 24 hours a day, 365 days in a year, it has limitations for our planning and modeling purposes. For example, we would like to know who owns a car and who doesn't, who owns a driving license, who can drive, the age and income of these travelers. And this data doesn't come naturally from the raw data itself. We can only identify a few activities. And these are limitations we come in the case of the data we use, which is cellular data rather than GPS data, because the cell is not sufficiently granular, detailed to identify the mode of transport in dense urban areas. So we need to use other techniques in order to supplement that. Cellular data is very significant advantage in terms of the sample that has very little bias and is a bias which is very easy to correct, but has these limitations that we need to overcome with data fusion and machine learning. So, a couple of words on enriching, improving the data set using machine learning. As I'm sure that has been mentioned several times before during the sessions today, there is in machine learning a calibration phase or a training phase in which you provide input to train the model. In this case, for enriching data sets, we take advantage of existing mobility surveys. These are household surveys, for example, in Bogota and Buenos Aires, which we use in Latin America. Household surveys which record for a very small sample, something like 2% of the population only, the trips they made on particular days, but also they record their age, their gender, income levels, ownership, car ownership, and so on. So we use the information on the pattern of trips to associate those pattern of trips to these features, these attributes like age or gender during the training exercise. As is very often the case, you train several models until you find one that you like. You train these models with about 80% of the data available. You set aside another 20% or 30%, and depending on the case, for testing the model later on to see whether it actually is predicting well. And then during the application stage, instead of using the mobility survey, which we don't want to use that, we use the mobile phone data, the trips, the pattern of trips in the mobile phone data to associate these attributes of age, gender, income, which were trained in the machine learning models. Then you have an application of the model, and you can validate the results of the model looking back into the survey data as well. In the case of the project for the World Bank, which I mentioned before, the objective was to estimate the variations in demand over time for public transport. I'm going to use the example of Bogota in this case, but we did it for other cities as well. The mobility service in Bogota was 2019, was just before the pandemic, in the year before the pandemic. And the objective was to be able to identify the mode of transport, non-motorized, walking and cycling. In Bogota, cycling is important. Public transport, BRT and public and bus transport is very important in Bogota. They are only now building the first metro line in Bogota, and the use of cars, private cars. And the purpose, in particular, to separate study from work and other purposes. And we also, or the World Bank also wanted to have an idea of age and gender, because those were important policy implications. And here you have some of the characteristics that some of the results of these exercises. This is one particular model, it's a random forest model, which worked very well in this particular location. And you have an idea of the quality of the fit during the training, the quality of the fit testing, which is obviously slightly worse than the quality of the fitting at during training, and the size of the sample, what was observed and what was actually predicted in this case. And you can see that in this particular situation, we have to be open about this. We had fairly good results for the age ranges between 0 and 24 years old, but not a very good result for older people, those above 65. And one of the reasons for that, in our interpretation, is that there are people which are older than 65 who actually continue to move like people which are old but not 65. So they are in this other group. And therefore, we miss those. We miss identify some people. We did not identify sufficiently people older than 65 in the sample, because many of them were moving like 60 years old rather than 67 years old. In the case of gender, we did much better. We got, and that's perhaps because it's also an easier. We're also very keen to not just show the results of any machine learning model. One of the big problems that machine learning models have is that they don't have equations. So you don't have a theoretical underpinning for the model itself. In fact, it's very much a black box. So we don't understand fully how it works. So it's very important to have some feature analysis and identify, testing the model, which are the most important explanatory variables in the model, even if we don't know the equations because there are no equations inside of a machine learning model. There are no equations inside. They're just weights applied to different structures. So those on the right-hand side are these explanations of that nature. Probably to the audience today, which is mostly metro professionals, this other project will be a bit more interesting than just enriching data sets. And this is a project in which we undertook together or for the World Bank. Sorry, for Siemens. The previous one was the World Bank. This one is undertaken for Siemens, the manufacturer of frames and other things, and also the provider of the control rooms in many locations. And the question they wanted to analyze, or they wanted us to look into, is the fact that there are variations in demand day after day. That has been mentioned before by other speakers. Because there are variations in demand day after day, sometimes you run the trains too empty. Sometimes they ride them too crowded. And how it would be possible to adjust the schedule? There are several different ways in which you can adjust the schedule to compensate for that. How do we change the schedule? On the one hand, to provide a good service, so that never the service is too crowded. But on the other hand, to avoid running it too empty, too lightly loaded, because that's expensive, uses energy, produces emissions, and is against the objectives of net zero in the future. So you need to find a balance between these two objectives, a good service, but not an unnecessary service. And in order to do that, you need two tasks. One is a forecasting task. How many people are going to use a service in the next 90 minutes, for example, for the short term, or in the next day, in the case of pre-tactical applications, and an optimization algorithm, which is different, nothing to do with big data in this sense. But once you know how many people are going to be using each train, each station, how do we reorganize the service so that we, without making it too crowded, we provide a service that is tailored, is ideal for the demand that you're going to expect in the next future. In the case of Siemens, the applications are being on rail services and metro services in different countries. A similar approach could be applied to buses and other services. We haven't done that yet. We know that the approach is suitable, but we haven't put that in place. So, again, as I've said, in this case, we use a mobile phone data again in order to have a general estimation of demand. But more than that, we use the operator data and other external data. So we use historical data from previous weeks and days of operation when the service was running in this way, how many people were using it. We develop, using machine learning, passenger demand forecasting models, and then we apply this dispatch optimization model in order to deliver a service that is economical but delivers a good quality of service as well. And as I mentioned before, we do that for two time horizons: the next 90 minutes, we call it tactical, and the next 24 hours, which is a pre-tactical. Now, the data coming from the operator can be of two types. One is ticketing data, people validating the ticket on entry to the platform or entry to a station, in particular, not even entry to the platform, entry to a station, and passenger counting data. In fact, this is not passenger counting data, it's weighing data. How many passengers, or the weight of how many passengers are in each train and at each particular type. Siemens call that APC data, and the ticketing data is AFC data. And the machine learning models use this historical data, the day of the week data, which again is extracted from historical data, and mobile phone data, the month of the year, because there are seasonal variations, the time of the day in which these things are happening, the weather conditions, which influence demand as well, whether there have been events in the area like big football matches or cricket matches in the area of catchment area of the metro services, and lagged passenger demand. So what is the demand that is happening now in real time? Enable us to estimate demand in the next 90 minutes. And this produces short-term forecasting models for 15 or 30-minute windows, which we can use in order to forecast the next 90 minutes ahead. Several different models were used for these. For this forecasting at 15-minute intervals. Here we have on the right-hand side the most important ones. We use the one that performed better in a sense. And we also use a combination of these models in order to produce good forecasting. Once you've trained the models, the applications are very quick. Training takes longer. Therefore, the first application was done in Copenhagen in Denmark for Siemens, because that's a location using Siemens trains and Siemens control room. We have the multi-objective optimization of delivering a schedule that has as light, as few trains as necessary, but not less. In fact, what you can do in all of these cases is not so much reduce the number of trains, but reduce the length of the trains in advance in the following day, and do some corrections of the schedule. You may turn around the train before it reaches the head of the end of the line, in order to deliver a better service, to run some short trains and some long trains in different ways. But you need to satisfy constraints like the minimum headway, the maximum headway, in order to have a level of service where you can introduce and remove trains. In this particular case in Copenhagen, we were told that you need 45 minutes preparation in order to introduce an additional train, but you can remove one in 3 minutes. You can remove it very, very easily, very quickly. And in some cases, you can skip stations as well in order to improve the service. And here are some of the results in these tables, which you may not be able to read, but if this presentation is designed in Colombia. The most important results, if you like, are here on the right-hand side for you operators. They managed to reduce the number of train kilometers run by nearly 2,000 kilometers in the month, which produces some rolling stock maintenance savings and energy cost savings. And this was achieved by providing a service that never had an occupation of more than 50%, so there were enough seats available for everybody to sit all the time. The vehicle occupation, the number of passengers on the vehicles, increased by 23%. The number of trains which are too lightly loaded was decreased from 29% to 27%. All of these at the cost of an additional delay per passenger of half a minute, 33 seconds. So, to finalize, I would agree with the previous presenter that the new data sources offer a raft of new opportunities to develop better solutions for public transport. Data fusion and machine learning help eliminate some of the limitations of this data, which is passively located. And machine learning, again, is a very useful tool to improve decision making for public transport operations, as the one I'm just describing, and also managing the expansion of new mobility systems like e-bikes and e-scooters and so on. Thank you very much. This is my presentation. Thank you, Louis, for a very interesting presentation. We really appreciated your demonstration of use cases wherever different parts of the world. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of few comments at the end of the session for you. Now I would like to move to our final speaker, Ms. Shalini Sinha. She is a senior associate professor at CEPT University, Ahmedabad. She is going to join online. Her topic is demand forecasting for rapid transit feasibility in Indian cities, challenges and opportunities. Yeah, Shalini, all yours. Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Firstly, I would like to extend my thanks to the organizers for inviting me. My apologies that I could not join in person for the session today. The last two speakers on the application of AI and ML and use cases. I just want to clarify my presentation is essentially more in terms of the reflection on the demand forecasting that is being undertaken in Indian cities. And a slightly different perspective in terms of while we need to understand that big data offers immense opportunities in terms of improving the demand forecasting. But at the same time, should the existing inputs which are there, how can that be improved? And therefore, the intersection of both of these is what one would go to. Well, I'll quickly skip some of these points. Essentially, forecast accuracy has been a concern because of the difference in the forecasted ridership numbers vis-a-vis the actual numbers that are being realized. And therefore, it is important to look at what is it that needs to be improved in order to help minimize the inaccuracies. Having said this, if we actually look at the global cases across the world, uh, this optimism bias in terms of the ridership is not something that is there only for Indian cities. It has been for many other countries as well. But of course, with the better data and better models, there is a greater convergence of as well as the chip, and that is where we want to move towards. Quickly talk about the planning framework in Indian. So what we have here is the master plan or the development plan, which is a statutory plan that the cities prepare. But it is planned for 20 years, revised every 10 years. It is a plan that is guiding and regulating the urban development in the cities. Has land use zoning and development regulations, and also provides a strategic road network to be developed in the long term. Comprehensive mobility plan is a strategic transformation, which again, time horizon 20 years identifies sustainable proposals projects to address the transportation challenges cities facing now or in future. And a strategic rapid transit network is also proposed as part of the comprehensive plan. Now, the strategic transit network, which is proposed, is taken forward essentially for alternative analysis to identify a suitable based on the physical and technical parameters. And once that is done, a detailed project report is prepared for design of rapid transit, which will look into the technical, economic, and the financial aspects. Now, the travel demand models are essentially employed for both the CMP, alternative analysis, and the detailed project. And just want to highlight over here, typically for each of these the studies which get taken, they're typically independent models which are prepared, and often the inputs may change depending on the data sets that are collected. And therefore, it's very difficult to kind of compare the outputs from one study to the other. So, if you quickly look at the demand forecasting data inputs that are that go into the modeling process. In long-term models, there are essentially these 4 sets of data sets. Firstly, looking at the spatial development patterns, which looks at the land use distributions, looked at the economic centers, economic nodes, the population distribution, transport system and its characteristics, socioeconomic characteristics of the residents, and influence. So, if you look at the traditional data inputs for all of this, you can see that it comes from a varied range of sources. So the transport system data sets will have to be collected from the respective authorities. The spatial development information is largely very complete set of information which are available and not as disaggregated at a subsidy or it's not really granular enough at a micro level in the city. And the socioeconomic and travel characteristics, now this is undertaken through extensive travel demand surveys, which is all of this information. Given the varied range of data sources which are there, and the primary data collection that needs to be undertaken for each exercise, it is really time consuming and a tedious exercise, plus the data quality issues because many of these surveys are undertaken manually. And another concern is regarding the spatial development data sets on vehicle registration, economy, population, not really that. Now, if we actually look at the big data which is coming in, of course, was immense opportunities also these in terms of whether it is developed performance of the transportation system, so traffic surveillance data is very useful there. Then apart from that, in travel patterns, the mobile data, I think the previous speakers, they have talked about the granular data which is there and how that can help in understanding the travel. Some things that one needs to think about in the Indian context is in terms of the limited access of the data being on current regulations and the larger research which are required for larger application. But nevertheless, these are very important data sets, providing very high accuracy levels given the granularity of the data. The spatial development data sets, however, are crucial in terms of, because when we're talking about the long range planning and and therefore, how can we enhance the spatial development data sets? That also becomes very, very crucial. So, leveraging big data sets, it is important to review and enhance the existing data sources and the model assumption. Therefore, the big question is the existing inputs, can that be made more reliable? So, trying to look at the spatial data units at the city level, which we have. So we have census wards and the enumeration blocks, for which the population data gets captured. However, the population data that is available is only available at the census wards level. There's the electoral wards information which is there, which is for the voters' population. Again, those wards are very different in nature and obviously does not include residents less than 18 years. And the property tax wards data, which is essentially providing information on the residential and different types of non-residential property tax units and the area which are there in the city. But all of these different data sets have very different use for which they are being, the delineation has been done. But is it possible to have the spatial units better coordinated? And therefore, if it is possible, then it can provide rich disaggregated data on population and the employment, which is not currently available in these cities. Just taking an example of the economic analysis here. So the traditional data sources are the economic census, which is an aggregate district level information. Within the district also we get information on rural and the urban, but it doesn't go beyond that. National Sample Survey information, which is again a sample data. City level. And the IEM data, which is providing us an input in terms of possible investments in the economy, which might become. But all of these data sources are very, very aggregate, as you may see, and therefore these are not detailed enough for giving an assessment in terms of identifying which are the major economic nodes in the city, which are major centers, and how are they distributed in the city. So there are these alternative data sources of micro, small, and medium enterprises, non-residential property tax data, number of shops and establishments at city level. Now, some of them maybe could be leveraged to provide a much more detailed information. So there's some work that we have been trying to do, try and see how we can use this information to have a much more granular information on the economic. This is just an illustration. I'm trying to show the overlap of traffic analysis zones, which are in orange color here, and the black lines, which are the property tax scores. You can see that they do not really intersect very well, not overlap very well. But granular and the class level employment estimates based on a survey of the non-residential property types was done and based on that employment was estimated. So this is again not a very accurate way of doing it, also because there are concerns in terms of them not very set very well, but with some level of approximations, it is possible some kind of an estimates at a some analysis in terms of the employment and which are the employment centers and how the employment centers seem to be changing over time, and then linking this up to the. Apart from this, the MSME data also, which is there, it provides details on different types of the employment type and the employment estimates. However, this employment estimates is a very, very granular data. But this employment estimates are essentially when the property has, the enterprise has been registered. It's not really updated. But some of this, it can be updated on a more frequent basis, can be provide a very detailed information in terms of the different types of enterprises and the employer. Coming on to the next point of the linkages between transport. When we are typically undertaking the forecast, the comprehensive mobility plan in some ways considers the future development plans, but the proposals in terms of the transport investments which are there and how it can direct development is somehow not carried forward to the master plan development plan most. And therefore, there is this missing linkage, which is very, 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 very crucial when these strategic plans are being done. The optimistic scenario of transit development, very complex development, and the development organized around the transit corridors in terms of high. While in reality, in the development plan, there could be other areas which are kind of open and a very different kind of development pattern may emerge than what is linked is something which is very, very crucial. And therefore, DP being a statutory document can introduction is made. Numbers is also something which is very, very crucial. Once there are some development scenarios which have been done, Based on the development scenarios in terms of the FSI and the intensity of development, the more chip scenarios that are undertaken, and depending on how the full development gets realized, the ridership estimates are made. And therefore, it is very crucial that there is a feedback loop for the future forecast. So, for example, this is showing a corridor in which high intensity development was kind of envisaged in the 10 years. However, the land use developments it can take time to realize, and there's only one part of the corridor that you can see here, there partial. Full land use developments as such. So, it's important to monitor some of these realizations that are happening in terms of development so that it can further enhance the forecasting process when we are doing such planning exercises. The mode share scenarios are often very optimistic whenever we are undertaking studies, ranging from anything between 40 to 60% public transport mode shares. And in reality, when the interventions happen on the ground, it's largely only in terms of the implementation. And there has been a limited emphasis on the quality and quantity of existing public transport, last mile connectivity. And demand management measures is one area that has not been implemented. And therefore, in absence of these full public transport modes. And therefore, in our situation, where it's a very aspirational society, we have to understand the commuter behavior and understand the need for comfort and convenience and how that is directing the mode choices. So these are some numbers. These are not from metro corridors, but these are some numbers from the BRT in terms of to what extent it has been able to shift from India and some cities across the world. And you can see that most of the shift that comes onto the rapid transit mode is existing PT system and a share of rickshaws. And therefore, the scenario in which we are expecting the mode shares to increase from say 25% to 50% is something which is not going to happen unless we have both set of interventions of push and pull measures which are being planned. So the more thorough understanding of the commuter behavior and an overall quality improvement of the public transport modes is what needs to be done to facilitate a shift. Otherwise, these are ambitious numbers we will really not reach. So, lastly, I want to sum up saying that improvement in data inputs for demand forecasting time we need to enhance existing data sources on land use economy, socio-economic characteristics. And we need to start thinking in terms of how we develop city databases at a time level. We align while others probably will be there. We'll have to start thinking from a very micro level in terms of what is it that we need to do. Ex-post analysis for evaluating on-ground change in terms of development, leadership, mode shifts is very important. Currently, in the scenario where we have different models which are being prepared for different studies, this becomes very difficult, and hence cities should go for a single code model, which is through their studies. And therefore, in developing this model, what are the different data sets that need to be created, should happen. And lastly, in terms of the improvement in the planning processes, the economic analysis and strategy, economic strategy is very important because that drives cities as well as the transport plan. So I think these three are three important pillars, and they have to be linked to each other. There needs to be better coordination between the agencies. And lastly, there has to be a guidance of transport modeling and economic appraisal, detailed inputs on processes, inputs, and assumptions. That is. Thank you, Shalini. Unfortunately, your internet connection probably was not very nice. We were losing you intermittently. Nevertheless, we've got a feel of the whole paper. Now it's my pleasant duty to invite questions from the audience and participants here. So people who would like to put question, please introduce yourself and also tell to whom you are addressing the question. Thank you. Yeah.
I am Jitendra Tyagi, MD Uttarakhand Metro. My question is to Mr. Shagun Mittal. You said that through mobile data, you can distinguish between the travel mode, whether they are traveling by car or by public transport. How is that done? Because normally what we know about mobile data is only movement tracing. So how that is done? That is one question. And how reliable this prediction is. Secondly, you also said that future predictions can also be done by this mobile data. What is the methodology of doing that?
So thanks for the questions. I would like to first answer the first question about inferring the mode. So we have certain algorithms by which we try to extract the trips out of this data. And in extracting the trips, we identify certain features like speed, acceleration, the distances being traveled, different waypoints they travel. So I think one of the key factors in using the methods is the data quality. So if the data quality is excellent, then we will try to superimpose the trajectory on, let's say, the route of the bus or the route of the metro line, and then try to infer if that trajectory belongs to that particular mode. Otherwise, for example, in this study, we used certain classification-based algorithms on speed and distance of each of the trips to classify between walking, transit, and driving. Yeah, and then I'm sorry, could you repeat the second question? How do we predict the future? Yeah. From this data? Right. So we can achieve this. So this data is being collected continually, right? So we can try to estimate the values or the demands at different time periods. So for example, we can try to have an estimate weekly or monthly or even yearly. And this then forms like a time series for us. And with this time series, we could use like any machine learning based algorithm, for example, LSTM is one which is used a lot in this scenario. So these models can be used, and with this, we can try to predict what the future would look like in terms of the demands.
Hello.
Right. So, yeah, I think these are the features which we would like to have. And I mean, we do miss out on some of these key features. However, I would like to say that in most of these demand predictions, population growth, population density change, I think these are considered.
Yeah, this is Dr. Amit Kumar Jain. I am with Delhi Metro. This question is to Dr. Luis. You said that you are using telecom data in different cities and you have got some arrangement with the telecom service providers. So, can you just illustrate what kind of arrangement is there? Is there any financials involved in getting data from service providers?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, obtaining access to the raw data is one of the most difficult things that you can do. This is not the case with application data, which is easier. It's commercially available for different countries. It's very easy. If you have the money, it's very easy to get. Getting the raw mobile phone data, the cell data, is much more difficult because of privacy considerations. Even if the data is anonymized, the data is anonymized in all cases. The mobile phone operator is very concerned that some of that individual data may leak out. So we need to reach an agreement with the mobile phone operator that we will install our algorithms within their firewall, within their servers, not our server, but the mobile phone operator servers, and only extract data out of those servers, whether they be in the cloud or edge servers, only aggregate data. And even for aggregate data, the mobile phone operator will impose some limit, not 1 or 2 trips. They will a minimum number of trips in each cell of the origin destination matrix. Now, the commercial agreement is also involved in this, not just the trust, which is probably more difficult to reach than the commercial agreement. The commercial agreement we have with these mobile phone operators that I show you in one of the maps is usually a revenue sharing agreement. The percentage varies between 40 and 50%. The mobile phone operator gets, say, 40% of the revenue we generate using this type of data. Insofar as we can sell the origin destination metrics for, say, 50,000 pounds, they will retain 40% of that 50,000 pounds, and we will pay them for that service.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chidambara. I'm Head Department of Transport Planning, SPA Delhi. I have one question from Dr. Lewis and one from Mr. Shagun. Dr. Lewis, as you pointed out rightfully, that there are certain limitations that we have when we use cell phone data or mobile data or from other non-traditional sources of data, that they lack in the socioeconomic characteristics of the users, which is very, very important for a lot of behavioral models, especially when we are doing some inclusive planning like gender inclusive planning or elderly inclusive planning, because we don't capture that information. But you also pointed out that we train those data to bring out those characteristics. So maybe you could clarify how you do that, because in our country, for instance, the mobile user who registers the mobile in his name is a lot of times the head of the household who has a address detail. And even if a woman might be using that mobile, it's actually registered in a male's name. So how do we sort of train the model
Sadly, that's true. Yes.
doing that? And second question to Mr. Shagun is that you pointed out, that while you capture people at bus stops, uh, you're not very sure where they're coming from. But there's another issue again with respect to our country, because all people who are standing or waiting at a bus stop need not take a bus. They may be going for an auto rickshaw or an e-rickshaw or even a cycle rickshaw. So how is that multimodality captured in those models? Thank you.
Can I answer first? Because mine was the first question. You're quite right. This is a problem. The gender of the person with the contract. First of all, there are many phones without a contract, so we know nothing about that person. About 30% of the phones in Britain are just a SIM card and nothing else. You know nothing about that person. You don't know not even the contract. It's a pay as you go, and you know nothing. So there is a limitation there, which is we try to overcome by some of the methods I described during the presentation, which I can repeat here briefly. But the main thing you do with analyzing mobile phone data, and I'm sure Ms. Mittal does exactly the same, is you use historical data to identify where people live and where people work. This is a repeat trip. They stay overnight in one location day after day, and so we make the assumption, and it's only an assumption, but it's a I think a reasonable one, we make the assumption that the person lives there, in that location. That's their abode, that's their home. And for a very recurrent trip to another destination at working time, we assume that that's a place of work or study. And then there is another problem of separating the teachers of a place of study from the students of a place of study, which can also be addressed, but is another complexity. But from location of where people live, you already have information, not necessarily about the income of that person, but the income distribution of that area. So you have an idea whether this is a deprived area or this is a wealthy area. So you know something, and for many analyses that is enough to know that you are serving better or not an area which was originally economically deprived or less favored. If that is not enough, you need to do something better with, as I said in the previous presentation, on using machine learning. You take a survey previously done in which identified a pattern of movement, how people move. For example, the first thing we did in that field was to identify professional drivers. Professional drivers move in a very different way from private drivers. They move, most taxi drivers, for example, or Uber drivers, or they move continuously, almost continuously, sometimes with passengers, sometimes without passengers. Truck drivers move in a very different way as well. So we discovered that using the pattern of movement, we could identify certain type of uses. And then we extended it using the pattern of movement based on a machine learning model that was trained on a survey. We can also identify the gender, the age, except for very old people, which older than 65, which we discovered that we were not that good in that case. But for other age ranges, we could. And this is, at the moment, the best we can do. Tomorrow, we will be doing even better. And these are developments which are growing with the experience in using this data and using this data for commercial products where the clients are very demanding. They want to know all these details and they want to be proven that these details are correct. So I like clients in that sense because they force us to improve our methodologies.
So I'll just answer the second question. It's a good question and it's on point. I would say the footfall that we observe, not all is the demand for that particular route, but so there could be people who are just coming to drop off others, or they are trying to take a different mode of travel to go away from the transit stop or station. However, we would still say that there would be some percentage of those people who are trying to get on the buses or get on metro, right? So if the number of footfall is high, we would assume that that percentage or the final number would also be high. In order to infer multimodality, I think this is a very, I would say it's an ongoing research that we have. We are trying to infer in more depth which type of mode are people using in different segment of their trip. And I think it might be very interesting to know what percentage of people do actually go to travel on metro or on buses when they are visiting a transit stop.
Uh, we take, if last question, should we take?
Can I just speak?
Yeah.
My questions to both Mr. Mittal and Mr. Luis. The first one, you said that you have been able to collect huge amount of data. And it is a one-day data, or you have been taking this data for a continuous period of time, say 1 month or 6 months, then you have been able to find out the pattern and ultimately you have been able to sort it out. That you didn't mention in your presentation. And most of the things have been answered by you. I don't like to go into the detail. The next question is Mr. Wilson. Luis, you have said about the data fusion part, and that is one of the important challenges. And because if you do not have the data fusions properly, perhaps the data you are likely to get it in a correct manner that may not be possible to be achieved. So how do you really manage to develop different models with respect to data fusion? Number one. Number two, that you have said that you're also related to optimization model. For the optimization model, you say that experience and cost, and try to find out those users' experience and level of cost you like to impose, and try to see the best quality of services. And you have also said that you have been able to reduce around 2000 kilometer of distance through the better operation and planning. The question is that when you have done that, you have achieved these ones, what is the extent that users have been satisfied? Because sometimes you must have been able to withdraw some services. As a result, the users who are expecting the reliability of service, they might not have. So there must be some frustration that you have missed a particular trip. So that I like to know. Ultimately, you have done a stupendous work, and it's really mind-boggling. But will be more interested as a transport planner, that how I'm going to use your big data to finally to look into strategic transport planning. Suppose you have the existing systems, I have been able to work out the present trip as well as the future trip. The question is that in case my another metro line is likely to come within a 2 kilometer or 3 kilometer intervals, then from your data analysis, will you be able to really do further analysis and to say what is going to the extent of demand to be likely to be shifted from this metro to the next metro? That's my what you call it views as far as your presentation is concerned. Hopefully, I've been able to put across the right point, because I am very interested, because this is a kind of exercise being done most of the developed countries to understand the strategic transport planning.
So thank you for the question. I would like to answer the first question about the time period of the data. So the current analysis which I showed was for January and February of 2020, the pre-COVID time period. However, we have performed this analysis in multiple cities, and I would say the least amount of time period that we have seen was 7 days for Mexico City, and the results were still very intuitive and reliable for the experts in Mexico City. So I think if we have a larger amount of data, the results are much more reliable. However, this analysis can be performed with a small amount of data also. Thank you.
I had three questions for me.
Be
I will
brief,
answer
Louis.
them.
Can you be brief in your response? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's very difficult to be brief when you know things. Um, Modeling, strategic transport modeling. Yes, this data is used for feeding into almost classic transportation models. Is one of the main sources of data, for example, for the London strategic transport model, and the national transport model in Spain and in many other locations as well. So I don't believe, for example, and this is a previous answer, that you should use machine learning models to forecast the future. That is wrong, because it cannot tell you anything about what happens if you introduce a new metro line or another policy. It can only forecast what happens if nothing changes. It only grows the demand. So yes, feed transport models. We in Spain, we have data for about 5 years. So not just one day, but 5 years. In other countries, a bit less, because we started a bit later. Data fusion is very important. The most important one we use is ticketing data. Traffic counts are very useful to have. Classified traffic counts are very useful to find. And I don't have enough time to tell you about how to do that data fusion, but you're quite right, it's very important. And finally, the quality of the service when you change the schedule in the examples I've shown in Copenhagen. We measure that using the waiting time, whether the waiting time for the trains has changed. And in fact, I mentioned that it was a slight increase in waiting time when you reduce some of the level of service when there is low level of demand. So we use that, and we use other indicators like the number of passengers per train and so on to measure the quality of the service. Because As you say, we're trying to balance the quality of the service with reducing operating cost. Thank you. That was brief.
Thank you so much. I think
Can I have a question?
I think we may be running. Can we take Dr. Amit? So I think I'm sorry. We probably will. There are certain instructions I'll have to abide by it. So I would just like to sum up very interesting presentations by all the three speakers talking about different dimensions of big data. I don't want to repeat what they have presented already because it becomes quite monotonous. But I'm just uh, probably posing few things. It is a good potential tool for, let's put it, decision support system. But how big should be the big data? I think that's very important. How big it should be? What should be the sample size? And I think Mr. Louis already presented, made a mention that we are not going to capture all the trips. So what would be the reliability of the estimates which we get out of the big data? I think that is a point which may ponder us and probably come out with certain limitation of its application. It may not be a universal tool for doing all kinds of modeling, but it might be a very good tool for certain specific area. That is to me one. Obviously, we need to know the limitations of this approach. There would be limitations, as pointed by some speakers. We are not able to capture the individual attributes. We are making assumption that this person would be of this order. But I'm just looking into the conditions of global South, developing countries where we have such huge heterogeneity in place. It'll be very difficult to kind of make those rules, so to say, for training of data. I think those are some of the complexity in developing environment. I think this might be an issue. I was wondering if some calibration of your work could have been also shown, that you presented the outputs, but I didn't find how much variations it was there from the actual. I think once we start having those use cases, results being documented in public domain, to me, it offers fantastic opportunity in times to come, because everyone wants intelligent computing, intelligent use of data. Now, I'm just trying to kind of just sum up into few things probably would be relevant. Uh, I thought uh, we need to kind of look up into upgrade, and I'm referring to the global South, our context. We need to spend a lot of investment on knowledge and human capacities. I think this is something which is very great, and I am sure Louis will agree. We don't have too many people working in the transport planning sector handling big data. I think that to me is very, very important. We also need to kind of look up into, from the application perspective, we need not be only customer centric always. We also need to look into the operator side. So it has to be a very fine balance of applications, not only the customer preferences, how he will react, how he will behave, but I thought also from the operator angle, the metro agencies, the bus transit agencies, how they can improve their operation. I think to me, big data has fantastic applications for those management of operations, because to me it is a dynamic data gathering exercise, and these agencies can keep on monitoring their productivity and establish KPIs. I think that to me become a very, very interesting potential. Privacy concerns is a big issue, and I think privacy concerns is as much as an issue in developed countries as much in developing. Probably I'm referring to India. So how one can use this data, the big data, so to say, with leapfrogging, let's put it, leapfrogging this constraint of privacy. And I think Indian decision makers and uh, transit company operators need to look up into some of the good practices in developed environment, where how they have circumvented or they have got over this. I think that would be to me a good starting point. I also think that transport data is not should be a mode or industry specific. So how the data can be shared across, I think that also needs to be there. How the data can come in public domain. I'm sure developed countries, US, Europe, both of you have been working. There is a lot of data which is there in the public domain. There is hardly any data in our public domain. That is the big information, a big gap. So how we can kind of make make this transition possible. And I think it'll be a great service for somebody wanting to operate mass mobility as a service tomorrow. We are on the threshold of those services getting introduced in India. And for all these operators who want to do the service provision, the big data potential, the data availability would be probably to me of immense value. So I think that probably will be a point. And also how one can use or reuse the data. I was reading somewhere that you can use the digital footprint, the electronic digital footprint of e-ticket, how that data can be used. It should not be thrown away. So, because it's all investment, it's all expensive proposition. I think these are some of the points which probably I thought just to add up to what has been discussed in this session. I'm I would like to thank all of them for making such fine presentations, and I think with this I'll hand it
Yes,
over
and
back to her.
now I am on stage just to end up this session so that everyone gets more time for tea. So, and thank you very much, sir, for hosting such a great session and putting on your views. Now I request Dr. Sanjay Gupta to kindly felicitate the speaker with token of remembrance, please.
Now
Now
I
I
would
would
request
request
Dr.
Dr.
Amit
Amit
Kumar
Kumar
Jain,
Jain,
Director
Director
Operations
Operations
and
and
Services
Services
DMRC,
DMRC,
to
to
kindly
kindly
felicitate
felicitate
Dr.
Dr.
Sanjay
Sanjay
Gupta.
Gupta.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
Photographs are
Photographs
the
are the
most
most
important
important
part of
part of
any of
any
the
of the
events.
events.
So
So
that
that
must be
must be
there.
there.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you,
thank you,
sir.
sir.
Thank you
Thank
very
you very
much,
much,
and
and
thank you
thank
all
you
the
all the
speakers for
speakers
your
for your
informative
informative
presentations.
presentations.
Now we
Now
will
we will
take a
take a
break,
break
and
and
we will
we will meet at 16:50 sharp. So that we will be having our last session, and that is also very interesting. That will be on harnessing data analytics for passenger demand forecasting. So let's meet at 16:50 sharp. Thank you. I request everyone if they can check their kit bags because kit bag is missing for Mr. Hitender Rana, CVO DMRC. So I request everyone to kindly check their kit bags. His spectacles and iCard is there in that bag. Thank you.
Madam, madam.
May I now request everyone to kindly be seated so that we can start the session. I request everyone to kindly join for the technical session, please. I request everyone to kindly join for the session, please. We welcome everyone for the last technical session on very important topic of harnessing data analytics for passenger demand forecasting. I would now request the speakers of the session to kindly join on the dais, please. Dr. Pravesh Biani, Associate Professor, IIIT Delhi, who will be the moderator of the session. Mr. Sean Z. Kwan, Professor, Carnegie Mellon University, USA, who will be joining us online. Dr. Geeta Krishnan Ramadurai, Professor, IIT Madras. I would like to introduce the very prominent personality who is the moderator of this session, Dr. Pravesh Biani, who is an associate professor and heads of the Center for Sustainability Mobility at IIIT Delhi. His research interests include optimization and machine learning and their applications towards sustainable mobility, especially public transportation. He has been involved in the open data projects around the country, and his lab has been instrumental in building and operationalizing the biggest real-time open data sets for public transportation in the country. The Charter and the One Delhi app that his lab runs have a cumulative downloads of 3 million and is used by more than 1.5 lakh people in Delhi every day. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'll start with the good news that the dinner will start at 7 p.m. So I was just told by Mr. Jain. So thanks again very much. The topic of predicting forecasting demand is like predicting future. It's almost impossible. In fact, we don't even know for Indian cities how many people travel from one point to another point in most Indian cities. So we don't even have the OD matrix right now. All we have that is the ticketing information. So this is a very, very difficult problem to solve, and therefore this conference is very important. However, what I would like to say and what happened, when I was coming here, I would just start with that. I boarded the metro at around 2:30, 2:45 p.m. I thought it's going to be empty, but it was completely full. So there is this optimistic demand prediction. There's also a pessimistic demand prediction. Sometimes metros are more full than we would have, predicted. So it's a very complicated problem. I would say that one aspect of demand prediction, it's a multivariable and temporal, spatial, very complicated thing. But one aspect of demand prediction is policy. And we should also think about what measures we can have that we can change policy so that the demand that we predicted is actually met. For example, let's just say, what if we stop, what if we have odd even every day in Delhi? Will the demand change? What if I change taxes on cars? Will the demand change? So demand prediction is not just what will happen in future, but also what will happen, what if scenarios around many policy initiatives that the government or we can take together. So there's more than just big data or machine learning. There's also a policy angle to it, and this is how I would like to start. And we have got two very, very prominent speakers, Dr. Sean Chan from CMU. He will be starting his presentation online. Dr. Shan is a full professor, and CMU is probably world's #1 university in terms of machine learning. They are in forefront. And Dr. Shan is both in the civil department as well as EC department at CMU. He has got funded projects from NSF, US DOE, etc., etc., and he serves in a lot of conferences. So a very, very prominent figure in this area. So we'll start with his presentation. Dr. Shan, just a request, because we have a very strict time limit of 1 hour for the 2 sessions. So maybe if you can, limit your talk to around between 20-25 minutes, and so that we can also have a good question answer session after that. Okay, over to you, Dr. Shan.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Biyani. I want first of all, thank you all of you for inviting me. This is it's just such a great pleasure, and I also apologize I couldn't be there in time. So in person, and let me just share my screen. Can you see the screen? Just making sure. Okay. So I'll start. And I would thank you, Dr. Bayani, for your intro. I want to specifically pitch to the audience a specific perspective of what I think might be slightly different from other speakers. I was listening to some of the speakers. I wanted to think of public transportation system, roadway system, mobility services as a whole, and particularly from the system perspective. Therefore, the title is really, I made a little tweet on the title. It's predicting high granular flow. The way I think about the system or the flow in the network context is that it could be the flow of any type of modes of transportation. Of course, the public transportation system is one of the most important piece. But we also think about, in general, when people go from O to D, origin to destination, and you have different mode choices, right? We have to understand the network context for any origin destination pair, where people's choices are, and then it's just acknowledging that people have other, populations might have very, very different choices of its own. But when we aggregate all their choices together, it's a system level performance and system level flow, riderships and characteristics that we try to predict. So this talk, I want to very briefly to present it to you some methodology and some very briefly some experiments we have done in the US. In my capacity, so we're looking at how do we join the individual level information, large scale multi-source data, and with the system view, and then therefore we might be able to make some prediction that could be useful. And let me start with very briefly, some of the motivations. Again, the goal is really try to get people to travel more effectively, more safely, more environmental system friendly. Excuse me. And then if you look at the system, right, there's tons of data out there. Some people, always use the name of quote unquote big data, but you think that maybe it's big. It's we have roadway sensors, we have transit ridership, we have ticketing system, we have weather condition sensors. It's just a lot of data out there, but what is the real and missing piece? Like the moderator mentioned, I think the missing piece here is, which is almost the mission impossible, is that how can we come up with a good methodology to leverage data that we have and to make these forecasts of what if scenarios. A lot of them are hypothetical because we might not transition in such a world that we don't really have the luxury to test things out, every single policy out, and just try to know, hey, how things might look like. And then we have to have a very effective and then relatively accurate way to understand, hey, what if the policies are in place and how things might look like. For example, if we add a new additional metro services, if we raise the metro fare, if we you know, how do we manage the incidents on the roadway on the metro systems? What if some of the land use types have been changing over the years? How does that really change our metro system, riderships and roadways? Again, I think this is systems. The metro system, the roadway system are competing modes, so we cannot talk about one mode separately without really considering how things are being associated. So this is a very high level big picture that I'm thinking. And then again, think about the human individual level. We have a lot of information right now about people carrying phone. We know their GPS traces. We know what mode of transportation we might be able to infer what mode of transportation they're taking at the individual level, right? In order to make some sort of decision, of course, we want to influence everyone's decision making. Again, acknowledging everyone's making different choices, they have different ways to making choices. If you escalate it to the system level, putting all millions of thousands, millions of people all together at the system level. So this is sometimes we use the name social digital twin. Sometimes people use the name simulation, but it's essentially the same idea. Is that how can we put together of of everyone's to get decisions all together to system. Again, now I want to point out these are two things that level of data, two level of modeling techniques that is available to us. One is at the individual level, right? How do people making choices? But at the system level, we have some system level. So this is what I think it's super important. So let me come back to the issue that we particularly try to tackle, just as as Professor Biani said in the very beginning, that how can we infer the what if scenario? And then believe it or not, we have tons of data. And then a lot of data, we also have a lot of data issue, right? So data has to be fused. There's a lot of bias. Data is very sparse. Although we have the very wide spatial temporal coverage, still a lot of places that we don't really know anything about it. And then computation is very heavy. But I want to point out this very specific angle, which is unexplored space. Let me go to this a little bit. If you look at the data as of today, let's say we collect the metro ridership data and on and off passenger counts in the past few years, 5 years, right? If you plot the data, assuming there's no significant policy changes, and then if you plot the data, it's actually that you can see the data is very much concentrated in the same area as you see on this little cluster. Because essentially is that if everyone's making some choices on a daily basis, if especially in the US, things haven't really changed as much in a year or two. That is the data you have. Although it's a big data in terms of volume, the information that we have about the data in terms of interpreting how people are making choices is very limited. Therefore, any machine learning model or any data-driven model intended to infer or making any interpolation or extrapolation, especially extrapolations for any what-if scenarios, are likely to fail because essentially it's the very limited information. The machine hasn't really explored all the entire dimensions. Therefore, the model can typically perform pretty poor if we wanted to extrapolate the model to infer what-if scenarios. What is essentially is very much needed is that we want to know non-recurrent traffic, right? Yeah, what if we increase the fare to $5? What if we have more people traveling? What if we build a new metro lines? So these are the policy, service, infrastructure that that we don't really know yet. What is really our decision? What's the best way to do this? Conceptually, this means that we cannot rely on entirely a machine learning model, data-driven model, where not really getting us anything. A traditional model only look at the physics of, for example, very kind of classical full-stack model, right? You start from trip generation, then you use trip generation, distribution, mode choices. In a way, it's a very with very limited information, and then consider individual level information, and all the way to traffic segment. These four-step model does not take into consideration of a whole lot of data we have been collecting, and there's no mechanism for us to align that model process with all the data we have been collecting, which represents the status quo. So my concept, or I think that generally a lot of people has already been doing it explicitly or implicitly, is can we combine data in the network physics model? Data is limited, which is okay, but we have network physics model and individual level information or model to guide the machine to go to the places. When we make an extrapolations, it's likely it won't go too far from the reality. Very briefly, and then think about a very general infrastructure system, right? We have limited information on certain nodes, some information, and then what we essentially try to do is to sense and then to infer the features of users, riderships, and flows and infrastructure usage, and then we try to then predict, extrapolate, namely, once we have the model, physics model, calibrate it using both the system level and individual level data, and then we try to predict the spatial temporal distribution, and eventually we want to make a decisions. And sorry, I have a couple slides. I want to go to a little bit more technical perspective, but then I'll come back to present a more kind of real world cases and very briefly to show you some of the results. So what I'm be very passionate about is can we build a machine that building some network physics model? When I say physics, it's really about the traffic flow, about the vehicular flow, passenger flow, which is the physics rules that governing how people move, how the traffic flow propagate. Right, this is what I call the G function. Essentially, what we want to know is the some characteristic of the flow of links or path. This applies to the roadway, applies to the transit system. We also want to know the system state, right? Some of the performance measures. And then can we build a machine that will maps our supply and demand. Some of the supply, some of the demand aspects are unknown. Some of them are known that we can measure through the link flow, path flow, and the system states, given that we have very, very limited observation of some part of it. So the conception, again, this is more of a revisiting of what we have done in the past in terms of dynamic network modeling with some new aspect and building to this whole future just to embrace the kind of multi-source and large-scale data perspective. So first of all, we use OD demand Q to represent our demand. So essentially this G function, which is, again, I keep saying this is the machine, that maps our supply and the demand Q with a lot of parameters theta. This is essentially something like a machine learning approach that we have a lot of parameters to be tuned to fit the data. And this is a mapping give us a supply demand to the system level features and system level flow, right? And then we try to infer the OD demand and a lot of the parameter, high dimensional parameters of theta all together in a such way that it can match the data we provided at the system level. And then once we calibrate this G function, which is again a very big machine, then we can insert our input, which is essentially the what if scenarios. We can say, hey, now if we have different land use, now if we have new metro line, if we have changed the frequency, if we have an additional stop, what the things might look like X, F, and C. And this essentially, at the very high level, this means we want to join the force of both the power of data as well as our physics behavior model and the system level model. So let me go down to a little bit more details. This is classically what we call the dynamic traffic assignment, and then sometimes the model tuning process. If we're only tuning the demand queue, that is actually typically what we call dynamic origin destination estimation process. But what is new and what is really big challenge that people hasn't very few work has been really addressing this, and have rarely seen any very system level large scale deployment of this model, is that the following issues, right? First of all, I want to go a little bit more brief on this, making sure I just be aware of the timing. So the biggest issue I see is how can we use the model to fit multi-source large scale data. The second biggest issue I think is very important is that when we build this individual level behavior model in part of the system modeling, very, very rarely that people consider more than just the travel time. Again, this is very, very essential if we talk about the public transportation systems, is that people value time. First of all, they value time very different way. Number two is that they have a very different factor to consider when they're making trade-off, right? So we have to understand how people are making choices in terms of time, cost, safety, incident, coverage, security, maybe some cultural factors. So there's a lot of things to be built into the individual level choices as part of the system modeling. And this is something it's missing. I think if you think about this as a large dimension of parameters that you can use system level data and the individual level data to calibrate, to tune, hopefully that we can build a very robust machine G, which will allow us to make some reliable estimation in a way to extrapolate the data for what if scenarios. So this is essentially the message I want to convey, is that can we do this? And here are a few different ways. We have been experimenting here in the US, and then I want to go very brief, and I will present some of the case studies. And the first step is we try to build this lambda function where maps the flow to system level state. And this is typically what we call now loading. It's very large scale. This is typically what we call a simulation. And then once we have this, we will build, acknowledging that people have different choices about route, modes, departure time, destination choices. We can build in that individual level choices into attach this with every single origin destination pair. Again, everyone might have different choices, and this can all be associated with social demographics of people's populations, the social demographics as well. So this is a very complicated travel behavior model at the individual level, at the OD level, that we can build in. Again, any model, depending on if it's a simplistic model or very sophisticated model, depending on how much data available to you, you can use this building to this individual level distributed function model into this second layer, right? And then the bigger layer, covering the inner two layers, is this function, the very big function G, where essentially the task is trying to tune the model theta and OD simultaneously. I give you some example. The theta can be both behavioral, such as typically we use phenomenal logic model to understand how people making trade-offs, to making choices among different factors. That could also be some of the parameters for supply, for example, the railway capacity, the metro time limit, and the on-time performance. So a lot of parameters you can build in just as a way you want to capitalize the main primary factor of how people making choices. Again, keep saying this is also how the traffic flow will propagate. Again, once we have this G function, we design this very systematic computational graph approach. So let me just highlight that this is not a machine learning approach. The way we tune parameters, we adopt the same methodology that most of the machine learning approach to tune their respective parameters. So this is again in a way saying this is not data-driven approach. As you can see, we build a lot of physics model into it. but the way we tune these parameters are can be working for very large scale networks, and this is meant to be designed that way. So you can see that this is very large neural network forward from all the way to OD passenger demand, which I don't have the more I could have added more details here, but you can start from land use data, the trip generation models, and from all the way from starting point, by mode choices, route choices, different choices to simulate, and all the way to go to the end, which is system performance, link flow, path flow. That is forward approach. You have start with some set of OD demand all the way down to system performance, and then you can because every single step you can add arbitrarily any data that you have to tune this process. So in this specific example, I use historical OD, but you can add land use. I also add the traffic counts. You can add a ridership counts that you have today. You can also add the speed. You can add metro on and off. You can add the metro frequency. So whatever data you have, you will find a way to add this to the computational graph approach and a way to minimize the loss function between what you have from simulated data versus what you have observed. And then as a backwave model, every single loss can be reflective on the gradient that you go all the way back to tune whatever the parameter you have. That parameter can be at the very first stage, can be second stage, and all these stages that you can tune parameters. Again, this is just to briefly give you some high-level information about how things might work, right? And in terms of data set, and we have been experimenting, trying to incorporating a lot of different set of data. And some are very non-traditional data, some are traditional into this whole entire process. In these some experiments you will see later, but we actually used not only the traditional traffic counts, riderships, passenger counts, but we also use the vehicle registration data, which is census data giving us the vehicle make year model at every zip code at aggregate level, and parking information, because parking in the US at least is very related to how people are making choices about the modes. All the data can be incorporated into this whole process in a way that we wanted to do the system.
Hi, sorry. If you can wrap up in few minutes. Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so I want to quickly present two case studies, very quick, I promise. So this is the one study we have done in the Columbus region, very large scale network. As you can see, this is a 10 county region with all the roadways, with all the bus stops, it was 140,000 hour destination pairs, and then we feed the model with traffic count, speed data, passenger count, vehicle locations data, with the hope that we not only understand system performance, but also understand how people making choices from every origin destination pair in terms of the different factors they're making trade-off. I'm skipping some of the details on how we calibrate the process, and eventually we run it. And then in this case, we specifically be interested, hey, what if we provide mobility services connecting some of the neighborhood from their origin to some of the bus stops, the bus transit stations, and how would this improve the system performance and improve the market share of every origin destination pair? In this case, yes, we've shown that that the transit ridership can increase by 11%, and also with a lot of other measures. We have another set of graphical model design. In this case, we work on one city in California. We use all sorts of data: time, cost, reliability, incidence, crime, income, ridership, and intersection level signal timing plan. It's a multi-modular, multi-source data, and then this is the individual level information. You use the system level data, we can infer how people actually making choices. In this case is route, but we can quickly expand it to new choices as well. It's about, hey, how do I make choices between time, cost, with my income level, how would the number of bus stops, how on and off, how the street intersections characteristics will really influence the decision I'm making. Right? So this everything in a one unified platform Okay, so I will go to my very last slide, which I have been really thinking about how can we make a better forecast for metro system like it in the Indian case. So again, my suggestion is that we want to build the user level distributed function in terms of time, cost, reliability, safety, comfort, because this is essentially how people making choices. Why would I take a metro versus driving versus biking versus walking? And then a lot of times we should do way more than just the time and the cost. People evaluate the reliability, evaluate the safety, evaluate how comfortable this is. And again, there's a lot of about the social demographics, about the cultural factors we can build in. Again, my uh, idea was that we can use both system level data and individual level data to tune the very large scale network system to match the data. Therefore, we can make a better forecast for our future for any of the whatever scenarios. Okay, so I will stop here. Thank you, Professor Biani, for your moderating and keeping me on track of time. I will be happy to take your questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sean. We'll come back to you for the questions again. Thank you so much. All right, so that's our first speaker, Dr. Sean Chan. I'm delighted to introduce the second speaker, Dr. Geeta, who is also my very dear friend. Dr. Geeta is from IIT Madras. He's a full professor there in Civil Engineering Department, and one of those few people who not just do theory but also apply that in the practice. And just to also add to Dr. Geeta's bio, he's avid yoga and meditation enthusiast. Over to you.
Thank you.
And again, 20 minutes is your time.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. So first of all, thanks to iMetro for having me here. So I'll talk about looking at both supply and demand, and how we could use both in our modeling activities. And towards the end, I'll also briefly touch upon how we could use big data to improve some of these modeling efforts. So what I'm going to talk about is joint research work that we've been doing along with the Indian Institute of Science. So of course, Professor Karthik is from IIT Madras. Abdul and Tarun are from Indian Institute of Science, but they're both graduates of IIT Madras. So everybody there has an IIT connection overall. So I'm going to talk about few different research, just some acknowledgements up front. Right? Maybe we'll share the slides in case somebody wants to look at it in more detail. But yeah, a bunch of research papers that have come out of our research listed here. That's what I'll talk about. So I know the time is constrained, so I'll maybe give a flavor of some of this, right? And then maybe during questions I'll answer more. Right. So this is the broad outline of what I'll talk about. So initially I'll talk about demand models and how you can include supply side features into the demand model so that you are more accurately estimating some of the demand features. Then I'll talk about behavioral factors. A few of them had spoken about it earlier. It's important to include that in your demand model as well, right? And then I'll go on to supply network models, again including demand data, right? So that you consider the interactions of both. And I'll also give an example of some recent work we did with Bangalore Metro on using first last mile operations planning, right? And finally, have some concluding thoughts. I think the introduction is no longer required. At the end of the day, we've all heard this multiple times. A lot of metro systems in India, but a lot of concerns as well in terms of not meeting projected ridership, right? And then they also blame that the planning is not realistic, right? And implementation is not up to the mark and so on, right? And then finally, it all comes to the losses, right? So they start accounting for it and say it's a problem, right? So there is an urgent need, and that's why I wanted to commend the organizers of this conference for setting this up, because I think we need to address this going forward. So first, I'll talk about this direct demand model, which includes some of the supply features, right? And this was applied in Bengaluru, right? Traditionally, I think some of the speakers earlier spoke about this. People look at what we call as four-stage modeling, right? Aggregate demand models. And also, people do disaggregate demand models where they bring in activity-based micro-simulation modeling concepts, right? So you model each individual's activity through the day and then derive transport demand from that, right? So this is traditional, kind of modeling. Of course, there are some advantages to that, right? And many more difficulties as well. As a transit organization, quite often you don't have the resources, you don't have the data to build such a more extensive model, right? So an alternative to this is a direct demand model, right? So direct demand model has been around for a long time, right? I think at least 4 or 5 decades now, but it keeps coming up, occasionally, right? In the direct demand model, what happens is you include all your 3 steps: your trip generation, your mode choice, distribution, all of them into a single equation, and you directly model the demand for a particular mode, right? And that's what we use here. The equation here is for all modes, perhaps, but then for a specific mode, again, you can develop a separate equation, right? A separate model for that alone, right? So when you model transit ridership, there are certain considerations in terms of spatial resolution, right? So you could do at different spatial levels. You can develop route level models, right? So these are great if you want to look at aggregate analysis, but if you want to do stop level analysis, right, or station level or segment level analysis, there is not much that you get. Another option is to look at segment level models, right? Again, this does not give you enough information for you to make decisions at the stop level, come up with policy decisions at the stop level. So the other option is, of course, to get to the stop level, all right? Stop level is great because you can think about policy interventions that's local and then see how that's going to improve your ridership. However, the stop level does not consider the route stop interactions, right? So ideally, what you need to be doing is what we're calling the stop route level models, right? Where the unit of analysis is stop route combination, so that you can capture both the stop level information as well as you look at the route level information in the same model, right? And so these are, of course, more disaggregate models compared to the aggregate models, right? So there are certain benefits and assumptions that go in here, right? In this particular study, the researchers looked at a stop route level model, right? It makes it fairly easy to capture both route level and stop level characteristics, and also the interactions between routes, right? So that's important as well. So there are multiple factors that can influence ridership, right? So there are what we call as external factors, right? These are the ones that the transit agency cannot control, yeah, beyond your control. Then there are these internal factors which the transit agency can control. For example, the service quality, the service quantity, frequency, and so on, right? And there are also accessibility issues, which is an interplay of both these external and internal factors, right? So these are important as well that need to be captured, right? So I won't go into all the details, but just a couple of things that I want to highlight. So one thing is you need to look at both competition between routes for riders as well as complementarity between routes, right? So these are two different factors, and often in our cities where we have metro, we find metro and the bus tend to compete rather than serve as complementarity mode. So that's something that we need to look at carefully while modeling as well, right? So your model needs to consider these two aspects separately. So how do we consider these effects, right? And how do you decide whether it's a fully competing or a complementary network, right? So these are questions that need to be answered when you're doing the modeling as well, right? Other thing is, of course, the simultaneity between ridership and the service frequency, right? The more services you provide, the more would be the demand, right, that's serviced. But because there is more demand that's being serviced, you want to provide more services, right? So there's a interdependency between the supply side and the demand side. And if you do not capture this interdependence, you can end up having biased models, biased estimate in your models, right? So that's something that is also captured here. So basically, you have a demand equation, and then which is what you generally tend to estimate. But here, what we do is we also have a supply equation, right? So that you can simultaneously estimate the two together, right? The idea being here, the correlation between these two is not zero. The expected value that you see there between FR, ER is not necessarily equal to zero, right? So essentially, FR is not exogenous. So these are endogenous that need to be captured together, right? And if you don't, you'll have biased estimates, and that can lead to problems. So the way you do it in terms of methodology is there are a couple of ways that can be done. And in this particular study, the authors use what is known as two-stage residual, I forget the last term, 2SRI models, right? So that's what they use in this particular case, right? So the other thing that we need to also capture is the way we do ticketing, at least with buses. We do ticketing at stage levels, not at stop levels, right? So you need to somehow bring down the stage level data to a stop level data so that you can estimate it much better, right? So that's something, the other aspect that's captured here. So in this study, they use Bangalore as a case study, right? they account for this endogeneity. They also look at the relationship between competition and complementarity modes, right? And they use the stop root level of spatial aggregation, right? And they also resolve some of the overlapping catchment areas. How do you handle that? Right? They handle that as well, right? So this is a quick framework of what they use, right? So you have the external factors, you have the internal factors, then you have the interaction factors coming from complementarity and competing routes, right? So they have a way in which they identify whether a route is complementary or competing based on the origin and destination, and then once they classify that, they're able to find out what the impact of that would be in the overall modeling framework, right? So I'm not going to the results, but then some of the findings, they did find, they're able to, better capture the demand model using, the endogenous model that they have developed, right? As opposed to the exogenous model, they get better fit and better accuracy by looking at it, right? And in terms of the spatial disaggregation, right, they found that this fast stage cluster level, right, was able to capture, right, in a fairly accurate way, right. Some more findings that they had, right, they could capture the inter-route relationships, right. So of course, in this study, they looked at only bus, but then you could extend the study to do both bus and metro, and then look at the interdependency between bus and metro as well, right. So they also have a nonlinear model which was able to capture some of the nonlinear effects, right? And that's one reason why they went with the 2S RI model instead of the 2S LS model in the study, right? So once such a model is developed, right, you can find out the factors that influence ridership, and then you can come up with more accurate prediction of the policy decisions, right? What policy decision will lead to what kind of changes in terms of ridership, right? So that's possible. Now I'll move on to the second part where I'll talk about some of the behavioral factors. Right. So here we use, of course, more traditional techniques, but I'll also talk about some machine learning models that have been more recently used in this space. So most of the analysis here was based on survey data, right? The more traditional kind of survey data. And one of the things when we do survey data is if you do it properly, then you have representative data, right? And it's very easy to cross-check whether it's representative because you already have the census data. There's a wealth of information there. You have your survey data. You compare whether these higher level parameters, whether they match or not, right? That's the advantage that you have here. Right? And one of the things that we have done in the recent past at IIT Madras is to look at modeling mode choice as a two-stage process, right? In the first stage, you look at whether or not people consider the mode. And only when you consider a mode, it's included in the choice set. Otherwise, it's not even part of your choice set, right? And the way we have considered consideration is if you have used a particular mode in the past 3 months, then you've considered it. If you've not used it in the past 3 months, then it is not even in your list of options that you choose from, right? And you can see here that, for example, train, which includes suburban, metro, all of that, right? Only 33% have considered it, right? And that's even lower than ride hailing, right? Ride hailing, which is much more recent, as opposed to the suburban network in Chennai, which is almost 100 years old, right? You have far fewer people who are even considering train as an option, right? So that's something that's interesting. So that's the study here. And other thing we look at is whether or not a person is having a choice or is he a captive user of public transit, right? And you can see if he's a captive user, he's more likely to have considered and used public transit as opposed to somebody in the choice segment. And the kind of policies, the kind of interventions will differ depending on whom you're targeting, right? So that's something that we look at as well, right? Maybe I'll skip this, but yeah. So we use this consideration ridership model, the two-stage model for looking at metro train ridership in Chennai, right? And what we find is, here we've used data both from the ridership data that we have from Chennai Metro, right, as well as the survey data, right? So we kind of fuse both of this data together. The issue with the ridership data is it's kind of self-selected. You know only people who've used the service. You don't know the people who've not using the service. Why aren't they using it? What are the issues, right? So that you get from the survey data, right? So we kind of fuse these. And in this particular study, we found that you have all kinds of combinations, right? There is sectors or stops or stations which have low consideration, high ridership, right? High consideration, low ridership, right? And all the combinations you can see here, right? And there are a bunch of the twos that you see here are the ones that require improvement in terms of ridership. A lot of people consider it, but perhaps not riding it, right? And then the sevens are those where you need to improve consideration. There is already a lot of ridership, and that's mainly because these are transit hubs, right? People do interchanges there, but people are not, riding it perhaps, right, from the locality. So these kind of insights we're able to get through this analysis. Right? And yeah, some more behavioral insights that we get. You find out if you have a captive user, what should you do to improve consideration for captive users? Right? For them, it turns out you need to have better footpath, right? Better ways to cross the roads. That's what will help improve their consideration. On the other hand, the semi-captive, right, who are having maybe one two-wheeler in the household, right? Those people will likely use or consider using public transit if you provide better first mile and last mile access, right? So that's what we need to focus on for that particular segment. And then the choice segment, you need to improve comfort, right? Only when you improve comfort, the choice segment people will start using or considering to use transit, right? So that's some insights that we get. Similarly, ridership, there are different factors that affect. We've listed some of it at the bottom. I'll just take a few seconds to talk about the graph on the top. So when you have models like these, we can estimate what happens to the ridership when you vary the cost of metro, the metro ticketing cost, right? So here it's cost per kilometer, right? You find that if you had the traditional linear models, you have a certain kind of equation, right? And if you use nonlinear models, you see that the equation, the line kind of shifts. But then if you use the proposed model here, right, where you look at this ridership consideration and then ridership separately, right, the equation kind of changes. So you kind of overestimate or underestimate depending on which spectrum you fall in, right? So this kind of improves overall accuracy. Right? When you do these kind of studies, the other output that you get is also value of time, right? In this particular study, we found that value of time, in vehicle time, right, is a certain value. It's here, it's 120 rupees per hour. The value of out of vehicle time is almost 1.5 times of in vehicle time, right? So people are less reluctant to spend time outside than inside the vehicle, right? And very interestingly, in this model, we were also able to measure the value of reliability, right? So one of our earlier speakers spoke about reliability in the morning, right? And that has much significant value, right? So again, this varies depending on the service type, but insights like these will tell us what people value and what we need to pay attention to, right? Metro is high on reliability, right? And therefore, users who are more sensitive to reliability, if you're able to target them, they're more likely to use metro services, right? So this is the kind of insights that we can get. We can quantify these as well. So I'll briefly talk about another model that we did for real-time operations. So in this case, we had several data sources from which we bring data and we kind of aggregate it and use them together, right? And these come from different agencies, right? Some people talked about this challenge of data from multiple user agencies, but in this particular study, we managed to get data from different agencies so that we can build real-time, demand estimation for bus transit in Chennai, right? So this is the sub-network of the Chennai bus network that we were using for this particular study, right? About 7 or 8 routes are contained in this network. So here, what happened is, we used machine learning models, and what we found out was the machine learning models significantly outperformed your traditional linear regression kind of models, right? So this was open eye opener for us, right? Because we've been using traditional models so far, and then we found if you use models like LSTM, which I think Shagun was also mentioning earlier, we were able to get significant improvements, right, in terms of the R squared values, the model fit values. Okay, so that's about demand. Now I'll briefly talk about supply. How am I doing in terms of time? 5 more minutes. Great. All right. So in this particular study, what we did was we looked at the bus transit network, and we looked at it from a network science perspective. Right. Of course, the earlier speaker spoke about traffic assignment in a network, but here we are talking about network science, network topology. How can we infer by looking at the network science aspect of the supply? So this is how the Chennai bus transit network looks. The first one that you see here is early in the morning, right? So you have certain links which are more prominent early in the morning, especially people coming from the suburbs into the city, right? Those are more prominent. Whereas when you see in the afternoon times, right, the links in the suburbs are not as active. The city core is more active, right? So the network changes throughout the day, right? The earlier moderator spoke about dynamics, right? So it's highly dynamic. The transit network is highly dynamic. Right? We look at a couple of different representations of this. One is called the L space, and the other is called the P space. The L space is basically you join subsequent stops in a route using a link. A p-space is you join any two stops served by a single route, right? So that's a p-space. And we use 1 hour time windows in this particular study, and we look at it from 4 to 11, which is the predominant period of operations for Chennai bus, right? And we look at windows, and then we see when the trip starts, and accordingly we segregate it to the particular time window, right? We use ETM data. Unfortunately, right now it's not operational, but back 5 years back we did have the data, right? And we used 1 week of data in November to do this analysis. Right. So we looked at different network scenarios. Typically, we only look at the supply side. We don't look at the demand side. But in this study, what we did was we did demand weighting. Right. One is using the demand directly and weighting your arcs. The other was what we call as service utilization factors, SUF. Right, where we look at the demand divided by the number of services between the two nodes. Right, and this SUF is then used for weighting your network and arriving at network measures. So that's what we did here. And a couple of things that we did in this particular study was we identified redundant routes. There are certain routes in your network where multiple bus services are actually traveling at the same time, right? So this is operationally inefficient. It's great for the end user, but for the bus company, it's operationally inefficient, right? So we were able to identify which are the redundant routes, and again, we find that when you look at it in a static perspective, that's very different. When you start looking at it from a dynamic perspective at different times of day, the network looks different, right? So what can we do with this? We can figure out which routes they need to cut down on, which routes they can combine, right? Maybe they can have shared routes. Certain sections, one route can substitute for the other, right? So these kind of policies we'll be able to implement using these, right? And we also look at the traditional parameters, but in the weighted network, and we were able to identify what we call as hubs, right? And then these hubs could be strengthened so that we could have much better ridership, right? So this is example of how we use demand data in supply side modeling, right? In evaluating it from a network science perspective. I'll just end with a quick couple of minutes on another study we did. This is again in Bangalore, where we look at first last mile connectivity, right? Providing good first last mile connectivity kind of increases the catchment area of metro or even the bus service for that matter, right? So, but operating it is important, and quite often we operate them as separate services. First mile is offered by somebody else, right? The last mile is offered by somebody else, right? So it is beneficial if you can kind of combine these two, as we'll show in a couple of graphs, right? So this was a agent-based simulation model that we developed, right? I'm going to the details here, but very quickly, this graph that you see on the left. So the blue line is when there is no sharing between first mile and last mile. All right. So you find that there is a greater number of lost demand in that particular case, as opposed to when you do first mile sharing. That is, multiple people can use the same vehicle to do the first mile connectivity, right? So that's sharing there. And then finally, the green line that you see is when you allow the same vehicle to do both last mile and first mile, right? And you allow shareability, right? You find in that case you're significantly reducing the the number of lost demand cases, right? So we're able to analyze at different times of day in different stations in Bangalore Metro what is the level of lost demand, right? And so you can come up with very specific policy interventions to improve this. All right. So this is again another illustration of which are the locations where you have lost demand. So on the right top there, of course, that line is further extended now, but you can see there is significant lost demand there because it's serving a much larger area, right? And if you really need to cater to all the demand, you need maybe hundreds of vehicles, right, supplying to that. So this kind of insights we were able to derive, and these can be used for optimizing first last mile operations for transit. Yeah. So I'll quickly conclude with this last slide. So there is a lot of opportunity for big data, but I think there is need to also be cautious, right? So the traditional survey methods may be more expensive, right, and time consuming, but the quality of data is very high, especially if you've done it, in an unbiased manner. The survey has been done in an unbiased manner, right? So I think we need to retain that, and we can leverage these big data sources because they have large sample size, but there may be bias, right? So if you had say 100 people or 100 phones or SIM cards moving from point A to point B, is it equivalent to 100 people, or is it 50 people each having two SIM cards, right? These kind of questions will come up that need to be addressed as well, right? So we need to have a hybrid of this, a combination of these, so that we can come up with more reliable and accurate predictions. But going forward, I think we've significantly cut short the overall cycle time of this entire exercise, right? 80 to 90% of the time used to be spent in data collection. But now with all this data being available, right, we can significantly cut short the time, right? Within a few months, we can come up with accurate models, and more importantly, we can keep updating it, right? I see the era of having digital twins, where data keeps coming continuously, right? And on a day-to-day basis, you operationally, you experiment, you keep improving your services so that you attain, whatever ridership that you projected, right? So whatever is projected is achievable if we do better supply-demand modeling, right? Combine modeling together. With that, I'll stop and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very grateful to both the speakers that they were on time. In fact, you took 1 minute less. Thank you. So what we'll do is we'll open the session for questions. We'll start with those questions with which both the speakers can answer first, and then if you have questions for both the speakers, one question for both the speakers, we can have more questions that way. We can start with that, or okay, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I will try to ask one question that could be relevant to both. You talk about this data quality, right? I think that's very important. But the question is that even if we try to spend some effort to clean the data, we don't really know how clean it is, right? Whether our clean data is already clean, right? It's never known. So I think one of the probably just to ask your insight from the modeling perspective, could we acknowledge the uncleanness of our data set in order to do either a forecasting or the decision makings? Yeah, because I think in the Google ImageNet, they actually face the same problem when they label the images, right? We don't really assume they are actually all correctly labeled. But in transport, I think it's the same issue, right? The data quality is very important for behavior understanding and predictions. But yeah, just some insights, how could we, from the modeling perspective, to acknowledge this and then develop it for forecasting? I think to both, right? You said.
So essentially, if I understood the question, you're saying from a modeling perspective, all right, how do you ensure the quality of the data, the input data that we provide? And
it's from the modeling perspective, we will assume we know our data set will have certain issues, and then how could we do prediction?
So see, one of the good things that we have, right, is we state our assumptions up front, right? So it's clearly illustrated, right? So I think the advantage of data is for us to cross check the assumptions that we make, right? Are the assumptions still holding, right? So that's something that we'll be able to check better when you have a lot more data, right? Of course, the quality of data is important, right? We need to account for that as well. But that's where, again, I think modeling could allow for uncertainty, right? We know the data is noisy, right? And we allow for that uncertainty while we are doing the modeling. And then, we do drive insights. And Pravesh has been working on this topic, of looking at data uncertainty and how do you build models that are robust to handle, even uncertain data, right? So that's the flexibility that we have as a modeler, right? And I think that's necessary, right? We need to have data and we need to have the modeling techniques as well to handle the data in an appropriate way, and the two go together, right? If you start deriving insights just from data using some simplistic models, you could end up with very biased or unrealistic results. That's my take on that particular thing. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Sean, in fact, great question, because I was exactly going to ask you that only, Dr. Sean. So, you talked about just adding to the gentleman's question here. You talked about, network flow, basically physics-based model. So you're looking at the system level, right? Now, in most Indian cities, it's not important to, predict exactly. You can give a range also, which may incorporate the database, data biases or errors or noises also, right? So if you can answer that and my question, that will be great.
Very insightful question. Thank you. My take let me maybe I try to answer it in two different perspectives. One is as any data science modeling work, and the very first step is to do the data clean, not only just cleaning, but also to do some data sanity check. This is super critical, making sure nothing goes way off the chart. And I personally find this very helpful, and just making sure at least it follows the basics of physics, right? And how people move. You cannot have 10,000 people going on the same location at the same time, for example. And number two, I think this comes to the why we have a system level model. And if we have multiple data sources, I'm talking about the both geographically and spatially, temporally, right? If we have, in a sense that if we have multiple data sources to cross check, I acknowledge that some of the data sources can be very noisy and some of them could be very biased. If we truly don't know what is going on, we have no knowledge. We can completely blinded. I mean, there's probably nothing we can do about it. But with a physics-based model, with more data set, we can cross-check. Maybe we can tell. The model can really tell us, hey, somehow there was actually a time that when we built a system-level model for a very large six-scale city. It turns out somehow the loss function was never zero, or not zero, but not even close to what we get before. And so that's why it highlights the importance of having some kind of a system level model, and also having multiple data sources. Somehow it doesn't align, then that gives you some alert, and then you can go back to check whether maybe this is wrong or that is wrong. So and then again, the other thing is that if we have for system level model, I think hopefully some of the noises can cancel out, and then I also agree with you that it's important to not only predict the mean, which could sometimes be having a lot of error, but rather we can predict a range. Say this is likely to be statistically we can tell this is likely to be from 10 to 100,000 people with certain probability, right? And then again, nothing is certain. We cannot predict the future, but if we can tell the decision makers very likely that you're 95 percentile that you can get the ridership in this way, but 5% chance you can get that way. It's also very helpful for decision making. I hope that I answered the question, but let me know if.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you.
My question to Professor Gopalkrishnan, you have very comprehensively conducted the studies and have able to capture your demand analysis very appropriately. I suppose this is mostly on conventional modeling approach. This is my idea. And my first question would be that you have been able to collect data from the call recording from the mobile. So what is of course there is a question relating to your data cleaning. I am leaving that part. So though it's quite a large area, have you been able to test your model with what is the percentage of error you have come across as against the reality? If you can throw some light, perhaps it would be more interesting to know that your modeling approach is towards the correct directions. And number two is that had you tried with soft computing type of what you call approaches? Of course, you have tried with machine language, but other computing techniques are also available. Had you tried with that, what would have been your confidence to improve your modeling aspect? This is the first question. Second one, you talked very correctly that your ridership basically depends on the cost you impose on the systems. And you have very correctly shown that how it varies linearly, non-linear fashion. Now, I also like to ask, now in the growing public transport scenario, we try to think about the increase in the metro coverage as against the extra ridership. Does it give you some kind of confidence that in case you have to increase the line, what is the likely ridership to come? That is one kind of analysis. Again, as against, I'll also say for the last mile connectivity also. For bus services, in case you increase the service a little bit further or curtail it, what is the extent of your the increase or decrease in demand. So these are the aspects I thought that you have covered a very good studies. If you can throw some light, we will be very happy to share.
Sure. Yeah. So I think for the demand models, the traditional models, typically the way we evaluate it is using your statistics, right? So statistical techniques. We look at are the variables significant, and then we look at things like the log likelihood ratio, and we look at the AIC factors, right? That's how we traditionally tend to evaluate. Later on, we did show, I think, the comparison across some of the machine learning and the traditional models, and then looked at the R square fits, and I think I don't know if we showed, but there are other methods as metrics in machine learning that you can use, right? Typically in machine learning, we do have a holdout sample and this thing, but since in conventional method the data itself is limited, it's not a general tendency to have a validation sample separate from the test sample, right? Instead, we use all the data available to estimate the models so that you get more precision in your estimate. So that's the technique that we use. Eventually, yes, there is ways to compare what your estimates and then look at the overall errors. I think some of the statistics will be available in the papers. I didn't show it here. The results, I didn't go into details. And we did not do any soft computing like ANN or fuzzy logic methods, which I'm aware of that you had worked on. We've not tried it out, but I think those can be tried out as well, and we could compare. So the second part, the second question that you asked, where we look at transit ridership and then maybe extending the line, how that would impact. Those are questions that could be answered using the models developed, right? Because the accessibility is one measure which is included in the overall modeling. So if you extend your metro line, the accessibility in those areas are likely to change. And therefore, if it changes, how would it impact the ridership, right? So those kind of what-if questions can be handled with the models that have been developed here, right? In machine learning, we are having those kind of models, but I think it was also highlighted earlier. The behavioral part is not as well understood. The interpretability part is not as well established in machine learning models as it is with traditional modeling techniques. But I think that's a growing area of research that people are looking at. How do you bring interpretability to even machine learning models? So it's going into the future. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Question to Dr. Sean. Sorry if this is a bit philosophical, but is a system level network physics model even possible when the participants are one of free will? I mean, human beings who sort of make choices which are influenced by many other factors, or should we just try and stick to more narrower areas like OD demand estimation, still using machine learning for improving data sets, for improving our predictability, for improving our assumptions of probabilities? But is a system level network physics model possible? Just to ask at a high level.
Thank you for the question. The short answer is possible. I should also clarify that when I talk about the system level model physics, it's I might have been using the word a little bit more aggressively. But essentially, this is very kind of classical, hierarchical tribal behavior model at the individual level, which essentially is a distributed function. It's just that it varies by different origin decision pairs. In the same way that you would have to use the discrete transfer model to calibrate how people are making trade-offs among different factors, it's just that you have multiple factors, like I said, comfort, time, cost, which is traditionally not considered in the narrow context. People have been doing this individual level for decades, but these factors are not typically considered at the system level. Then also on top of it, just aggregating all the quote unquote agents together, you also have system level parameters. I should caption it this way. Could be learned by a very large scale machine learning approach. I keep highlighting this is not necessarily a machine learning model. This is just an approach that we use the same way to calibrate the machine learning model's parameters to calibrate the parameters in the tribal behavior model or the system level, the translation system level model. I think that I also agree with you. We typically start with very relatively small communities, so that way we have a better clean data, not only having clean data, but also have a better understanding how people making choices in a way that you can tweak the system with some prior knowledge, with some feeder in the system, with some your personal belief or some additional information that you might not necessarily have at this very low system level. But my belief is that if it's a machine, we really want to take advantage of all the computing that in the machine learning approach and machine learning community, large scale data, and then build everything in a sort of semi-automated way to with a very large scale system. That's my goal, and I don't think the research is there yet. But I think my personal belief is it's possible if we have enough data, if we have enough building to enough physics model, and we have enough features to learn about. Hopefully that can briefly answer the question.
So, I mean, just to follow up on what Sean said, see, the network level physics model is kind of an aggregation of individual behaviors eventually, right? So you are allowing enough flexibility on individuals' behavior and then seeing the emergent behavior at the network level. That's what he's talking about. So in that sense, we're not imposing how the network has to evolve. Rather, we are looking at how the network evolves when individuals behave in a certain fashion.
Okay. So I have a quiz question for both Sean and Geeta. So Sean, you talked about what if scenarios, right? You have a network level model, and forget about prediction of future. I'm talking about present, right? So the quiz question for you is this: that if I reduce the fare, if let's say DMRC asks this question, that if you reduce the fare by X%, obviously the ridership would go up. Can you predict how much would it go up and make standard assumptions, okay, on that? And can you tell me what would be your prediction error? Of course, you can't predict accurately 100%. At what confidence level can you predict how much would ridership go up if I reduce the fare? So, you should start with. Yeah.
Okay. So I think that was one of the things that we had there, right? So in the graph, if you reduce the fare, right, how this is going to change, right? See, earlier, these used to be longer term decisions. If you build a master plan, if you cover the master plan today, that's going to be only after 30 years, it's going to be updated, right? By the time the person who developed this is already retired. Okay? But now I think the cycles have significantly reduced, right? And therefore, we can very quickly check if the model is correct. Is it giving the results it's supposed to give for operational changes? And if it is not, keep improving on it, right? So that's why I said we need to move towards this digital twin kind of a perspective where things are updated in, on a day-to-day basis or at least a weekly basis, right? Then I think you'll get more and more accurate results as you move forward, right? If you ask me, it can be plus minus 50% error.
Plus minus 50%.
Yeah, right. That's the level of change that can be. But then I think the Kochi Metro person earlier in the day, he said how over time it's increased, right? You make a prediction, but that's not immediate, right? These things take time. Behavior doesn't change immediately. Like people don't change their
at equilibrium. So at equilibrium, right? We're talking about
yes, right. But then that may be much far ahead, right? So all models are wrong. Question are useful.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Sean, you want to just have like a 20 second, stab at it, no more than that.
Yes, I don't have written the number for you, unfortunately, but I think that it makes sense to one very rough slide I didn't get a chance to present is I really suggest that we look into things retrospectively. We have the model, right? There was never a proof of the model how good the model is. I mean, or at least not systematically. If we can go back to the history, 10 years or 20 years in the past, especially in a city like India, is rapidly being developed. We have building new metros on the way, and then we have collecting data on the way. If we can have every year's data collected, and then with all this new infrastructure, new services, and I think we should use the same model we have today, just to model everything retrospectively to see what if the model was deployed 10 years ago, how accurate is our model, and we can learn a lot of lesson from it. This is really one of the very maybe my concluding remark is that I highly suggest that as a research community and also or the metro operator community, can we work together just to collect all the data and then try to build the model and validate it all together? Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. So I think we are done with time, and as a moderator, I still have the right to speak for 30 seconds, so I will use that right. I think I'll just continue with where Sean left. That a lot of theory goes in publications profs love to publish. Not all of it is always useful. But if the metro system or bus system, I mean, if the operators who actually work on the ground talk to the profs, I think the models will get more accurate. And it's of course our responsibility to talk to them more. But I think the such conferences actually act as a like a bridge so that we can start walking on it from both the sides. So I think with that I would just conclude this session. Thank you very much to all of you. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for perfectly summarizing the session. And may I now request Dr. Pravesh Biani to kindly felicitate the speaker with token of remembrance, please. I would now request Director Business Development, Delhi Metro, Shri Prameet Kumar Garg, to kindly felicitate Dr. Pravesh Biani. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, and the moderator of the session and all the speakers for joining this session and giving us very engaging presentations. Thank you. And moving towards the end of the program, I would now welcome on stage Shri Ajit Sharma, Director Finance, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, to kindly extend the concluding remarks, please.
Good evening. I have been given this responsibility of offering the concluding remarks. And I have, of course, the option of summarizing, whatever has happened during the day. But I'm not going to bore you with the complete summary of that. But I will definitely talk about some key takeaways of this particular conference. Because in any case, I personally feel that all the speakers and all the moderators, they have done their job wonderfully well. And even the participation from all of you has also been excellent. So I think virtually whatever was required from this conference has already been achieved. So, and so during the day, our minds have been assailed by a torrent of ideas, information, a lot of statistics, presentations, interpretations, and a lot of vision, what should be done in future. And it is, I think, so much of information for all of you, all of us, that I think it will take some time, maybe a day or two, to consolidate this, to make our, personal perspective about this particular issue. But there is indeed a lot to reflect upon, what we have listened or heard today. And it is going to enhance our individual and our collective contribution towards the industry, the metro industry. While it is early days, but I'm sure that this particular conference has benefited all of us in one way or the other. And it is, I think, a stepping stone for improving the accuracy of the metro traffic demand forecasting, which has been the topic of deliberation for this conference. India has been creating the infrastructure at a very scorching pace. Right now, everybody is looking at the capex, but 5 years down the line, or maybe 10 years down the line, it is the opex which will become so critical. Everybody will be talking about what has been the benefit out of the infrastructure which we have created. So I think what we
this particular conference has brought out that even at the capex stage, we need to look at the demand forecasting, because unfortunately, particularly for the metro organization, we have not been able to meet the projected demands which was given in the DPRs. And there are obviously very serious financial and economic cost because of this shortfall. The metros, immediately after operation, they have to depend upon the government subsidy. And even if you look at the economic benefits which would have been realized from the construction of these metros, like the less pollution, the health benefits, the reduced number of accidents, the reduced traffic congestion, even they don't materialize. And in 21st century, data is like the oil of the 18th century. So I think these problems, what are there, they need to be, solved through data. But it cannot be a raw data, as we have learned through the day. It needs to, the power of data has to be unleashed through artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, predictive modeling, having better and better modeling, so that we can have valuable insights and information from the huge amount of data which is now available with all of us. The conference has been able to underline the needs of various data-driven approaches for estimating the future ridership more accurately and ultimately leading to the better resource allocation. The eminent speakers have brought out the issues very, very clearly, and some of the key takeaways, according to me, are that there is a need of integrated planning and the network level planning, which includes all the modes of transport at the city level. Publicity is also a very key for meeting the projected demand, because ultimately some assumptions have been considered at the time of planning, and they need to be communicated to the people also. The planning model or the revenue model, it's a model which needs to be continuously calibrated, regularly updated to take care of the various situations which are going to arise from time to time. Like, for example, we may assume the fare increase in the DPR, but that may not happen. Similarly, the COVID-like situation, they cannot happen. So we have to keep on regularly calibrating our models. The circular lines or the partial circular lines, they also need to be planned not on some whimsical basis. They should be done on proper demand forecasting and the cost model analysis. The OD, which conventionally we have been considering only as a static picture, it needs to be taken now both for short-term, long-term, aggregate level, as well as at the individual level. Most of the time, the data which is available, which we use for the forecasting, that is only 10% of the data which is available right now we are using. So we need to use a lot of unstructured data which is available, and that definitely is going to improve our forecasting. The models which are already available, their predictive power also needs to be improved. Few speakers have mentioned that elasticity model should be used, and few other speakers have mentioned direct demand models should be used, and they need to be incorporated to improve the predictive power of these models. Few other features like the service reliability, etc., they also need to be incorporated to improve the predictability of these models. There is a definite need of leveraging the telecom data for ITS as well as the transport planning. Of course, a lot of work has to be done on that raw data which is available from the telecom. Privacy issues of data sharing, they are very critical. There are some solutions like anonymization or aggregation, they can be used, but then the data loses its granularity. Therefore, it is better to adopt the privacy enhancing technology as a solution. But till at such time these privacy enhancing solutions or technologies are available, telcos, at least telecom companies and the other metro companies, they should share data they cannot share data, but they should at least share the insights. A collaborative central control model where the telecom companies, metro companies, bus operators, cab operators, CCTV, all this information is shared ultimately. And of course, the privacy enhancement has to be done. Data source these days include mobile data, smart cards, applications, GPS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, etc. But none of these data sources are comprehensive. Therefore, the need of the hour is to have data fusion. And even the data after data fusion, some enrichment of this data is also required to be done through machine learning. In the Indian context, we have not been able to meet the projected demands, and the reasons identified are there are some deficiencies in the models. Land use projections they have not been correctly projected, and there are some project delays. And we need to, examine and learn from these mistakes and correct these whatever errors have occurred, whether in the model or in the land use projections in the years to come. There is some sort of satisfaction to us here in India that these errors in estimation is not, it's not only limited to India, and it is a worldwide phenomena, and there have been errors up to 65% also in some cases, as was pointed out in one of the presentation. There is a need to evaluate the assumption with actual numbers, and it should work as a feedback loop. The model shift, the aspiration, in case of model shift, when we are calculating the model shift, the aspiration, the comfort, the convenience, and the needs of the passenger, they are also required to be considered. So these are some of the issues which I have noted, and I felt that these are some of the key takeaways, and I'm sure that you will definitely reflect upon these and will definitely try to improve that will help in improving our projection in the time to come. In the end, I am extremely thankful to Dr. Vikas Kumar, MD DMRC, and CEO iMetro for being a part of the event. He has been virtually available throughout the day here. And sir, we will continue to look forward to your guidance and support in the future as well. An event like this would not have happened with a blink. A lot of effort and a lot of time has been spent on the planning of such a conference. We are fortunate that DMRC has very motivated and dedicated team, and I thank all of them for putting together this wonderful show. I also take this opportunity to thank our eminent speakers who have taken time out of their schedule and put together the best possible information and ideas and enlightened all the participants. I also thank especially the moderators for organizing the sessions and keeping the things under control and keeping the sessions within reasonable time. And I also thank all the participants for all the inputs, discussions, questions, and that has made the conference, I think, a really successful one. So in the end, we look forward to seeing you shortly once again when we reconvene to discuss another topical theme affecting the metro industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. And I now request Director Electrical DMRC, Mr. Om Hari Pandey, to kindly felicitate Shri Ajit Sharma, sir. Thank you, sir. With this, we come to an end of this event. And it is my honor to propose vote of thanks on behalf of iMetro along with Coordinator iMetro Shri Sandeep Sharma to all the respected dignitaries, guests, expert speakers and all the delegates for sparing time from their busy schedule and making it convenient to attend this event and enriching the event by making it highly effective and interactive, adding to the mutual learning. I would remiss in my duty if I do not thank the extreme extended support from MD DMRC sir, and especially Deputy CEO iMetro Joint General Manager Operations, Shri Rajneesh Kumar Rana, and his outstanding team led by Mr. Ankit Agarwal, Mr. Manmohan and other team members, Mr. Piyush, Praveen ji, Mr. Amit Kumar Jha, Sumit Preet, Manish Malik sir, Mr. Jitender, and the list is ongoing because all the backup support we got from them only. So thank you very much, sir. And now we invite everyone to kindly join the dinner at the Regency Hall, lower ground floor in Lalit itself at 19 hours onwards, and also may witness some of the mesmerizing Indian cultural performances. With these words, I thank you all once again for bearing with us in the day-long deliberations. Wish you all a happy Dashera. We wish all the delegates a wonderful stay in India and Delhi here. Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya. May everyone be happy. May everyone be healthy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.